Hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm. We're your nightly radio podcast that brings you the best NASA Dota that we can muster. I'm your host, Mr. Avo Plus, and today I will unfortunately yet again be completely alone, as my good friend Seek and Strike is not going to be able to join me today. It was his birthday, or it is his birthday. I'm not really sure what the justification is. He just needs some rest. He just needs some rest, right? You gotta understand it. Which is why, though, I had the chance to invite a top tier analyst that will help me out with these great drafts. You might already know him. If you watched yesterday, you certainly do know him. He goes by the name of Arthur Dota. And here is his beautiful face. How are you doing, Arthur?
Aloha, I'm good. I'm great today, thank you. And I'm beyond excited to watch this Quincy crew versus for fun matchup. These two giants from the NA, and yeah, and we right off the bat we are seeing a Viper first pick. Man, can you not get any more excited than this?
Yeah, Viper first pick really gets my blood boiling. I don't know if excited is the word I would use, but yeah. Quincy Crew has been loving the Viper in the
Yes.
offlane position. They've been playing it a lot for Lelis. I think Lelis was the first. He was the first person I saw to actually use the Viper with the urn as well in the Spirit Vessel. So
That's true.
Quincy Crew has certainly been, I wouldn't say, and I don't know if innovating is fair, but they've been really abusing this pick. And of course, Viper for them is also a flex, because they have played it before, of course, in the mid lane for CCNC, but also for SVG as a 5. So they've run it in a lot of positions here.
Yeah. And on the other side, I'm just glad that for fun they are not running any Io Fizzlesoid or Chen Fizzlesoid anymore. Instead, they go for a more team fight and catching intensive duel with the Mirana and Mars. Like both of these heroes are definitely one of the best in the meta right now. So they're going for more conventional stuff, which is a little bit surprising to me. But it seems like they want the best. They want to come out with the best heroes, the most stable draft to try to get at least a point from Quincy Crew to start the series with.
And this is a particularly interesting one because we see both teams. This was the final for Summit previously, and Quincy Crew is doing really well in groups. For fun, not so much. But Quincy Crew has had some unexpected losses in these group stages. They're still trying to recover. We're not really sure if they're playing it to all their full potential. Whereas in the case of For Fun, they have definitely not been showing too much potential recently. Like they've been actually beat by teams that are not as good as them, I would say. You know, teams that usually you would categorize below them, but their performance has been a bit shaky, much more so than Quincy Crew. After winning that summit, you know, it seems like they just can't beat the lower teams, and they're just trying to get these points so they can for sure make it into those lower brackets. Let's see if this new drafting helps them out a bit. I'm also happy they don't pick the Spectre. I think the Viper pick had something to do with that, right? They don't have to first pick Spectre this time, and they're not going to get countered. But now I'm wondering, what carry do you run in these situations? When you think that you're threatened by the offlane Viper, what would you like to see for Envy?
Well, I'm a little surprised. I'm a little bit surprised that they are banning out the Drow themselves, because you don't really want to play any melee carries into Viper off lane. You probably want to pick up heroes that are ranged. And Drow range is definitely the best here. And also they have the next consecutive pick as well. So they could have picked Drow here if they wanted to, but they don't fancy the idea. I'm guessing maybe they want to grab the Fizzle Sword too. It's one of the better heroes to deal with the Viper. Also block the Elder Titan Fizzle Sword combo, but I feel like Swan is the hero here.
How do you think the lane matchup is going? Because I would still give that to Viper, to be honest, in the lane matchup.
Yeah, same. I'll still give you the Viper as well, but they haven't picked their post 5 yet, so maybe they could pick a hero that can help Swan sustain through the Viper lane. Something like an Io would be good. Io still in the pool.
Did you say you didn't want to see the IO again for fun?
I mean, I didn't want to see the Io and plus Fizzle Sword, but Io and Swan is always my go-to for the Io's partner. So I like to see an Io here.
Okay, and Sven is really good against Viper in the mid game because you can just go up to him and burst him in a matter of seconds because he usually doesn't have too much armor and his itemization. Sven's also pretty decent against ET, especially once you get a level 15 because you dispel that astral buff, of course, astral spirit buff, and that helps you a lot, of course, to catch up to him. If he plays even in a core position, it's kind of denied completely by the existence of Sven, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be SVG or MSS's hero. And Quincy Crew pick up the Spectre. Interesting choice, because usually the Spectre versus Sven matchup is a bit of a difficult one to play for Spectre.
Yeah, it feels like Quincy they want to go for the late game here.
Mm-hmm.
And it tells you a lot with the Viper first pick as well that they are planning to go for this late game carry. Because Viper as a hero, it gives you a lot of the strategical advantage into your draft, into your gameplay. Because Viper is a great hero in stalling out the game. It's a very good hero in utility wise as well. So Viper would just be able to stand in the mid lane, defend all the towers, and buy all the time for Spectre that he needs to come online.
No
I'm
IO, but Chen is the option instead. Also giving you a lot of healing in the lane. Not bad.
yes.
Same idea, right? But he also offers a bit more harassment against the Viper, so I kind of understand the idea behind the Chen.
I'm pushing powers as well.
Yeah.
They definitely need some pushing power to fasten the tempo in this game, especially after seeing that Spectre pick. They know that Quincy wants to go for the late game, so they're not giving them that.
Yep. I also like because Chen is actually, I wouldn't say a counter to Spectre, but a pretty good hero against him. With proper creep positioning, you could easily evade the Desolate damage. Hand of God nullifies a lot of damage from Hunt as well. And of course, Mechanism, with it, like you bring so much more healing than an IO in terms of AoE though. Right? You don't heal one individual target, but Spectre, that's the whole point of her. She's supposed to kill your whole backline, and Chen is great at preventing that. In addition to, of course, if you hunt in and he has a Centaur with him, War Stomp is a great way to prevent Spectre from having too much impact in that hunt.
That's actually a great point. I feel like the two balanced approach of for fun are so hard for Spectre to kill. Mirana and Chen, those are not the easy targets to bring down, and we might be going to see another Viper with the Spirit Wrestler build once again.
Konka is the option now for Quincy crew. So now they reveal for sure the Viper is, not for sure, but I guess Viper's most likely not going to go mid. And they pick up a consistent mid laner instead in the form of Konka. They don't have last pick, so it does make sense that you pick up your mid laner early. But now you kind of have to question, if you're for fun, is Viper going to be the off laner like you usually do? Or are they going to run it as a support and try to avoid the Sven Chen lane completely? Because if Viper against Mars with a Spectre, yeah, Mars is going to struggle there.
Yeah, I feel like Elder Titan and Spectre together in the lane should be good enough to secure the safe lane. So they probably want to put more pressure onto the Swan so that they slow down the Swan's game and slow down the tempo for fun that they want to build with the Chen. And then, so with the Kunkka running around, Spectre running around, they'll be able to buy some time for Spectre to come online a bit faster because the tower defense coming up from Chris Crew is amazing here. Kunkka, Elder Titan, they're so good in defending towers. And every time for fun wants to group out and push towers, they are going to push into Echo Storm, into Boat. That's going to be very tough for fun.
Winter Wyvern ban, so they think it's for sure the Viper 3 here, so they agree with you and your idea. They're going to try to ban 5s here. They actually are thinking it might be Viper and Elder Titan in the same lane. We'll see. You know, Winter Wyvern can be played a bit into the 4 as a 5, so it is kind of dependent. What hero would you like to see, though, for fun? Because they do have a way to, quote-unquote, counter the Kunkka. Do you think it's actually viable to pick an OD here? Because he's not too awful against Spectre either.
OD,
I know he's out of meta, but we have seen him once or twice, especially against a Kunkka lineup. And he's pretty good against Viper. He's pretty good against Spectre. I mean,
OD feels a little bit slow, though. I know, I know that, you know, skill-wise, it's definitely very good counters to what Quincy Crew has, but the entire tempo is just way too slow. I think you want Sven to be the one farming, and you want another hero that can move around the map and create something that happens, and also mirror the movement of Kunkka as well.
Like a Void Spirit, maybe?
Yes, probably the Spirit heroes. There's not a lot left, though. Only the Void Spirit that's in the pool.
Yeah.
And you see the Quincy Crew, they're very smartly, they banned out the Pugna as well before picking the Spectre. So they know they're taking away all the heroes that can push the tempo. For fun, they themselves banned out the last track. So not a lot of good heroes that can be at the mid to push the tempo for fun. So I wonder what other heroes they are going for. Maybe like a Monkey King against the Kunkka.
You could if you really want to destroy him.
But Quincy can always flex the Viper too is the mid, right? I love this hot spec coming from Quincy Crew.
Yeah. So that's ET plus Spectre. You see Tusker plus Viper. That's a difficult lane to deal with. Even with Sven, like you might actually force Sven to go for an early point in Warcry just to deal with a tag team. Chen is not good enough to deal with Tusk either. Those units don't really help. It's a really good pickup to keep putting the pressure in the laning stage particularly. Yeah, what about a DP here for fun? Or is the Viper just a bit too scary here if they flex it?
Oh, actually, I like DP way more than the Monkey King. I think DP is one of the better heroes, of course, to push towers, to push out the tempos, and also DP should fare pretty well against Kunkka or Viper on the mid lane. And it's always the 50-50 hero, right? That we want to pick when you want a stable gameplay. Oh,
there's the OD.
All right, that's very good call.
I told you, dude. I know my teams. It's the OD.
Yep, you do.
I mean, I agree with you that the pick is a bit slower, and there is that point. I don't think you were wrong in your analysis at all, but it is a really good hero against most of Quincy crew. You cannot flex Viper or Konka against OD because he beats both of them. One more than the other, but still beats both of them, right? And I think also something that for fun a lot of teams are identifying is that if you cancel Quinn, if you don't let him have a game at all, especially early in the laning stage, Quincy crew tends to struggle because he's their biggest space creator. And I think they're trying to go for that. They understand the importance of Quinn in this lineup.
Yeah, that's true. Well, OD, although he's slow, but he's still very effective in this game. He'll be able to like what you say, try to sabotage the gangs that Queen is trying to make on the side lanes, and they can always just fall back to the late game as well. Swan's late game is not as bad anymore with the Agonist build and also the Silver Age build as well for Spectre or for the Viper. So I definitely can see For Fun going late game and still going 50-50 with Quincy Cruz draft. So I think a lot comes down to the mid game, map maneuvers, map movement, and also how can they try to control the map so that either Swan or Spectre would have a slower time coming online.
Okay, so with this, we have the end of the draft. We're going to go into the in-game in a second. We do have a quick ad for you guys that we're going to show off in a second. But before we go, of course, we will like to remind all our wonderful viewers that if you guys can give us a quick follow on Twitch, and for that, of course, we always have a rhyme for this, as usual radio shows do. So, if you guys wondered how I could predict that pick of OD, just follow us on Twitch, and then you'll be able to see.
That's good.
And we are back. Hello, guys. We, of course, get the pause. These might not be South American teams, but they respect the traditions of the South American people, and therefore pause the beginning of the game. Does anyone know why? No. Does it matter? No.
The culture, man.
It's the culture, you know. You do the pause every time. Actually, the reason why they originally did it was because whenever you would log into Dota, you would lag like hell. So like it just became kind of custom. You just kind of pause the beginning of the game.
I mean, I'm starting to feel like sometimes they're pausing for you because every time you come back, they're just like, okay, we are ready, and we are ready to go once you come back. So the timing is always nice.
What can I say? They're good people. You know, I talk to them in between. I'm like, hey, Evie, can you pause for me? And he replies, who are you? Why are you talking to me? Anyway, always nice.
I'm also liking Yawa's decision to take a page out of EE's book, Double Ring of Regen on Spectre. Always very good on tanky heroes like that.
Yep. E absolutely loves this build. I've seen a lot of teams now starting to do it. I was talking to Panda yesterday, analyzing some matches, the captain from Omega, and he was telling me, he's like, yeah, I wish my teammates would do it. It's like, oh, does Mingati not do it? No. And my teammates in rank don't do it either. They're idiots. I wish they would just do it as well. This build is OP. It's super annoying. And yeah, that's what he has to say about it.
I mean, honestly, in Southeast Asia, I'm starting to see a lot more players go for this kind of build right now.
Because it's become popular, right?
Yeah, it's become popular in every single region, I feel. It's just so good. It allows you to stay on the lane. Some of the carries even go for the Ring of Terras as well if they feel like, you know, they are receiving a lot of harassment. I think SCC from eHome does particularly love to do that a lot. So definitely a good thing to see, and just very sad for all the offlane players out there. Doesn't matter how much harassment you do, all of a sudden, in a 30 seconds time, everything will just get healed up. Definitely a rather easy patch for the carries to play.
I absolutely love that sound by Mars. It is wonderful. It is so adorable to hear the god of war, you know, in Roman mythology, that's what Mars is, sing a little song, sing a little tune before he's going to war. It is the cutest thing you can imagine in Dota. That's it. That's my comment. I'm sorry. My analysis doesn't stretch that far. How does Quincy crew deal with these laning stage? Especially the mid lane is going to be really difficult for Quinn. As a Konka, what is the plan here? Do you just leave to jungle as soon as possible?
Well, honestly, a lot of people think that OD is much better than Kunkka in this lane, but it's actually not that bad, I would say.
Okay.
It feels like a 7-3 here, and for Kunkka's job, I think the
wow.
biggest.
Two denies in a row. It's
look at
oh my
that.
goodness. Oh my goodness. Quinn, the swordsmanship. Get one last one. Get another one.
It's not that bad, I'm telling you.
Oh.
But the biggest challenge really comes when Queen is when Queen is trying to make a rotation.
Yeah.
Rhea will always be there with the Astro to stop whatever he wants to do. That's the biggest challenge that Queen is going to have in this game.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Now SPG in the bottom lane, also a bit harassed. We did say that you did think that Elder Titan was enough to cover the Spectre, but I do think that Mars Marana has a lot more kill potential than the Spectre. Like, if you make a misstep, especially at level 3 for Marana and Mars, it can be a very difficult lane for both SVG and UR.
Yeah, that's true. When you're playing Elder Titan, you always want to just man up and punch your enemy out of the lane, but whenever you do that, Rex will always just spear you out and then the arrow will come. So sneaking though.
Taking the range creep there as a freebie. Okay,
and
so we...
Yep.
Yeah.
He took the range creep, immediately get to 6, leaped out. That was well calculated.
Now, my good friend, what about the top lane? Now, we've gone through the other lanes. What do you think? Can the Chen and the Sven fare against the Viper Tusk, or is this lane just a bit too difficult for Sven?
I feel like this lane is gonna be really free for Viper, but not that bad for Eternal and BSL. Ooh, as you said.
Yeah, Moo could be in trouble. Nice Stormhammer though. Envy's like, hey, get out of here! Don't feed them gold. I'm supposed to be farming, not you.
That's
and
the
Moo got a
purge
purge
as well.
Yep. Very, very important. You can't purge off tag team, by the way, guys, but it is pretty useful to slow down the Tusk regardless. The best way to slow down or to stop the Tusk from being effective is to slow them down, either his attack speed or his movement speed, and that way his tag team is not that effective.
Yeah, you can see that Lalis is always constantly spamming an antitoxin to push out the lanes, which means that the Eternal will be just having a lot of time getting his CS under the tower. It should be pretty decent for him. It's just that Viper, it's just a trade lane. Both of these cores are just going to trade. But Chen, on the other hand, is the one that will be having a little bit of pressure here. He doesn't want to misstep too much, otherwise you just get punished once again by MSS and Lalis.
That's true. Chen has to be really careful this lane. He has to... I mean, he's taking some good creeps. I think the Vol Assassin or the Ghost are pretty decent in the small camp, you know, to get early, because they do a fair amount of harassment. You know, he's not doing too badly. He got some good creep RNG. But as long as Envy is farming, I don't think he has too much difficulty this lane, as you mentioned, right? Viper is farming, but so is Sven, so is For Fun really that concerned here?
Not really. Yeah. I'm just not sure if Lalis really wants to keep spamming Antitoxin.
Okay. You think it's wrong because they're giving a lot of farm as Sven under the tower?
Yeah, not that it's wrong, but they're missing out a lot of opportunities to harass Internet Envy. I think he probably wants to control the lane and then have MSS just run up to Sven and tag team him down. At least to make sure that he's not always at the full HP. Because if you look at Sven, he's already having 17 last hits, top on the net worth, and he's full HP now. So there's literally zero harassment coming out from the killing duels, Viper and Tusk. They should be looking to pressure much more onto the Internet Envy here.
Because the reason why you do this Nether Toxin thing is that, especially in the mid lane, as when I've seen it, right, is you Nether Toxin and you use Poison Attack's Orb Effect to attack him under tower, and the tower doesn't aggro to you. So you can just Orb Effect, and completely ignore the tower from hitting you. And you quote-unquote dive, right, while creeps near you. But when you're playing this with another support in the lane, when you're playing this with Chen nearby, it's also going to be healing the Sven. It's much more difficult. It could be that Lelis just thinks that there's no chance of him harassing the Sven, so they go for a kill potential like here. Exactly, nice Ice Shards. Envy is forced to use a Stormhammer. And now Chen's going to have a difficult time healing him back to full, right? If you only harass him a bit under tower, it might not be as effective. But harassing him like this, when you're mistaking him, when you're, punishing every single time he makes a positioning mistake, it might be what Lelis is trying to do instead, right? Threaten kills as opposed to harassment.
Yep. Another thing is they probably want to play to their level advantage as well. Okay. Whenever Lelis is doing this, he's always constantly pushing out wave, means that the level advantage of this duo will be always higher than the For Fun's safe lane. So whenever MSS hits to the level 3 or level 4 timing with 3 spells or 2 levels on tag team, they are much more stronger than For Fun. So maybe that's what they are looking for here. That's why Lelis is always pushing on the mid. The wave.
Sorry guys, we actually missed SVG and went back to middle. But yeah, SVG was playing super aggressively in this bottom lane. And as I mentioned, they have a lot of kill potential on Mars plus Mirana, so it's very difficult to get away. They hit him with an arrow to finish him off there. But Ryoya in the middle lane, as you mentioned, actually not winning by that much. He has more denies than Konka for sure, but the last ones are actually relatively equal for Ryoya. So he's not actually crushing the Konka as much as you say people expect in this lane.
Yep.
That's a really good torrent, dude. That was a great guess by Quinn.
Cool.
I also think that's partially because Quinn is an incredible player, though. He's actually making this matchup even look... Like, he's not looking like a 7-3 matchup. It's looking more like a 50-50 matchup, honestly.
Yeah, actually Kunkka versus OD is not that bad because of the type bringer of Kunkka.
Yeah.
He can always be able to harass the OD out a lot, and OD has been buying a couple of stuff so far. Whereas Queen, he smartly went for the bottle, so he doesn't have to spend too much gold onto wasting every single salve. He also can control the power room much better as well. Look at Ryoya, the harassment that he received. Oh, the arrow though. He's perfectly onto Queen.
But they ignore him for now. They don't really have enough damage. Ryoya, though. Here's the Ice Shard. Ryoya does have the Astral Imprisonment ready. In 2 seconds, needs to avoid it. Use it in time. Oh no, the stomp is perfectly timed. SVG set up for that ghost ship. Well played. I don't know if they had the cooldown of Astral Imprisonment, like in their mind. They were calculating that, but that was very impressive. That was very impressive.
Yep, that stun was really crucial in helping him land this kill. And killing OD always feels good because OD is a hero that he has to farm the entire early game. This is not a hero that you want to be moving around, and with this kill, Kunkka will be able to force OD to kind of stay mid to recover so that he doesn't have the TP to counter the movement of Kunkka anymore. So this is a very good 60-second window for Queen to make something.
Is going to die up top. SVG with another good stomp this time. Let's not forget that stomp at level 1 deals 140 damage because they both deal 70 damage, right? Both magical and physical. Quite strong. And then you pile that with a poison attack. It was impossible for Sven to get away. Chen was a bit too far and doesn't have the mech just yet. Mu has actually retired completely to jungle to farm that mech as soon as possible. Do you think this is the correct choice, or do you think he should be laning with Sven more?
I definitely want him to lane against lane with the Sven more. I think this is where Quincy Crew is starting to put a lot of pressure onto for fun. They know that they have already kind of win this mid lane, and forcing OD to just play for himself right now, because OD is not going to mirror Kunkka's movement right now. He's only level 6. He wants to stay on the lane as much as possible, and also at the meanwhile, Sven is already completely retreated back to the jungle. So this is going to be a super slow game, and this is why I really worry about this. Yes, I don't like the OD at all because of this. It's so slow.
Yeah, he's a very slow hero. It's part of the reason why he's never picked these days, because OD is actually very similar to like a TA, quote-unquote. Their win conditions from the mid lane, and that's not very popular these days as much. At least TA can play quick, OD a bit more difficult. Nice Astral. Very good play there by Snake. He's like, hey, Astral me, please, please, please. And he's going to be just fine for now. Brax has a lot of weight on his shoulders because he's the best space creator that 4Fun has. How can he rotate, take advantage of this early game lead that he's gotten?
Well, he's also the only one that has some decent farm, but before going to that, Mu on the top lane, once again, you get punished by the 3-man unit coming from Quincy Crew.
Yeah, he went back to the lane when there was no Sven, right? Because he's trying to create some space and farm up some experience here, right, in the dead lane. But it's, of course, very dangerous for Chen to do that. So it's normal for him to die. So, can you tell me about the Mars, though? How does Brax move around this map to make sure that this game can elongate itself?
I think first of all, he probably needs a nice power rune and get lucky with that.
Okay.
And second thing is he has to start making move by making a counter initiation. But it's also hard because he doesn't really want to move away from this bottom lane, because this is the only lane that 4Fun has that can give them a bit of some free farm. So if he leaves here and go to the top lane, he's gonna risk himself dying. And if that happens, then they give away such a huge lane towards Quincy Crew. So they don't really want to have that. So the only thing that can happen here is that 4Fun make a rotation towards the Mars. They don't want the Mars to be moving. They want to make a move to the Mars. But they don't have the hero to do that, though. It's only Snake King could do that.
That's the problem, right? You have one of your supports, which is the Chen, which kind of relies on winning the game and pushing and putting pressure from there, right? You don't really gank on this hero, mostly. If you get lucky with some creeps, maybe, but you're right. Like, Quincy Crew is playing all over the map, and 4Fun is trying to play as defensively as possible. It really is only the Mars that can push down this bottom lane. And it seems like we're going for a tower trade now, but Chen has some creeps here to prevent that from happening easily.
Yeah, but I'm liking the decision that Brax is staying at this bottom lane. He's trying to... Oh, wait,
yeah,
mid lane
middle lane.
Ryoya?
They caught Ryoya. He's way advanced here. Let's see if they can turn this into a kill. Quinn is coming by. X marks the spot. Triggers. We do have a torrent ready, but he guesses incorrectly. However, tag team will end up finishing off Ryoya. He tried his best to get rid of MSS, but the tag team still affects you even if you are in Astral Imprisonment, much like Battery Assault works. So it's not going to be enough to stop him.
Really good dual rotation coming out from Quincy Crew. I love the fact that the two supports are always sticking together to make something happen, because they know that like right now the both of for fun scores are going to be farming in the jungle as efficiently as they can. That's why they are always making a move together, and they're so tanky too. So whenever things go south, they can always just rely on the Echo Storm or the Ice Shot to get themselves back to safety. Very good pressure and harassment coming out from the two supports. 10 minutes catapult timing. They definitely, Quincy Crew definitely wants to get either the top tier 1 tower or the mid tier 1 tower.
Yeah, top tower is definitely going to fall right now, which is easy. But of course, as you mentioned, the middle tower is the most important one, I would say, right? Top tier 1, you can trade that easily. You can still invade the enemy jungle a bit, but it's when you control the mid tier 1 that you can start invading the triangle. And we see exactly that's where Sven is farming, because he knows this is the only safe place on the map right now for fun. What is the item timings here for Envy? Like, what is the moment when Envy can sort of join fights? Because some Svens do it at small power peaks this game.
Yeah, some Swans do it at the Aqua Saber peak. Some Swans do it at the Aqua Saber plus S and Y. Depends on what is the item that Eternal Enemy is going for now. But Eternal Enemy has always been the active carry kind of player.
Yes.
He's always looking for something to happen. He's not the one that is going to just AFK in the jungle and make things happen. That's why they are making a move right now with the Moonlight Shadow. Yeah, ward.
Yeah.
It's a little bit too far though.
Snaking is actually kind of in trouble as SVG is chasing after him. Quinn is running. He's like, guys, I got face boots. I'm almost there. But impossible. They decide not to go for the kill on Brax either. I like it though. For Fun is doing exactly what you were mentioning earlier, right? They're playing very much around that bottom lane, which they know is the safest one, and defending the mid lane in the meantime. Like, for example, right now, we have one stomp. There's the slow from the creep. Can they body block Quinn? They are! Good body block here from the Chen, but Quinn is a bit too limber and will be able to get away. Also, he has phase boots, so that body block was impressive, but is limited in what it can do. You needed 2 centaurs there to really get the kill.
Yep, unfortunately there's no Blink Dagger from Mars. He opted for the early use Scepter to set up kills for him. It's okay, I think.
I like it better just because of the existence of the Kunkka this game.
Yep.
Because actually, not just the Kunkka, the Viper too, who has Rod of Atos. Like, because you can use it, like, Yules can be defensive and offensive, I like it a bit better, right?
Yeah, it's just that you're lacking a little bit of the surprise element where you can just blink in an Arena of Blood, but snaking on this.
Yeah, he's out of leaps. They don't really need to root him. He's gonna die no matter what. They even used the Viper Strike there. Okay, Lilith really hates snaking. It's only a support kill, but he is one of the few people that can actually rotate and create kills this game. Everyone else in For Fun is just busy farming right now.
Yeah, they have no playmaker right now. I mean, Mars is one, but it's tough for him to use the use combo to combo down anyone, because Quincy Crew, they are always sticking with a multiple unit. Like you see MSS and SVG, they are always working in together as a unit. So it's hard for you to get a pick off from the use of the combo, and they're making a move towards bottom lane. Brax.
Brax, yeah, there's the snowball. He has a Yule still, doesn't use it just yet. He's saving it for a potential Sven initiation. Never mind, he's saving it for next life. No point in using the Yules there and accomplishing nothing. That makes sense. You could have wasted more time. I think Brax can try to waste more time right now as you're getting a lot of farm for your heroes, but it's still a 1k difference in favor of For Fun, right? Just because of Envy's farming patterns.
Yeah, Envy is farming really well right now. But Quincy Crew.
But look at that. That's discipline, right? Not taking the final hit on the golem, because he knew if he stayed there even a second longer, the X marks the spot would have hit him.
Yeah, very good discipline now, because Sven knows that he's the one guy that could not afford to die here. He has to maintain this perfect farming efficiency. Otherwise, once any cores from For Fun drops, is easily converted into a tower for Quincy Crew here. But they have to play really carefully. That's why you see sneaking as the Mirana. He's always running into Quincy's Crew jungle, trying to distract themselves from both OD and Swen, because he knows how slow his dual cores are. he has to buy time just by throwing in bodies, and that's not of course that's not the best way to do it, but they don't have any other way to create space.
Yeah, I mean, this. I don't think it's that bad though. I mean, especially considering their lineup is slow but much more powerful. We were saying that Quincy was trying to go for the late game, but now with an OD, that late game kind of stabilizes much more for fun. You have a good damage source against a Spectre at any point in the game. Talking about OD, by the way, he just got his first big item, which is the Blink Dagger. Can you fight with just a Blink Dagger? Probably not.
Yeah, it's more like a repositioning item that you can just extra yourself and then blink out from the combos of QC.
Moo in trouble. Ice shards. Oh, he's like, okay, these are the perfect ice shards. I literally cannot do anything. Finally moves away, but he's X'd. Moo probably sacrificing his life here. Still has Hand of God, but even if he uses it, he's most likely going to fall. Moo, what are you gonna do? You're wasting a bit of time, but losing the zoo here actually matters a fair amount, and this means that Quincy can take your mid tower. A big deal, because as you can see, Envy's already prepared for this, and he's farming the enemy jungle because he can no longer farm his own triangle. However, he finds a stack here. Okay, Envy.
That's good.
That's very good.
Yeah. Well, I like that. I like that he's going for the BKB and X and not the Aghanim's, because he definitely needs the magic immunity for him to man out in team fight. Otherwise, he won't be able to inject damage, and no other items matters at all. So far, Mars, like you mentioned, he's the only one that can make plays. Oh, mid lane. Blink. That's why you buy the Blink Dagger.
That is exactly why.
Yes.
Yep, it's a really strong combo. Yes, we know he has Blink Dagger. Brax, he's going to try to initiate anyway with that Arena of Blood. The Hand of God will save him from Yawar, and he is going to barely survive for now. Ice Shards, the Snowball as well. Brax doesn't have the Yule Scepter, just has to outrun it. Unfortunately, the Snowball is a bit too quick, and Brax will have to die. Lelis on a mega kill streak because he also took Snake King's life in the backlines. And Lelis, we haven't really spoken about him, but he has been dominating this whole game in terms of net worth. Third in net worth, only second really in this team to Quinn by 100 gold. He has Boots of Travel to make sure that he can push as fast as possible and they can't get split pushed by for fun. He's looking good. Talk about split pushing, Envy's trying that in the bottom lane. Went a bit too far, they want to punish him. He doesn't have a TP. Envy, what? He doesn't have a TP, there's no way you're surviving this.
Yeah, even if he has a TP, he's gonna be there anyways.
Yeah, I don't know what the point of the play there was.
I like the fact that Lelis is going for the Lure of Athos and not finishing the Vessel first. Like, having the Boost of Travis plus Lure of Athos really helps him a lot in controlling the pace of the game, and meanwhile, top lane, Ryoya. Can he do the same trick once again? Seems like he can. There's nothing. I shot a little bit late to stop the Blink Dagger. That is tough though.
Moo. There's help another Toxin. BKB. Ryoya coming by. The Atos. Moo is dying to the poison alone. Very simple. Brax though. Gets rid of MSS for now. We do have an arrow that will stun MSS, and that ensures they can't continue this aggression. I mean, if Moo's the only one that's dying and his Zoo stays alive, I think it's kind of fine. It's not really that big a deal here for fun.
Yeah, the thing is, you haven't seen for fun trying to fight back at all. It's just Moo running away, Mirana trying to run away from all the gangs, and whenever any one of them get touched on, no one else from Fun is trying to help them at all.
Yeah.
So it's all about the BKB timing on Swen right now. He's the only damage dealer right now in the team, of course, except for Mars. But there's a lot of good ways for Quincy Crew to survive all the damage coming out from the Mars. And Spectre, of course, he has got a quiet game and he's slow. He's getting all the tanky items right now. Blade Mill, Manta Style going to complete very soon. For fun, they are already struggling so hard from the 4-man unit of Quincy Crew. Once the Spectre come online, I wonder how are they going to fare well and deal with this Spectre.
It's one of the best advantages of the Spectre in general, right? She is considered a really strong late game hero, and she certainly is, but if you have a team that's equipped for it, you can go for the Manta style build, and you can join in many fights early as well. And both Kunkka and Viper are fantastic for doing this and taking advantage of that hunt. For Fun themselves are also getting close to reaching their itemization, or their big items, right? We almost have BKB on Sven, which is a big point of inflection, and we also have Force Staff on Ryoya now. Not bad, extra mobility. He's going for a very old OD build, back when he used to be played as the main carry from the mid lane.
Yeah, this is a utility OD that, it's all about saving, it's all about split pushing and saving yourself. So we haven't seen him use any Sanity Eclipse just yet. In fact, he's not the kind of OD that can do any damage to Spectre or the Viper or the Kunkka. Yeah, he's not the carry killer. he's only there just to save you from the Kunkas combo. I'm not sure if this is the. I mean, this seems like the best way to deal with what Quincy Crew have proposed here. It's just that I don't know if this is the best strategy to fare up against the Spectre lineup coming from Quincy Crew.
We'll see, because the Manta Cell is about to come out, so we'll see if they are capable of taking kills now with that. Lilith is even going for his own BKB as well. Like, we're just waiting now for like maybe 2-3 minutes until Quincy Crew starts pressing on that gas pedal. And for fun, maybe could do something here to stop it. I mean, they're really close on Blink Dagger on Brax. That might be a good initiation item. They might consider going for like a smoke here to try to surprise Quincy Crew before they're ready. But their timings are just a bit slower than Quincy Crew's. And they can't really do much about that. If you fight now, you're going to fight at disadvantage here.
Yep. And you can see that Quincy Crew, they're being very disciplined right now. They know that they are approaching their big items, the BKBs, especially a dual core BKB. So they are playing a little patience. They're just pushing wave to buy time for them to keep the timing. And they also want to match the Swan BKB timing as well. So all of a sudden, this Swan's biggest peak of the game gets completely mirrored by the item timing from Quincy Crew as well.
Let's see, MSS finds Moo, just dewarding here. Honestly, he's happy to die as long as... Oh, he's going to lose the Zoo as well this time. Not great. Yeah, they have a Force Staff to help him. In addition to the Ask for Imprisonment, for now, Moo seems like he's going to survive. No, they don't even waste the Force Staff on him. He's just a support. Moo's like, please, guys, please, someone Force Staff me. But OD decided that it was not worth it. Moo is just going to die. Okay, I think he could have lived genuinely if they just force-stabbed him a bit earlier, but I guess they didn't care. Maybe they were afraid that OD would be in a bad position, and they didn't want to lose OD for sure. But now you're selling the Roshan. Like, there's no way that you can take Roshan without the healing that Moo provides, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. This is not the Roshan fight that you can contest at all.
No.
Like, even if Moo is available, I don't think they want to contest this. Because you don't have the BKB yet. Alright, BKB is... Okay, BKB is online. Okay. But they're a little bit too late.
Yeah, with the Aegis. With the Aegis is really, really tough. We have the Echo Stomp stopping the Sven right now. And how do you deal with this Aegis? Are you going to try to... Is it possible for fun, taking advantage of the Blink Dagger on Mars, can go for like a pick-off here? I mean, they already have they have Moonlight Shadow. They should be pretty good at... I mean, they don't have it right now, but they will have it in 80 seconds.
They can definitely do that. But they also want to think to themselves, how can they take the next fight smartly?
Yeah.
I think with the Blink Dagger on Mars, you probably want to look to spear someone back into a bad position, then you clean up him really fast before Quincy can react to that. Because if you just jump in and take the traditional 5-on-5 team fight, it's not going to be good for fun. Because Swan is going to fight into the dual BKB coming out from Quincy Crew plus the Aegis on Spectre. No, it's not going to be a good fight for the Swan to take. They have to play this smart.
Well, we'll see as Konka is brought back thanks to his X marks the spot. Moo trying to go for that pipe, by the way. He's almost completed. Not a bad optimization by Moo. He's actually helping his team a lot to survive these team fights. That is not happening right now because Quincy Crew, they're just waiting for the BKBs, like you said. Like they really are not interested in fighting. They have a BKB on Konka, which is fine, but Lilith is close to his as well. He's like 1,600 gold away. Okay, they find the OD with the X marks the spot. Torrent, well set up actually, but Ryoya, oh, okay, just walks off it. That seemed like it should have hit. It did not hit. Doesn't matter. Brax already wasted that Blink Dagger. He's starting to reposition himself. That's a good stomp. Quinn setting up for the Torrent. Nice Astro by Ryoya to prevent this combination. SOD is doing so much overtime. They still catch snaking, but he has a Yule Scepter, and that'll help him get rid of that X marks the spot.
Okay, that's a lot of answers. Oh, Brax.
Oh, that Arena of Blood. Yeah, catches SVG. They want to get rid of this ET. The arrow is not even necessary as the OD is starting to really chunk people down. He has the Hurricane Pike ready. It's a big, big item for OD generally. And MV is going for Silver Edge, by the way, this game. No Ags just yet.
Yeah, they need some sort of ways to deal with this Spectre and Viper.
This kill on Yawar would be huge. Just spear him to the wall. Ryoya starts hitting. There's all the TPs. Well, can they do it in time? Yawar tries to avoid one of the hits from Ryoya. What? He used that Sanity's Eclipse because he thought the Spectre didn't die, but he just lost the Aegis, and now Ryoya lost his ultimate, and he can't get away. He stayed too much. Ryoya. Two mistakes, one after another. Overstaying is welcome. And then, of course, using that Sanity's Eclipse unnecessarily, thinking the Spectre wasn't dead. He got confused by the Aegis. Snaking in trouble. He also gets Rod of Atos. And that's going to be another hero to die. Quincy Crew has the team fight set up for them now.
Yeah, he didn't want to drop the Sanity Eclipse at first, but he also was very unsure that how much damage he could do to the Spectre. And Spectre very well using the Manta Style to confuse Ryoya, and Ryoya thought that he hasn't died yet, so he dropped the Sanity Eclipse at the last. It was a big waste though, because he was holding that as long as possible so that he could fight for the next one. Brax on the
He BKBs. Now Walrus Punch though. Envy forgot
Oh, God.
completely about the existence of a Tusk, who also has Blink Dagger, while Lelis gets rid of Brax in the backlines. Now this is starting to look dire for Fun, as they, well, they just don't have any options here. They're getting killed like this. They can't spread out this much. Quincy Crew is going to dominate this mid game just by the virtue of their lineup. They have much stronger heroes 25 minutes in.
Yeah, it's just nature of the heroes combination here from both teams.
Oh,
This is
Ryoya.
not.
Can you kill him? Quinn is just playing around with him. Oh no. He was expecting a torrent there. He got jebaited. And the torrent guesses exactly where he's going to blink. Quinn.
Queen, what a player.
Yeah, right. Gee, I was not even expecting that. I thought he was going to torrent after the Astral, but I guess not. MSS
snaking?
though? Yeah. They're going to find snaking, and I don't think snaking can make it out. That tag team a bit too strong. Braxton Moo defending this tower, but on the high ground is looking a bit dangerous for them as well. We do have X and Extra Vision. They're killing the Zoo for Moo for now. And they want to go for Moo next. Can they stomp him though? They're going to let him go for now, as they instead take the tower.
Yeah, this is Quincy Crew definitely super comfortable here. They're just showing off their personal skill right now. Both MSS and Queen are just dialing on for fun right here. And also they're instantly making a big smoke. They are utilizing this Observer Ward. Ryoya?
Astral. They stop Ryoya again. And your team has to come help you. Moo has a bit of healing with the Hand of God. They're trying to create some space. Moonlight Shadow, but I don't think they can heal Ryoya in time. He has to Blink Dagger himself away. Even Nether Toxin doesn't work. Okay, that Blink Dagger is giving him so many escapes.
Yeah, the nice arrow from Sneaking as well was the key that saved him. MSS on it, meanwhile, he's a little bit greedy on the snowball usage. Didn't really want to use the snowball until he could confirm a kill.
Yeah, now they're gonna fight actually though. Going for the Viper first. The Viper will fall in a matter of seconds. MSS also dies here as the Cleave gets both kills at the same time. Spectre did not have Haunt, and they were not really looking to fight that just yet. And for Fun, seems like they got some free kills there, honestly, in the middle lane. Because if your team is not looking to fight that, then why are you standing so confidently, right?
And Swan, this is only the glimpse of how much damage he could do when he has the opportunity. So basically, they definitely still want to play a bit safer, because Eternami can still be very crazy with the damage. He has the Silver Age up already, so there's the answer to both Viper and the Spectre.
Yeah.
It's not over yet though. Despite them losing so much on the map control, 17-4, they're only down by 1k so far.
Yeah, that OD wasted a bunch of time. With a constant Astral Blink combo, he got away from 2 ganks from Quincy Crew, which is a bunch of wasted time for them. And now, you know, that gave him a lot of leeway here. I'm kind of hoping Ryoya considers the Axe this game as well, because I feel like the Astral is so valuable.
Oh yeah, definitely. He definitely wants the Axe too.
Right? Especially with the build he went for a full mobility. You already have enough damage, right? You don't really need more damage on an OD.
Yeah, the thing is, he probably thinks that Aghanis is a bit overkill. He probably wants to go for another damage item.
Oh,
we'll
so
see
like
though.
Shivas or Hex, for example.
Yeah, or even the BKB is something that he could consider as well.
BKB is a good idea too, I agree. He has Enchanted Quiver though, my goodness. Every good item on the OD. Enchanted Quiver, one of the best items on this hero.
Ryoya has to be really careful at the bottom side. There's a big smoke coming from Quincy Crew.
Yeah, don't get cocky. Oh, he just wasted his Astral. Can they get him in the next 11 seconds? I don't think so. Blinks TPs. Han to get him.
There's
They have
a net.
clumsy net. Well played, Yawar. Wanted to punish this. There's no Astral, and they knew. Yeah, they might have used the Haunt for this, but they get a really valuable kill. And now MV sees his opportunity. They know that they know that the enemy carry, Yawar, is in the bottom lane, so they can just fight this. Brax get a kill here on SBG. That's the use of the God Strength and the Arena Blood. And Brax might still fall. Blink Dagger in 3 seconds, tries to TP, but the X marks the spot will bring him back. Snowball, regardless, stopping him. And Brax has no chance of surviving this. Poor offlaner, thought he could do something. Instead, losing his life. Envy is going to try to take an outpost right now with God Strength still activated.
What?
He has to run away. He's fighting against MSS. He's stronger than MSS. Here comes the Viper with a lot of Atos. They just want to try to kite him Envy has the Greater Fairy Fire, but that's going to work. Nope, not with a Stormhammer like that. They have a sentry laid down as well. They've dusted him. Envy has no way to escape. Wants to kill Tusk. Walrus Punch prevents that. The Ice Shards as well. Envy is going to die. Snaking trying his best, trying to catch up to MSS, but it's not going to work either. And that's 2 deaths from 4Fun attempting to get a kill on a support Tusker.
And also trying to get back the outpost as well. Is that even worth it? I don't think so. I don't think you would ever want to trade your own life or risk your own life trying to get the outpost as a core. Very good punishment coming from Quincy crew. And of course, once again, the BOT on Viper really paid dividends here. I love this BOT coming out from Viper. The fact that he will be able to just fix lane, you know, fix all the speed push coming out from both OD or Mars or the Piranha, and then get back to the team immediately. And of course, with the Atos, you always will be able to play with the Horn of Spectre to have the global presence to punish the speed pushers.
It seems like 4Fun is starting to lose the plot a bit here, desperately trying to go for plays, and because of that, they're starting to lose people that they shouldn't really be losing, right? The idea of trying to take this late game with the OD and Sven and trying to compete against Spectre only works if you guys are equal farm. If the OD's falling behind like this, and the Sven is also behind the Spectre right now, you're not going to be able to kill her in time.
Queen trying to make something happen, but Eternal Heavy.
Okay, can this work, Quinn? That's BKB. He's like, yeah, sure, dude. What you think was going to happen? Envy got Chipeta yet again. The ghost ship will hit, and he has to force the BKB. However, Quinn's is about to expire. Got a bit too cocky here. Yol Scepter used offensively, wasting the Stormhammer. Not the best to place here. Who used it there? It was Snaking. Didn't even set up for the arrow. There's the X marks the spot, trying to catch up to Brax. The Honda's been ready. Are they going to go for the backlines or for Brax first? Seems like they're concentrating on Envy. Brax trying to tank as much as he can as they control Envy at the same time. Nice snowball there. Envy is fighting against everyone using the high ground advantage, but they're all melee, so they don't miss any of the attacks, and Envy will just die. Yol Scepter by Snaking, trying to survive. They slow him down regardless. He's out of leap charges. There's no way Snaking is getting out of here.
It's a tough game for Sven to carry, man. There's so many ways to kite the Sven around with Quincy Crew's hero, and then most importantly, Sven don't really want to play with a lineup that has no damage output except for him. Because if you look at 4Fun's hero, they have no heroes that can deal damage. It's only the Sven. So Quincy Crew, all they have to do is kite the Sven around, and they will never die.
The OD fell behind too much. He has a lot of damage, but you have to keep up. That's why OD's never played these days, because he's just a win condition from the mid lane, and to secure the farm for him is so difficult. And when you have to play that kind of like space creator role and constantly try to avoid team fights, he just fell behind. It's not really his fault. Someone had to do it. Mars couldn't, so it had to be the OD.
This is just how the meta works right now. You don't want to.
Yep.
That's why you don't even see many TAs right now in this current meta, because you always want your mid hero to be able to roam around, to utilize the power and timings, and to make something happen for your carry. It's tough to play the game when you don't have anyone that is running around the map, and all your cores are just farming in the jungle. It's just way too tough right now.
And the best example of it as well is the fact that even when you do see a TA in the meta, they always go Blink Dagger first, right?
Yes.
Never Des later. Even in the most slowest games, you still have the Blink Dagger first to be able to create space, which shows how weak it is to have a win condition mid. Lelis, he was bursted in a matter of seconds. There's the damage you were looking for. Ghost Ship used as well, Earth Splitter. On top of that, nice Astral to save this Fan from some damage. Quinn, not sure if he wants to fight this. They don't have Lelis anymore, but Tusk is an Aghanim Scepter? Alright, that one is actually a good pick, because I was never going to expect that. He has the Walrus kick here.
Just more ways to kite Eternal Heavy around.
Right. The Spectre has Haunt in 4 seconds. Might consider it. She's back to base because Yawar is looking to Haunt in a second. Just recovering some mana. They might look to counter-initiate this if 4Fun overextends. Beautiful stomp, though, by SVG.
God Strength is wearing off now.
There's the Spear of Mars. Does hit. But the Haunt is ready, like I was mentioning, and Spectre's full HP. This goes back in. The protective is Brax. Seems like a hard kill for Yawar. They're hunting after MSS. A lot of healing. And MSS surviving for now. Beautiful stomp with the Torrent. The snowball to set up, but a nice Spear of Mars will put Yawar against the wall. Envy, however, is not able to deal enough damage to kill the Spectre any longer. Walrus Punch controls him. The break might help, but there's a Basher on Spectre that will guarantee the kill on Envy. They Walrus Punch Ryoya away, or Walrus Kick Ryoya away, as they deal with the other core that is Brax. Brax is forced to blink. There's a snowball though. Now going for Ryoya. Ryoya might deal a lot of damage just playing around with him. He has no time to hurt them. And the Blink Dagger is completely useless there. Finally killing the Tusk, which was very annoying, but Quinn can still get the X marks the spot. They bring him back to murder him as Lelis searched after Mu and got those extra 2 kills. GG, well played, called by For Fun. They give up. This late game is impossible, and Quincy will take the first game of the series.
You knew that they are done with this game when Swen, without his God Strength, he was still trying to make something happen.
Yeah.
You knew, we all knew that it was just a last Hail Mary fight for fun there. I still not the biggest fan of this OD pick. I know it's really great against Kunkai and whatnot, but just not the hero that you need to pick for the Swen. You need to play for the Swen, not Swen playing for you.
I agree. I think that the logic behind the OD pick, I think, made sense. It's a good counter to the majority of the enemy team.
Yes.
But I think when you pick the OD in that situation, it's very similar to TA. Even when you pick TA because it's a counter, you still build Blink because you want to play your fast, right? When I've seen ODs these days, you sometimes build Ags because that's a great space creation item and allows you to farm faster. You sometimes build like Blink BKB as opposed to Hurricane Pike. No, straight into the BKB so you can fight as soon as possible, right? You have to itemize to make sure that your game is as fast as possible because otherwise OD is just unplayable, as you said. And they didn't particularly do that. So even if the OD pick was already a difficult pick to play with, they played him as if this game was going to go to minute 55, and that was not going to happen. And that's why OD started to fall off. Quincy did play a bit passively, which I understand the idea behind it, but they didn't play. They're not going to play passive for the whole game, right? There's a point where they're going to start attacking you as well.
Yep. They're just all they have been waiting for is just for Spectre to get his item to come online, and then you immediately look at them just running around the map with 5 men and trying to get any kills that they can.
Yep.
And of course, very disciplined game, very safe play by Quincy Crew, but they also demonstrate the strength of their draft. They know exactly what's the weakness of For Fun, and they exploited them. So very well deserved victory here for Quincy Crew.
Well, that, guys, we are going to be going into the next match of the day between Quincy and For Fun. Let's see if For Fun can recover and continue their tradition of tying with every single team in the world because they can't seem to get 2-0s. They've gotten 1 2-0 this whole tournament, and they've gotten 0-2'd once in this tournament, and everything else has been ties. You know, For Fun. Always the kings of consistency. Let's see if they can do it against Quincy in the second match, or if Quincy will continue to dominate against them, because this was a very clean execution by Quincy. Very impressive performance. If you like the cast, of course, remember to follow the channel here on ePulse Gaming, as we will be casting every single Realms Collide game. We don't miss a beat. I mean, after all, we are the official English cast. And of course, if you like the casters, Leon Arthur Dota, you can see it here in the Mubot. Just click on his Twitter and go follow this wonderful man. It's been a pleasure, guys, and we'll be joining you with game number 2 very shortly. Until then. Hello and sorry. Hello and welcome once again to The Voice of the Realm. We are your nightly North American, South American Dota podcast that brings you the best North and South American games. Particularly today, we have a completely American game. Yeah. I'm kidding. I'm Spanish. I don't actually care. It's Quincy versus For Fun. It is an exciting game regardless because these two teams are at the top of their game. Recently, they've been showing some uneasy performances. Not always. A bit shaky sometimes. But we're hoping to see them back in full form very shortly. And Quincy they're currently defeating For Fun in the first match and leading 1-0 in this series. Will they be able to turn this into a 2-0, or will For Fun get their classic ties and manage to win this game number 2? We'll see shortly. My name is Mr. Alba Plus, but joined me today is not Seek and Strike. It's instead the one and only great Leon Arthur Dota.
Hi. Well, very good to be back. Are you okay, Avo?
I don't know. I feel like I'm joking on something. I don't know what I'm joking on, though.
Yeah.
I had one of the nips that we have in the studio before the game, and I guess it was just a poison one.
Oh no.
I think that's what Richie was doing, because I kept eating them, so I think Richie started poisoning them, so I would stop eating them.
That's why we're not seeing Richie anymore.
And that's why we're not seeing Richie anymore, exactly. He ate one of them
no.
as well. He made a mistake. the devious man. We have a very interesting draft in front of us for Quincy Group.
Yes.
Elder Titan and Necrophos.
Yeah, and you can tell that Eternal Envy, he wants to win. He's going for the first week special. This is the Eternal Envy special. And most importantly, they banned out the Viper this time. They banned the Viper, picked the Spectre, and Undying is out of the pool as well. So two, arguably, the better counters in this meta to Spectre is out of the pool. It looks like a pretty good Spectre game so far. But Quincy they want to punish the very greedy Spectre first pick. That's why they went for the Necrophos, one of the better heroes to deal with the Spectre too.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true, actually. One of the best heroes to lane against the Spectre in general, and great in the mid game as well. So yeah, I agree. And if you go for the lane like Necrophos ET, that's a really difficult lane for Spectre to lane against. Or if you pick any other like strong 4, for example, the Mirana like we saw earlier, also really powerful. But the Clockwork is a good idea. They usually run Clockwork on Moo, though sometimes Snaking will play it, and that's pretty decent against Necrophos.
I think they might want to consider having Clock on 4 and maybe have the Shadow Demon on 5.
Shadow Demon, interesting.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is a very good hero against Necrophos and also pretty decent against Elder Titan too, having a saving ability. And also, of course, the ultimate of Shadow Demon can always push through the Growth Shroud of Necrophos. The counter for the entire game, and also saving abilities for Reaper's Side is crucial as well. So if they have the hero pool, I think they probably want to consider that. But overall, Clockwork is a great hero against both Elder Titan and Necrophos as well. I think for fun this time, with the first phase of the draft, they managed to get the heroes that they really like, and also do pretty well against Crazy Crew.
Yeah, we'll see though, because the Spectre first pick has been kind of like a double-edged sword. For Fun likes picking it, but many times just because they pick it so early, they also have lost with it, right? And here's the second source of break, or another source of break, which is the Nyx Assassin Vendetta. There are 2 sources of break in this game, besides the Silver Edge, of course, which is of course another Toxin, and the Nyx Assassin Vendetta. And of course, you have others with Ags, like for example Doom, but like ingrained in the heroes, it's just the Nyx Assassin. So that's kind of useful. It's always a soft counter to Spectre. He's also pretty decent because especially you can deal with the Spectre really easily when she haunts. You're not an easy support to kill. You have a good control against the Spectre. It's not a bad lane, Necrophos plus Nyx Assassin. So I like the pick a fair amount. It's gonna be Amethyst as Nyx Assassin for sure.
Yeah, another thing is, besides the break that's so good against Spectre, Nyx Assassin is another hero that blocks out a lot of the INT heroes in this current meta. And we talked about this in the last game, where right now all of the mid laners that we see right now is all the spirit heroes, and Nyx Assassin is the spirit counter. Almost every single spirit heroes are afraid of Nyx Assassin, so this really shuts down a lot of the hero pool of Ryoya. Ryoya absolutely love all the spirit heroes, and there's not a lot of playmaker left in the pool that is also well against the Nyx Assassin. So very good pick overall. It's a block pick as well.
Yep. Interesting Snapfire pick, huh? Because usually Nyx Assassin is considered a pretty decent pick against Snapfire. I think nowadays that has changed a bit because people realize that Snap can still get a couple globs off before Nyx cancels you, but still, it's not like it's a good hero against Nyx.
Yeah, and right now, Snapfire mid is getting more and more popular. So a lot of the Snapfire mid that's positioned to, they don't really utilize too much on the Mortimer cases because with higher levels, your Q and W can do so much damage as well. So So I think there's a lot of reasons that Snapfire might end up at the post position 2 here for fun. I like to see that though. You rush for the Aghanim's and then you just go up, clockwise and speed him up and go for the back lines. I think that's a very good way to synergize with the Horn from Ethernet, and we then create a lot of chaos in team fight.
Void Spirit pickup here by Quincy Crew. Let's go. Jesus. That's going to be most likely their mid laner here. We talk about the Spirit Heroes that are very space creation-y. Of course, in the case of Quincy Crew, they also have a great Spirit Hero picker, which is Quinn. Void Spirit, yeah, up there. I would say that definitely Storm is probably his best, or Storm Ember are the best, but he plays a really good Void Spirit as well.
Wow.
And of course, for fun, immediately goes for the Light Strike. But again, for fun, are just picking as if Nyx does not exist, because these two heroes that just picked are pretty weak against Nyx Assassin.
Oh, exactly. They're not only weak, they're terrible against Nyx Assassin. Lasher has to force to go for BKB this time. Like yesterday's game, we saw that how Ryoya did not want to go for BKB and went for the Boost of Travel instead, and then he get heavily punished. This game is the same as well. If you don't go for the early BKB, you will get punished by both Void Spirit and Nyx Assassin. There's a lot of ways for Quincy Crew to deal with this speed pushing kind of flash track. So he has to be very careful here from Ryoya with his itemization.
Yes, he does. And the mana burn is always useful against Lashrak as well. As Lashrak, you tend to have mana problems in the early mid game, and mana burn helps a lot against that. Now, this might be a game where you actually get like 1 or 2 points in Impale, max Spike Carpus, and max mana burn instead, right? Which we have seen some Nyxers do these days, and it's very, very powerful. It's like they're ignoring the hero completely, and that's not what you can do against Nyx, honestly. He's so good when you ignore him, because you don't have a hero that can deal with him. Quincy Crew thinks that Snapfire is probably an offlaner, it seems like. It's hard to say. Like, Snapfire is 4 or 3, apparently, for Quincy. Or for fun. What could they pick here for fun? I don't think it's going to be Brax Snapfire, honestly.
The only thing is they're picking really weak hero into Nyx Assassin. They also don't have anyone that counters Necroforce as well. They don't have any. I mean, you have the last strike against Necroforce, which come in with the magical damage, but you get burst down by Nyx and Void Spirit. So that's not a really strong counter there, in my opinion. Also, another thing is that they don't have any save for Reaper side as well. So I think Snapfire might want to be on the tree so that he can rush for the Aghanims. For the mech, and then that would be some kind of. Okay, never mind. They went for a knife. So
there's your counter to both Necrophos and Nyx. He's actually really good against them because of the silence.
Good against Void Spirit as well, but But Lightstalker alone, you couldn't counter 3 heroes at once. So there's still a lot of issues that's left unsolved here for fun. Basically, they have the last pick as well, so we'll see if they can counter this pick. They don't have much time to think for their last pick though.
Yep. I was gonna say Nightstalker is also a relatively weak laner. I mean, as far as he's concerned, he can only really farm for the first 5 minutes. You don't put too much harassment. So all you need is a hero that can deal with him once it's nighttime, and Troll is perfect. With it blind, Nightstalker cannot get close to you. Dark Ascension is completely useless against a Troll. And while Nightstalker is good against Troll because you can silence him, if your job this game is to silence Troll, Void Spirit, Nyx Assassin, and Necrophos, like, okay, good job. You know, as I said, you have to counter half the team as Nightstalker. And there's no way you can do that because you have nothing to put them together. Honestly, I like Quincy Crew's lineup a lot more than for fun. I think the ignoring of the Nyx did not work well for them here.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very hard for Fran's draft to be executed well as well, because there's a lot of ways for Quincy Crew to break the chain stun coming out from for fun. And honestly, their setups are not exactly the most amazing one. You have to hook in, you have to initiate with the hook, and we have seen Mu missed quite a lot of hook yesterdays, and yet you have to utilize on Last Strike to go in first as well, which is not what Last Strike want to have most of the time. He wants to be the one that's going in to clean up, not the one to start the fight. So I do feel like Quincy Crew have a lot of answers here for what For Fun has proposed. And of course, I like the Troll Warlock against Spectre too. It's one of the heroes that can punish the greediness of the Spectre.
Well, guys, before we go right into the game as per usual, we're gonna ask you guys a little question. So here, it seems like Quincy Crew, it seems like For Fun ignored the Nyx to almost pretend like he was just a simple lich. And if you want to know what that even means, make sure to follow us on Twitch.
understand what they are
in-game.
trying to do.
Alright guys, we're back, and since we're already paused, I'm going to do a little bit more of selling myself out. And if you guys enjoy, of course, playing Dota, I'm assuming you do if you are watching this, right? Right now, ePulse is running a special community cup together with 4D. We're running 3 community cups. It's one in US East, one in Brazil, and one in the Peruvian server. And what these community cups are essentially is just like a normal cup, really. But every team that signs up increases the prize pool by $5. You're not putting that prize pool in. ePulse is doing it for you. So if you go and check the moot bot for the community cups, there should be some links going around, or you can just go to epulse.com and check out the community cups, and you'll find out how to sign up. It's very simple. You just need 5 players. You sign up to ePulse, and for every team that signs up, you get $5 extra. If 50 teams sign up, the winner will get $250. If 5,000 teams sign up, the winner will get $25,000. Can you imagine? You can actually get a prize pool like TI. Just need 250 million people to sign up, and then that would be pretty much it. So, get everyone to sign up. All they need to do is, of course, play one single match. Doesn't matter if they're good, bad, whatever. You're helping out the community, and at the same time, you might bankrupt ePulse. So, I would really recommend this. So, get your friends to sign up. Get your brothers to sign up. Get your mother and your grandmother to finally play a game of Dota. Be like, Mom, if you sign up, I can make $5 more for the family. Well, it's a great way to convince them that Dota is a career worth pursuing, my good legend friend. That said, guys, I hope you enjoyed that, a little ad. I would really appreciate it if you gave us, of course, a follow as well. And without further ado, we'll go right into the match.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this is a very risky challenge, man, from ePulse. You know, there's a lot of passionate people out there that I know that would join this tournament. So all of you out there, if you guys want to, you know, sort of bankrupt ePulse, please join.
Yeah, please, please.
Make Dota great again. Make Dota great again.
Can you imagine if we have a community cup with a bigger prize pool in this tournament? All we need is 50,000 people. It's almost there, guys. That's all we need. Yeah, because since of course each team is $5, then each person is worth $1 essentially, right? So you just need to get 50,000 people to join a Dota Cup, and that way the player base in Dota will slowly increase.
And this is how we save Dota, guys.
This is how we save Dota.
This is how we save Dota.
Literally.
And so now everybody can call themselves the savior of Dota.
Yeah, if you participate in this cup, you can literally call yourself that. I mean, money is the best incentive to get people to do things. We have found that out over many years. Hope Brax is okay, because this game he's going to have to carry his team to victory. He's really the nice stalker that has to do everything this game.
Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna silence everyone, and we win the game. Easy. I mean, for Mu, he has a lot of responsibility as well. He has to go for Elder Titan, Necroforce, Pro a lot. And it feels like every single one of them have to go for multiple hero at once to try to win the game. So it's definitely execution-wise, it's more difficult for fun to do it. And Quincy crew, their heroes are rather easy to play. You have the Echo Storm to set up teams, to set up for the Impels, and you have Void Spirit to set up with the U-Scepter as well. So there's a lot of different sources for setting up. And those are easy to use, easy to execute too.
Yeah, I agree. I would even say, like, the reason why I'm supporting Quincy by a lot is that they don't even have a difficult lineup to execute. You know, usually counters, quote unquote, to lineups are like, oh my goodness, the Nyx has to like TP at the right second and be at the right place at the right time. Not dude, he has to activate E and the game just goes his way. That's all he has to do. He literally has to press a single key. And that's very difficult to counter. Spike Carpus is one of the easiest counters to perform with. And you can kill the Leshrac while he's farming. You can kill the Spectre by hitting her just with a little break. Nyx is not that difficult to hear to play effectively if you're up against hard counters like these.
Yeah, and not only that, most of the time you want to have some instant stun or hacks to deal with the Nyx Assassin when you spot him out with Sentry, when he's coming in with Vendetta, but they do have the instant stun as well for fun. It's really just a hook from Mu, but it's also very easily countered by the Carapace too. So just not a lot of counters coming out from for fun, and they are heavily countered this game. So they have to make some crazy movement in the early game to kind of salvage this disadvantage. And you can see both Mu and Ryoya is already wrapping around.
Oh, look at this! And Quincy was like, wait, what? They're coming from nowhere! They were actually waiting in that high ground as Snaking baited them, and it's going to be a first blood on Yawar. Should be. Who are they going to give it to? It's Ryoya. Give the first blood to the mid laner. Let's not forget, this mid lane is Leshrac favored. It's not like a complete domination by Leshrac, but it's Leshrac favored by a fair amount. Maybe like 60-40, I would say. Leshrac versus Void Spirit. Void Spirit can, of course, recover in the jungle, but giving Leshrac that free lane means he's going to take your tower as well.
Yeah, but this is Queen. It seems like every time he's starting to grow into the kind of player that has the same kind of advantage as Sumio has, right? You know how Sumio just turned every disadvantageous lane into at least 50-50? I feel like Queen has slowly grown into that kind of player as well. As we can see, the Kunkka versus OD game just now, it was completely 50-50, or even at one point, I would say Kunkka is a little bit ahead of the OD too. So I'm excited to see how Queen can turn this to his favor.
I agree, I agree. Quinn is a wonderful laner. I mean, in general, the guy, I don't think there's many weak points in his game. I think he's quite a solid player overall, which is something I enjoy about him, right? There's never me considering, like when I watch certain players, like for example, Mr. Jeans or Faker, who are weak in certain points of the game, I'm always like, well, you have to kind of wait to see if they get to their strong point. We'll see if this game they're going to play a bit better. On Quinn, you always know how his performance is going to be. He is like a flat line. Not much emotion, of course, but a lot of skill in this player.
Yep. And top lane, you can already see that both Yahweh and SVG, they're putting so much pressure onto Brax because they know how important Brax early game is to his team. And of course, speaking about counters, we haven't spoke a lot about laning wise. This is definitely a very scary lane coming up from Quincy crew. Both their safe lane and their off lane are incredibly scary. You have this range plus mini duel, which is always the best way to lane yourself. And Queen population is high as well, especially top lane.
Yeah, and the bottom lane is not like Envy's going to have an easier time either. Nyx is not the greatest laner, but as you mentioned, Necrophos is one of the hardest counters to the Spectre, and Nyx is enough to prevent Clockwork from stopping the Necrophos this game. Because all you really need in this game to make sure Necrophos doesn't die is a stun, and Nyx carries 2 of them, so it's perfect.
And I like the fact that MSS is going for the Basilius build. It means that he wants to stay in the lane with Lallis to pressure this Ethan Envy. He's not the kind of roaming Nyx assassin that just walks around trying to find chance on getting an impale. This is MSS. This is a Nyx assassin that will get high levels in short amount of time and then make a lot of impact on the lane. So Ethan Envy is not going to get any easier for him. This Nyx assassin is not going anywhere but bottom lane.
Yeah, this bottom lane is not going their way. Mid lane is also going Quinn's way. I don't understand with this guy, how he does so well. He's so on point with his last thing. His mechanical skill is just above Ryoya's, unfortunately. That's why Quinn is doing so well. He even has more denies than Leshrac, and Lesh even went for the domination build, right? He actually went for the Lightning Storm plus Split Earth, which is usually the lane you go for when you want to win the lane. So, or the build you go for when you want to win the lane. It's difficult. How are you going to make it up for these really terrible lanes that you're having here on For Fun? You're not even supposed to lose your lanes by this much.
Yeah, they'll have to count on the superior movement that from the mid game. But sneaking, Snapfire is not really the kind of hero that can help you, make something happen in the mid lane. Neither is Clockwork. Clockwork needs his level 6 to start, putting his presence on the map. So this game, once again, is gonna be a bit slow from For Fun. It's all up to Lashrac movement to try to make something happen on the team.
Yeah, but Lesh. This game, if he doesn't win his lane, he's not gonna be capable of moving effectively. He is going to max Diabolic Edict in the end, though. I like this. So you say, yeah, the lane can go as bad as we want. It doesn't really matter. No matter what, I'm gonna be able to go to a lane and push a tower, and that's the safest way to play the Leshrac. You know this game is not going your way in the early game, so you just try to make sure that he has impact no matter what. In the top lane, I see an opportunity to go for Brax, but unfortunately, Yawar lacks the damage. Snaking blocks it with a cookie as well. But Yawar is fine, though. He's still farming. That's what he wants to do after all.
Yeah, that's a very good point on mid lane. Queen, they're trying to fight out for a rune. Queen is getting so much. Oh my god, the haste rune!
Yeah. That was a good time for it to simulate there, and he messed up in his timing. I mean, when you go for a rune, you better be sure they're going to take it and run away, right? Against the Leshrac particularly, because then you're going to suffer the full brunt of that Diabolic Edict. It's a really dangerous proposition to go for a rune without a support helping you.
Yeah, and he was also man fighting. He was also man fighting the Lashrac as well. So he took like full damage from the Diabolic, and of course Ryoya picks up the haste as well. So
SPG in the top lane is about to die, and they can't kill Snaking as a result. No, Prax the body blocks will save him. Gets the roots a bit too late. SVG will fall. No win there, as Yawar is also being harassed by Brax. Let's not forget that Brax has pretty nice base stats. And Magic State to get one more Scatter Blast. They miss it though. It's not great. I don't know if Yawar really juked in the trees there, or that was just not the best Scatter Blast.
yeah, I think he actually used the tree to juke him out. That was a very nice micro movement and side step coming out from Yawar. And yeah, SVG, of course, him dying is not the worst thing to happen because now he can bring a salve and some mangoes for a throw. And meanwhile, bottom side Lelis gets a kill onto Mu.
Oh, but Ryoya's coming here trying to kill Ellis. He's only level 4. He's 2 levels above. Ryoya has the haste room, but if you dive the tower there, especially with the Nyx, you're going to die. So good choice not to continue that aggression.
Lelis is so greedy with his itemization as well. He went for the arcane boots early, so he's just looking to stay on this lane and constantly force Eternity out of the lane. He's not going for the magic stick build and no points on Ghost Shroud as well. So it's just full aggression here from Lelis. They're trying to use this catapult timing to make something happen at this bottom side, at least do some cheap damage onto Spectre and the tower. But Mu is here. He's just level 3. He's gonna be able to defend this tower. Should be able to.
And for now, it's not like Quincy Crew is really interested in making anything happen. It's nighttime, right? So it should be that for fun, it's posting for kills. Bottom lane, I can't see that being a reality because Lelis and Midas are staying together all the time. They don't want to lose their life. They've already harassed Spectre as best as they could, and Spectre's starting to recover. And this nighttime is when you start to utilize Brax to your advantage. He's almost gotten those phase boots. I don't think Yawar can last this really easily. He actually went for infused raindrops to save himself from the void damage. Not a bad idea, actually. But SVG can't really help you anymore.
But why is Troll having a magic stick on his backpack when he already has a magic wand?
That's very true. What happened there?
Not too sure. Maybe it was a mistake that he bought 2 and he did not realize that.
Must have been. That would make no sense because those don't work buys, by the way. They don't get double charges there. Yawar with a blind, Brax in trouble as the blind stops him from being aggressive. He does have the magic stick charges though, which is why Yawar just retreats because one more void might have killed him. SVG could also be in trouble here as the magic stick charges are used. Gets extra mana. SVG gets slowed forever. It is nighttime. They're just putting aggression all the time, and the courier almost commits suicide. The cookie, so Brax can chase after Yawar. We have enough mana. In a second, the stomp will save him. Yawar, though, is out of infused raindrops. That was the last void. They use a scatter blast. They go in with a mango. They don't need that last void as Brax will just hit him and kill him.
SVG might die as well.
Yeah, SVG is going for this kill, but you do have void ready. SVG has infused raindrops. They detect it, and they realize that it's better not to re-engage.
Mid lane Queen is in love trouble as well. Mu is making a big wrap around. The cock back, man. The little bit of disable from Mu from the cock back just allows Ryoya to burn him down with the post Nova. What a well played rotation coming out from Clockwork. One meanwhile was committed by Kitane as well, but he did not join towards the illusion to do anything.
Ryoya, Impale, there we go, missed. Man, without that, you can't really get it. Nice sidestep from Ryoya. For now, they're stopping the Nyx's effectivity, and he's not even reached level 6. He's already ganking. And it's not what you were expecting here. The Spike Carpus, okay, sleep. At least stop Mu. But now that it's nighttime, it seems like For Fun is just completely awoken, taking advantage of the Night Stalker's power peak, and they've pushed Quincy Crew out of these lanes. The Troll Warlord was designed to deal with the Night Stalker early, but it was unable to deal with Night Stalker and Snapfire in the lane.
Yeah, there's just way too much harassment coming here from the duel.
Oof, yeah. Stole the creep there. I don't know if Yawar can get the skill. He is almost level 6. He's not a battle trance though. Night Stalker's coming by shortly as well.
Yeah, the fact that Quincy Crew, they're both the lanes, the side lanes, they are all heroes they want to stay in the lane. That's why there's no rotations coming in from Nyx Assassin nor the Elder Titan. Everything relies on Queen, on the War Spirit to make something happen. He has to be the one that's being proactive to roam to the side lanes in Yawar.
He's trying to get the kill before he dies, but I think he's dead no matter what. Oh no, he has Battle Trance now, but it's not the mana! He used those axes. Now that would have mattered. And because he's out of the mana for that Battle Trance, unfortunately, he has to fall. But at least he gets the kill before he dies. Not too bad. Envy in the middle lane. Coming in here. Do we have Vendetta? We do not. Dark Ascension has been committed by Brax. He wants to come from behind, but the Reaper Scythe will finish off Eternal Envy. Lelis takes a big chunk of damage, but Brax realizes this is not his fight. If he stays here any longer, he might also die. Kind of a wasted Dark Ascension there, hoping to help his carry, but the positioning by Envy just didn't need to happen. There was no need for him to be in the mid lane at this point in the game.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to do what he does with Swan, trying to push the mid lane with his small item pick. He has the Blade Mill, so he thought that he could be able to put some damage onto the tower. But honestly, that was just way too risky for Spectre to do that. And Quincy crew always want to find ways to punish the Spectre with the Reaper side, and I did exactly that. This is the power of Elder Titan, right? It's just so good in punishing tower pushes. With the Echo Storm, anyone that would want to push towers for fun would just get punished by the Echo Storm. So every time for fun wants to push some towers, they have to make sure that they are committing as a team, so that Elder Titan don't just get to punish anyone that they're left alone.
Mech is almost complete on Necrophos. It's going to help him a lot to deal with the for-fun aggression early, and ideally to deal with the Lashrak. And now it's no longer nighttime, so Brax lost that power peak. He's going to limit himself to farming, trying to go for pipe first, which is a good idea, actually. That way Necrophos can't have as much impact. Pipe is a great way to cancel that Reaper side, because 400 magic barrier is great when it's a single target spell like Reaper side.
Yep. I would say it would be best if Snipefire also matched with his timing and go for a mechanism. I think that would be the two sustainable items that can make for fun's draft really, really strong. But unfortunately, Snipefire is having such a bad game this game. So the mecha should be quite a long way for Snipefire.
Yeah, the mech is instead coming on Necrophos, like I mentioned earlier. So that's going to be kind of equal to the pipe healing here, more or less. I mean, we don't know if Brax is going to go for the full pipe. For now, it's just Hooded Defiance, but usually on offlane Night Stalker, especially if you're not going for the Axe build, pipe is the standard on this hero. Very, very useful item in general. Nick's going for the old Meteor Hammer build. Not a big fan of this build anymore, especially because this means that you have to max Impale early. Because how it works now is you need to get the talent, and on top of that, you need to hit the Impale on the last spike for the Meteor Hammer to work. But you do get some pushing power, and it is kind of useful for the Elder Titan as well, so okay. I'm not going to say anything. Oh, Yo-Yo. They stop him. Fair amount of damage. Hook shot to stop the Nyx assassin from stunning. In comes Spectre. Spike Carpus. Gonna give him a couple more seconds there, but MSS will still fall. As Brax commit the Dark Ascension, the Infine Lelis has 2 easy kills for fun. Quinn trying to TP. SVG just walking away. But Brax, he's flying. That's a bit faster than walking. SVG, what you gonna do? Tranquil boots are now activated. Brax doesn't have the mana. He just needs 1 hit, though, to guarantee... Oh, never mind. He's not gonna chase after this? Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't mana at all for the void, so it's smart choice not to go around. But he also creates some space to just chase the other Titan away so that his mates can get the tower on the bottom side. Overall, very good gang coming out from for fun, very good usage of the spells. SVG still dies though. Solo to Moo. Moo just ran up to him and then battery assault him down. He's gonna die.
At least you get the counter kill on Moo. I would say that's equally as worth it. It's 5 with 5. I mean, who cares? But Nyx gets some bit more experience. Nyx tends to suffer if you don't get kills, if you can't play actively early, and for now, MSS has not been able to do that whatsoever.
Yeah, and most importantly, the kill went for Queen's Way as well. So that's a little bit of a good consolation prize there. Queen has not. He's not having the best early game that he's asking for. The first 5 minutes of laning stage was really good until what happened in the Rune fight, that he died solo to Lashrak. That's really what changed the dynamic of the game. After that, Lash was able to just run to the side lanes and do something.
Okay, MSS. Yeah, they're gonna go here for the Clockwork, and Clockwork will fall. Not bad. Good start.
Oh, snaking. They want more.
Let's see. They have the Aether Remnant there, making sure to stop snaking. In time, Scatterblast not going to do much. Dissimulate, again, another kill. Pretty decent. 2 supports done, but the most important part is he's going to take this tower, opening up the map for a troll. Until now, Yawar has kind of been forced to go into his jungle. He's been killed a couple times here because of that. He's still trying to go for the Battle Fury build to, as you say, try to match the Spectre. Yeah,
he definitely wants the Battle Fury build. You don't want to go YOLO and all in into the fighting build, because that would not give you the laning advantage. I like this build a lot. I think they have good ways to start out the game. You have a very good tower defense coming from other Titan all the time.
Yep.
Nyx Assassin, Necrophos as the counter for Spectre. So late game is not an issue for Quincy crew right here.
No. But of course they do need to play it with tempo, right? If Troll Warlord is far behind the Spectre in terms of farm, then it does become a bit of an issue. Because you need someone to deal the initial chunk of damage so you can kill them, right? And Troll is your main DPS this game.
I would say Quincy crew is the biggest task right now is to shut down the Lashrak. Every time Lashrak comes into the teamfight, you want to make sure that all the spells are dumped onto him and you burst him down with the Reaper side. if you can, because there's no save coming up for fun. There's no save for Reaper side, so it's always good for you to it's always easy for you to select your targets and burst someone down.
Exactly, which is what they've been doing, but they've been playing more around the Night Stalker than anything, because I've mentioned multiple times in the draft, Night Stalker has to do a crazy amount of work this game. Yeah, Lilith is relatively easy. I don't think... Yeah, this is why Night Stalker counters the Necrophos so well. That Crippling Fear, finally the first level in it, as he maxes the passive in the Void first, and this will help you deal much better with Quincy crew in general. This Crippling Fear is essentially the best thing you have against Nyx, against Necrophos, and against Troll Warlord. Even against the Void Spirit, it's very useful. Yeah, we know he has mech, but what can he do, dude? With the mech?
Yeah, he's gonna
dead.
die anyway.
Yeah, exactly. There's no point in wasting that. I mean, yeah, you can waste like 1 extra second at time, but I don't think it's really that relevant. Yule's Scepter picked up on Quinn, by the way. Yule's cannot dispel the Crippling Fear, but you can make the Night Stalker fly. So until he gets the BKB, it's much easier to deal with him.
Yeah. I mean, we spoke about how scary and Night Stalker, like how scary and useful Night Stalker can be against all the heroes on Quincy crew, but he's only scary when anyone on Quincy crew is left alone against Life Stalker. So right now they have to respect the fact that Life Stalker is strong right now and try to not get left out, like what is happening right here.
Yep, another great silence. The Yule Scepter will help him, but using on yourself? Nope, Split Earth was ready to counter you. That's why, you know, if you use yourself in this matchup against For Fun, they're going to kill you. They have Clockwork to answer, they have the Snapfire to answer, the Slash Rack to answer. It's impossible.
Yeah, and it's like a free setup.
Exactly. And now the Yule Scepter, used by Nyx. Of course that's going to happen. What did you expect, Ryoyu, dude? He can always spike Carpus before the Yule's hits. The thing is, though, the damage of your turn is always the Yule's damage. It's not going to be the Split Earth damage. Lelis?
Oh, no, no.
There's the Mortimer's Kisses. Even with all the healing in the world, how do you stop these Mortimer's Kisses? The Spike Carpus was not available, which is why they could get the skill so easily. You are the target now as MV playing this aggressively with Void. They have Dark Ascension on Brax as well, but they decide not to commit to it as MV doesn't really have many items. MSS is trying to guard here, the gates of hell. They go immediately for Ryoya. He gets destroyed by the double Astral Step, and now it's Brax who's gotten rooted thanks to the Battle Trends. They get a nice counter kill under the enemy tower for fun. They were hoping to get 2 kills there, but instead they lost 2 people. Mu is forced to hookshot away to save himself.
That was very good target selection coming up from Quincy crew. Like I said, whenever the Slasher comes in, you want to prioritize him and dump all your spells onto him because he's so squishy with only Use Scepter and Boost of Travels. He doesn't have BKB yet, so there's a very big window for you for Quincy crew to punish Slasher, and that's exactly what they needed to do. A little bit sad that Reaper side wasn't used on to Lashred because Lelis is dead earlier, but if they could continue doing this, that could help them slow down the tempo of the game, and of course slow down and set back the BKB timing of Lashred. Because he's getting closer and closer to the BKB. Once the BKB is up, you lose all your windows to burst him down.
MSS has a Vendetta ready, is hoping to go for Lashrak. Double damage for Brax, by the way. Picked up, still during nighttime. Let's see if he can make use of this here. He's going for the Heaven's Halberd build instead, because he realizes that Troll Warlord is becoming a bit of a problem. And yeah, Pipe is decent, but since Necrophos has been cancelled, no need to go for the full Pipe just yet. However, the Troll Warlord, he's an immediate issue, and you need to solve that.
Yeah, that's a very smart adjustment. He knows that Troller has been just free farming right now, so he's going to be the combat mechanism for Quincy crew. As long as you shut down the combat mechanism, you are good to go.
Exactly. He's the main source of damage right now. They really don't have much more damage. Like, yeah, Void Spirit early, it deals a fair amount of damage, but after a while, he's going to start to fall off, especially against tanky heroes like Night Stalker or Spectre.
For fun side, they have completely controlled the top of the map. So this is the advantage for Radiant. If you're able to take down the mid tier 1 tower and the top tier 1 tower, you're able to control the entire jungle. You have the Roshan advantage as well. So if whenever Spectre finishes the meta style, they can always look to get the sneak off onto the Roshan, and they can do it really quick as well with the Lashred Diabolic and the Desolate from Spectre.
Brax is thinking about going into this top lane. Apparently not. Let's see. Brax going on to Lelis instead. We have a Crippling Fear, which is the most important. Oh, he misses Lelis completely. Lelis like, please, please, please. No! They saw him! But he activates Ghost Shard in time. The Stomp from SPG gives Lelis a bit of leeway. They even used the Earth Splitter here to at least punish them, but my goodness, they're all committing to Lelis. MSS wants to join in. He has a Spike Carpets. They use that Reaper Scythe, but not too effectively. However, the Impale goes into the stun here. Will Troll Warlord finally joining? They kill Ryoya and Eternal Envy in a matter of seconds. And Yawar, thanks to that battle turn, just chasing after Brax to do as much of that damage as he can. The Yule Scepter sets up for this potential kill, but Brax is still flying, unfortunately. So it's so hard to catch him. Great Crippling Fear to prevent Nyx from perma-stunning the Snapfire. Instead, as MSS is going to fall, Quinn in a similar position. We do have the Simulate. 3 seconds to the Astral Step. We'll use it offensively. The hookshot from Mood does not catch Quinn. And with this, Quinn is able to take an Invis Rune and back away.
Not that bad for Quincy crew. Lalis are the first one to fall once again, but they managed to take down the last track and both the Spectre as well. So 2 of the cores, the biggest core from for fun side, are dead. Not a bad trade at all for Quincy crew. Snake King though on the other side was so patient with his Mortimer Kisses, and he was just waiting for Nyx Assassin to use the Impale and the Spectre Carapace, and then he dropped the Mortimer Kisses. So well played by Snake King, and also of course good target selection from Quincy crew once again. I think this fight might have just bought them some time to for Troll to come back to come online to hit the BKB timing, because that's the most crucial timing that Quincy crew has been waiting for.
Smoke here from Quincy crew to try to, as you say, play with these timings a bit. That BKB timing not quite there yet, but they need to create some spaces before they can utilize it properly, because as it stands right now, the map control is complete for fun. So all you can do is blind smokes, and you want to be able to utilize this BKB as soon as possible. How will you, though? Pipe is already up on Lelis. Oh, there's actually 2 big points of inflection, right? BKB on Yawar and Pipe on Lelis. Hookshot, though, catches SVG. This smoke is going to fail at this rate. Koki doesn't hit, doesn't really matter. MSS decides to leave, and so will Quinn.
Yeah, that was a very desperate smoke.
Oh, no. Nyx. Spike Carp is available, but again, it only works with the Yule Scepter damage, and he's going to die.
And this should be Roshan for fun. 2 heroes dropping around the Roshan area. It means that this is immediate Roshan for fun, and oh, you have this Spectre holding AGs, or maybe the Electra holding AGs against Reaper side. That's always the best way to counter Necroforce. Besides from killing Necroforce, of course. I wonder who would they have the AGs on? Would it be Ryoya or Spectre? We'll see. Probably Spectre, because Ryoya has completed the BKB. So, okay. That's good.
Yeah, that BKB is a huge deal to deal with the Nyx. Also, interestingly enough, usually Split Earth, the stun delay, is actually a bad thing for Leshrac, of course. But against Nyx Assassin, it's actually a really good thing. Because if it was like, for example, Lena's or Mars, which has to get the exact timing for the Spear or for the Lifestrike Array, then the Yule Scepter stun would be enough to stop that combo from happening. But because you can set it up beforehand with a stun delay on Leshrac, that means that you can always get the Split Earth off against the Nyx, as long as you calculate it properly. And this makes it very difficult to get the combo, or for Nyx to play this game. It's one of the few things that Leshrac has against Nyx that is great. Nyx did not max mana burn this game, or the Spike Carpus, actually. That's why I didn't like this build by Nyx. I don't think the Impale build is the right build this game.
Yeah. I agree with you. Spectre Replace and mana burn is so much better.
Yep.
Oh, Brax.
Yeah, Dark Ascension's been used with a Crippling Fear. Look at this, he's stopping everyone from casting spells right now. Yawar's forced to activate BKB, and they extinguish Ryoya. And oh my goodness, Brax can't even last this. 2 heroes easily killed, and there seems to be a third. Quinn has a stun ready for snaking, and Yawar, that double damage meant a lot. Surprising them with an extra bout of damage they were not expecting, destroying them in a matter of seconds.
Oh my god, Ryoya has to be so careful with his BKB usage, man. He cannot afford to be any greedy with this BKB, because as long as he's hit by the Spectre Beast once,
yeah,
he's done for. He's going to be chased down for 5 seconds.
Talk about being chased down. They chased down Moo here in this bottom lane. The hook shot, very beautiful Spike Carpus there to guarantee the hook shot would still stun him. They're looking for him with a Spirit. Moo, those cogs, they still want to cancel this urn, and they do, but they're wasting a fair amount of time. Quinn dissimulates up to the high ground. Little robot just wants to live. He tries to TP. Quinn gets this incorrectly, but the shield has enough range to actually get him.
Well, did not expect Resonant Pulse to be able to finish off Moo there.
Yeah, me neither, actually. That was very close.
Yeah, but sadly he didn't have the cloak or nor a bracer, so he take full damage from that.
Yeah. Oh, bracers don't give you any magic resist either, but bracer would have made it more tanky.
Yeah, a little bit more tanky, and some HP regen as well,
yeah,
might
exactly.
help. That being said, though, that's only a post 5 from for fun, and
Yeah.
he bought his time to die as well. So that's not bad at all.
No.
Spectre on the other side is still farming pretty well. Manta style Blade Mail completed. Not the tankiest and fastest farm with Spectre, but he has the Aegis, so he has the one more life to play against. I think he. And this is where Eternami wants to step out in this game, because Lashrak is getting so much restricted in this game. So Spectre has to be the one stepping up to fulfill the gap that his team is lacking.
What is the item that you're going to go for? Seems like he's going to go for Basher. Do you agree with this choice here on Spectre?
I would say Basher or the Skadi would be the best one.
I was thinking Scotty myself, to be honest.
Yeah, Skadi against both Troll Warlock and the Necrophos is just great, but you need some kind of ways to shut down the Void Spirit as well, I would say. And Basher is one of the items that can also deal with the backlines. If you are able to get lucky and get a couple of bash onto Elder Titan or the Void Spirit, those would be a very reliable way for you to take those elusive hero down.
I agree. I'd like the Basher first, and then instead of going into Abyssal directly, going for the Scotty after, and then finishing Abyssal after. Because the Basher, as you mentioned, is really useful with the Scotty here, especially stats, you know? You're talking about tanking up a bit.
Yep.
Really,
I like that as well. Basher into Scotty looks good.
Yeah.
Because the Vanguard and the recipe of Abyssal Blade is just so expensive for you to, and you don't really get a lot of value out of that.
Exactly, because you don't really need the Blink Strike this game just yet. Later is going to be much more useful. But you're having no trouble going into the enemy team, especially because Night Stalker later will become much more of a weak hero. But as it stands right now, Night Stalker could just run in and kill them. Unless Troll is angry. If Troll's angry and he battle trances, you're a bit screwed as Night Stalker.
Speaking about itemization, Queen is going for Daisel on Void Spirit, so he wants that extra damage to burst down the Lashrak. Not sure though. I haven't seen Daisel later on Void Spirit as the third item. Normally we want to go for the first one, right? Like what Thompson has been doing, just rush for the Daisel. So they have really insane armor reduction timing at around 20 minutes. Well, but Lashrak is not going for any armor item like the Shivas as well, so I guess the Desolator would pay off.
Yeah, I agree. He's just Ags right now. Interesting choice to go for the Deso, but I have seen Quinn, especially Ryoya loves this choice actually. He always goes for it on both Void Spirit and Ember Spirit because he likes playing more offensively. And I think as the Ags this game is just, it's just okay, right? You don't really care about it. If Ryoya has already activated Pulse Nova, especially with the Ags build, he's still going to hurt you, right? Spectre doesn't care about the silence. Night Stalker just walks in with the Crippling Fear on. It's not that useful of an Ags game. And I think if you don't go for Ags, you might as well go for the Desolator.
Yeah, it's all about raw damage. It's all about bursting down the Lashrak now.
I like the BKB choice first, though. I think it's a really smart choice by Quinn. First defensive, then you can go for the offensive choice. Ooh, Kraget go for fun. That's a great item for Lashrak. Unless Quinn, that's BKB, activates it immediately. He's like, yeah, sure. He's trying to bait out Ryoya's BKB as well, so that's BKB for BKB. Not too bad. They do lose the Earth Splitter there. Not ideal. That was unnecessary SPG. But still, 10-second BKB for 10-second BKB. I would argue that BKB is much more useful on Lashrak for the longer duration, per se, than on Void Spirit.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Void Spirit has a lot of ways to dodge the spells and has a lot of ways to just go in and out in the fight, but not Lashrak. He always wants to be in the middle of the fight with BKB. So as long as you force BKB from Lashrak, it's always going to be good for you.
Yep.
Lashrak game, he has a slow window. Lashrak is the kind of hero that you are so strong at one point, but once your BKB reach the level 5-second duration, all of a sudden you become such a big liability in the teamfight because you need to be very careful with your BKB usage, and you need your teammate to run into the teamfight and tank some spells for you first. So the window for Lashrak is not going to be too long here in this game. Quincy crew, they're starting to get items that can do very well with Ryoya, the Daisel on Queen, and also, most importantly, the Abyssal Blade on Troll Warlock as well.
Also, Nyx has almost maxed Mana Burn. We're almost there, dude. It's almost a counter to the Lashrak. He's getting close to being a useful hero this game. Nyx is a hero that does scale very well into the late game because he carries a bunch of stunts, so I don't think Quincy is too stressed out about their team fight this game. Lelis himself is actually going for an Aghanim Scepter. Interesting choice.
Ooh. 10-second cooldown on Grow Shout.
Yep, and the Heartstopper aura also doubling during Ghost Shot. Pretty nice against Spectre. That's what, 4.8% of your health, of your max HP per second. Every time you activate Ghost Shroud. So if you assume it's what? How much is duration? For say 5 seconds more or less? You take 20% of a Spectre's HP for that duration. That's not bad at all. For just walking around, that's pretty great.
Yeah, it's also great against Lashrak because Lashrak wants to go for all the stat segment, right? So his HP pool is going to be really high.
That's
so
true.
That's gonna do a lot of damage onto this Lashrak as well.
And, on Necrophos, you also went for a lot of the aura items already, so you don't really need any more items to help out your team. Greaves maybe a bit later, and that's it.
Yeah, the only thing is that there's not a lot of space for Lelis to farm up the Agony Scepter because he always wants to be staying around his teammates. He doesn't want to be staying on the lane and pushing out wave by himself because there's so much ways for fun to punish him, and that's why the Agony's timing is gonna be a little bit slow for Lelis, but he has to do what he has to do. He just have to play with last resources right now.
Okay, Yawar, FIFA boom. That's a pretty good Aether Remnant, but the Cogs stopped the initiation. It's okay, a Cookie might just save him. Nope, it's not going to be enough. Even committed, I saw a heal there. By snaking, yeah, it was a Grease by snaking, didn't work out, but now they catch Envy. It's a much more valuable kill. That one matters, Envy. Trying to help his teammate, but no, that's what gets you killed. As a carry, you need to be much more selfish, Envy. You can't help out Moo there.
Yeah, once again, it's the Echo Storm that caught him off guard. It's so hard for you to notice the spirit in team fight because everything is just like happening. Especially
with the Simulate, right? Because the Simulate just covered the whole screen, snaking. Could be in trouble. There's the Crippling Fear, but it's only 3 seconds because it's daytime. They missed the Cookie. Quinn playing around with him. He has Desolator, so Quinn actually deals a lot of damage now. Yeah, BKB, if they want to avoid this, they don't need to. Abyssal Bled's ready on Yawar. They ignored Leshrac completely, going for Brax instead. Not like he has a choice, though. Now, finally, Realya's in trouble. Quinn activates his own BKB. There's the Haunt to come try and kill Yawar, and Yawar seems to be in trouble. There's no more Battle Trance. He's going to fall to the Haunt. They're going for their second target, that is Quinn. They have Basher, but Quinn has too much mobility. Instead, they'll guarantee the kill on Lelis, which is a much easier kill. For fun, they do have to use 2 buybacks there. So it's not like it's a complete win for them, but they at least kill the enemy mid laner and carry. Sorry, off laner and carry.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, the stun on MSS not gonna do anything, but this might cost him his life.
Oh, unless MV is not that crazy.
Yeah.
However, we do find SVG. Moo decides to get this kill easily in the back lines, and this is important because SVG is one of your best pushers here in the high ground. One of his best high ground defenders is going to die at this rate. Moo, not fast enough. He 4-steps instead Ryoya, so Ryoya can get the kill. And that's SVG finally gone.
Yeah, SVG is 50 gold away from the buyback. Yeah, instead 30 plus gold, but is there any bounty run? There's not any bounty run. I'll say the buyback would be really perfect if there's Roshan right now, but Roshan is going to be spawned in another 30 seconds. I wonder if they have enough time to secure a Roshan, because in 30 seconds, both heroes from Quincy will be back, and this will go back to a 5-on-5. As we can see, for fun, they are just waiting for this Roshan. They want to just instantly take down this Roshan when it's up, because that's the only way for them to salvage from the buybacks and justify the buyback. Ooh.
Yep, Moo's an easy kill. And for Quincy crew, man, not much you can do here, honestly.
Oh, they have to give up the Roshan now. No.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, can you take it in time, though? Ah, you have a troll. Yeah, you probably should be able to.
I mean, for fun could have taken it fast enough, I think, if Moo didn't die there. But that's going to be a very risky call either way. Quincy crew, big smoke coming from them.
Let's see.
They have the DD on Queen as well.
Yeah, it's going to help. There's the Astral Step. They have an Aether Remnant. Brax gets caught out. Nice stuns. Brax will fall at this rate. The double damage is helping out a lot. Heaven's Halberd. What? They actually Reaper Scythe towards the end. I don't know if that was to guarantee the kill. No, that was definitely to add some death timer because they know he doesn't have buyback right now. So they have, that's 110 seconds on Night Stalker. That's a big deal.
That's a big deal. This means that this is compulsory Roshan. I mean, it's guaranteed Roshan for Quincy crew here. There's no way that for fun can contest this at all. Because if they cannot risk Spectre dying outside, because that would just mean GG for them. So they rather take their chances at the high ground. MSS and meanwhile just casually walking by, scouting the movement of for fun, making sure that his team will be able to. Oh, there's a career of Snapfire too.
Okay, the Haunt, it's completely cancelled by the stomp. Beautiful stomp by SVG that stops the Haunt from being effective, and Envy is not going to reality in because that's a bit too dangerous. Instead, they get H's cheese and a free courier to boot.
With NMKB being the next item on Yawar, he's close to level 25 as well. That Battle Trance Strong Dispels could be a great addition here, because that way you can't permastun him. You can play much more riskily with that Battle Trance.
And I must comment how calm Yawar was. He did not choose to finish the Roshan when the horn was activated. He wait till all the illusions are gone, and then he finished the Roshan. So there's no stealing potential coming out from Ethernet Envy. So very calm decision there by Yawar, and of course nice storm there from SCVG too.
Almost have Quinn. He's going for a plate mail. Seems like this next item is going to be Shivas this game.
Or maybe the sub Curas just to double down on the armor reduction.
Honestly, not a bad idea.
And he just completed the assault.
Oh, he just completed assault? Really?
Yep.
It was on his courier, I suppose. Yeah, there we go. Wow, that's a really good timing for assault Curas, actually. We don't usually see Void Spirits going for it, but I agree with you. It's very, very useful this game. Also reduces a lot of the Spectre damage. Reduces a bit of the Night Stalker trying to run you down because you get the 5 armor and an aura. Protects your supports a lot.
It's a big buff for the Trovola as well.
Yep.
Now Trovola takes tower easier, takes down heroes easier as well. I like this itemization a lot from Queen.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, yeah.
No, the TP was literally perfect. He went everywhere but where he was TPing to. And Quinn can find a really valuable kill. Ryoya doesn't have to use the BKB to TP away either. But yeah, the Assault Core, I agree with you completely. I also like it because we were talking about how Quinn was going to run out of damage at some point this game, so he goes for a full damage build so he can actually man-fight like he was a traditional carry.
Oh, speaking about Queen, he's in big trouble now. Okay, he gets out. He sensed it coming. He sensed the big smoke coming to his way. Can you imagine what Spree getting a Abyssal Blade at one point?
Could be,
like,
honestly.
Just to pump into the physical damage and of course the magic, the BKB piercing as well. I think that would be a really good way to deal with the Lashrak. Just 2 Abyssal Blade against Lashrak. That means that his BKB is long gone. But of course that's very unconventional, and he's still going back to the Octarine Core, which of course one of the best items that Spree can pick up. Especially when he has the Quickening Charm.
Hunt. Let's see. They find MSS. MSS playing around with them, still has a 4-staff, doesn't get it off in time. Instead though, Brax hasn't activated Dark Ascension. They do find him, set up for the Aether Arena. Yawar's running in with the Abyssal Blade. They stack the stuns, doesn't really matter. Yawar deals so much damage that he can just chunk through Night Stalker, who's fallen very far behind in terms of net worth compared to the Necrophos. One of the things we noted in the draft that was a bit dangerous about the Night Stalker.
Yeah, this is the thing about Night Stalker. You are committed to fighting so much that you are not farming at all. So once you lose a couple of fights, you are not going to have the ability to recover as like the Necrophos. And look at Necrophos. He has a terrible early game, but because of the nature of the heroes, he's already as close as the.
What was that cookie?
Oh wait, what?
Snaking literally just went Envy. It's your turn to die. Let's go.
Oh, this is game now.
That's game. Yeah, he's done. He didn't use the Reaper Scythe. He has no buyback now. Yawar has the Aegis, so he doesn't care if he dies once. He has to use the Battle Trance, though, and the BKB. They have to be a bit careful. The Mortimer's Kisses. Ryoya is about to lose that BKB himself. Quinn wants to protect his carry, and he's going to do so together with a Stomp as well. It's Night Stalker has to come back. Brax comes in with a Heaven's Hammer to save Ryoya, who's healing back up thanks to the Bloodstone. Can they kill Trove Warlord a second time? They need some more healing. Where's the help from your team? He doesn't have the Battle Trance just yet, so he doesn't activate the Magic Wand either. Okay, so they can't really use that Spectre to their advantage, and now it seems like For Fun is just going to carry this to victory, unless in comes Quinn, helping out. No. You just got given literally the game in a silver platter, and Yawar just playing over aggressive gets punished. SVG, he might lose his life here. There's the silence. MSS trying to give him more space. They want to re-engage. It seems like Quinn activates his BKB, fighting against Ryoya. The sleep plus a taunt. It works, but the cookie saves Ryoya. And the Earth Splitter is only going to be used to retreat. SVG is forced to TP. They have no way of canceling this. Yes, they do! The 4-staff cogs from Moo is going to top SVG's TP. Lelis is even caught in the backlines as well. SVG will fall. Lelis cannot last this any longer. He will also die. I actually can't believe they won that team fight For Fun. They're playing 4 versus 5 and they still won that team fight.
Yeah, and it's 4 versus 5 versus a Trove with better trends as well. Well, that was impressive coming from For Fun. I did not expect that as well. I thought it was a game. It was 140 seconds on Spectre. Wow. And there's no buybacks on Quincy Cruz 3 heroes. This will be at least a pair of frags for fun to claim. What a turnaround. What a rollercoaster fight. The amount that Lashrak deal in the team fight was just crazy, man. Like, this is what Lashrak can do when he's left alone. And of course, he's level 25 now. He has the Lightning Storm damage to pair with the Aghanim Scepter. His damage is not to be underestimated.
Okay, can they kill Ryoya? No, he has the BKB, TPs immediately. Good job by Ryoya.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
5
mean,
second
even
BKB
a Spectre
anyway.
is an easy kill this game. It doesn't really matter as long as you can't kill the Lash, right? And it seems like Yawar without the BKB. I'm just surprised that he activated... I mean, he activated the BKB so early, right? To just kill the Spectre. And that's fair enough. It was a kill that shouldn't have happened. But then Yawar proceeded to stay there without the BKB. I don't know what the plan was to deal with the Lashrak. There was no way they could help you there. He even didn't use the Magic Wand because he knew he was so dead. But then, how are you supposed to get back? He's going to go for Satanic. He understands he needs something more sustained this game.
Yeah, I guess he's counting on the Force Staff from Next Assassin, but it wasn't there for him to get out of the jail. So, a little bit of miscom there, I would say. But that definitely buy a lot of time for fun. That episode did not expect this to turn out so well too. But snaking on the cookie usage, he has to be careful, especially on Envy, because Quincy Group, they definitely have a lot of ways to burst Envy down, and there's no save. Once again, I have to mention this. There's no save for the Reaper side. So anyone that get caught, they're just instantly dead. There's no Gleamer Cape. There's no pipe as well. So they have to be so careful with anyone that's positioning themselves in front. Bell Prism on both sides too. Oh,
Ryoya would rather have the Craggy Coat right now, though. I'm not gonna lie. And I kind of understand that. You might give the Spell Prism to the Night Stalker or the Clockwork even. Yeah,
who's
Night
holding?
Stalker. There we go. Yeah, because you get more Dark Ascensions, more Voids, more Silences. Like, it's better. Lashrak doesn't need a cooldown reduction. He's going to go for Octarine Core. The Craggy Coat is much more useful to deal with the troll.
I agree. The thing is, I'm wondering why Wasprey is not holding the Spell Prism. He's holding Witness Record instead. He wants more HP, but he's going for Eon. He's going for the Octarine Core. Yeah, so
but
I thought
that way you can give it to Necrophos, right? More Reaper Scythes.
more Ghost Shroud as well.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, hook shot. Can they kill Quinn? I don't think so. Witness Shackle makes him a really difficult kill. However, the Witness Shackle does screw him over a bit in terms of mana usage. We'll see how that works out a bit later. As the Haunt, they go in, open to Chaos VG, who already has Axe. Not that's going to help you against the Abyssal Blade. And Quinn, he's been silenced. He's forced to use his BKB. They're chasing after Quinn afterwards. Quinn trying to play with its Simulate level 25 talent. It gives him a 2.5 second stun. But it's just not sufficient. They're just catching them out at this point. Battle Trance, does he have the Dispel? Oh, he can't use it against Crippling Fear. Beautiful and Pale, but MSS is as close as dead. There goes Yawar, hoping for the kill on the Lashrak. Lashrak has the Yule Scepter, but Yawar is just murdering everything in his path. And Lash doesn't have the BKB any longer. Reaper Sight will send him to the grave for another 133 seconds.
Wait, what did Rhea buy that he doesn't buy back?
Oh, you're
Oh, he
totally
completed.
right.
Yeah, he completed Shiva Guard, so there's no buyback for 2 minutes from Ryoya.
Quincy doesn't know this. That's why they're not pushing.
Yeah, they are not forcing as well because Spectre is still up. They don't want the same thing to be happen again because Roshan will be up very soon in another 1 minute and 40 seconds. So they want to be securing the Roshan. That's why they are not forcing. That's a rather safe play. Of course, I agree with this. At this point, you would rather take the safer play because Throw Warlord is starting to get a little bit weaker against the Spectre, especially when he does not have the Satanic completed. That's a safer play. I like it.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I understand that why you're not pushing right now, but you're not really taking advantage of what you just got. They see the courier here. They saw him go in, and they just want to kill it. There we go. They got a Timeless Relic and Minotaur Horn. Oh, Timeless Relic, dude. Oof. That is one of the best items you could get. Get that to Snapfire, I would even say. Or even Lashrak could take the Timeless Relic this time.
Yeah, I would love to have Lashrak on it. Just a spell extra 25% self spell damage that makes a huge difference,
And
especially when.
Oh, the Simulate stun. That's a really good stun. But yeah, they're not really acting upon it. It's like they're not really used to using the Simulate level 25. Quinn is forced to activate BKB, hoping for move, but that BKB is not going to be really useful. Now they go for Eternal Envy. This time they are going to take advantage of it with Reaper Scythe finishing him off, but he does have buyback. So Envy can just come back any second if he wants to. He does not have the Haunt just yet. Probably waiting for that until he buys back. Yawar starting to push her racks as fast as he can. As the first lane of Rax is going to fall in favor of Quincy Crew. They're deciding to rotate to the mid lane to do the same. Range Rex fall first. Oh, they catch Brax. Does he have Dark Ascension? He does. He's forced to use Minotaur Horn first. No BKB on him, though. And that's 2 lanes of Rex. Can they take the third? They're not going to go for it. Not a wise idea.
Lashrak is up in 3 seconds, so they don't want to force this, especially Yawa bought out with the Satanic as well, so he doesn't want to die here. He wants to control the Roshan, play with Aegis plus the Satanic. That's essentially 3 extra lives.
Yep.
And just nicely, Roshan's respawn, and they'll be claiming this third Roshan.
I don't know, they have a hook shot on the Clocker. This time he didn't kill the Clocker beforehand, and we have seen that they can win 4 versus 5. Envy also has buyback with the Haunt. And goes Brax, discovers MSS. He's like, you're not taking these. Destroys the wards as soon as possible. You have a gem on the Snapfire as well. And they're going to go for the Roshan now. They have Lesh, which still has not taken anything special. They go for Lightning Storm damage. Okay, the Haunt to give him vision. Into the back lines they go, but Envy wants to ignore this as much as possible. They already forced the Ghost Shroud. Can they take Roshan this time? It seems a bit difficult. Night Stalker's Dark Ascension only has 7 more seconds remaining. They need that Refresher Shard. In goes Gwyn, snatches the Aegis. What else does he take? Nothing for now. The team fight is breaking out though. Yawar is forced to use the Battle Trance and the BKB. Goes for the supports here. Brax is surviving. The cheese onto Gwyn as well. Envy finally falls. Gwyn is surviving this damage. Stuns the Lash and sets up for the Reaper Scythe. That's 140 seconds without him. They'll lose Gwyn, but it's only the Aegis. They even stun Brax. That's a 3rd core they're going to lose in this engagement. 80 seconds without Brax, 130 without the Leshrac, and 100 without Envy. But Envy has no buyback. They know Lesh does, and the Night Stalker does as well.
Queen, man, what a player. He's just single-handedly winning this game for his team.
He really is.
What does they just snatch there? And also
Buyback, Ryoya, my friend. Buyback. There's no time this game.
Yeah, there's no time to hesitate anymore.
No, you need to set yourself up as soon as possible. They're going for Brax. They wanted to sprite with the buyback, but it took a bit too long. Brax instead is in a pickle. They help him out with a cookie. Brax has no BKB. He's just walking away thanks to his science, but they catch Ryoya! And with a second Battle Trance, thanks to Refresher Shard, he's going to fall! That Refresher Shard, everything that Quinn did, just won them the game. What a god. Quinn, CCNC.
What a player indeed.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible, seriously.
The way that he recovered to the game, despite starting the game with a 0-2, was amazing. The rotations that he did, the itemization as well, going for the Deso to deal with the Lashrak, identifying perfectly that he needs to kill the Lashrak, and Lashrak is the only problem. It's not Eternal Envy. Eternal Envy is not doing any damage in this game. All they have to do is deal with the Lashrak, and he has the perfect itemization for it. And after that, he has the Assault Cuirass to even more, to just even buff Trollwaller up even more. And lastly, of course, the Aegis Steel. This guy is doing everything for his team to win the game.
Yep, Quinn, honestly, as you mentioned, he played this absolutely perfectly. Even he was the reason why Lashrac couldn't get out of control, because he played his lane so well. Like, even the small things were incredible by Quinn. I don't think the rest of Quincy crew played badly by any means. I think they actually, especially the Elder Titan was a big reason why they won this game as well. Really impressive performance by SVG. But it was Quinn towards the end that makes the flashy plays that guarantees in that game. For Fun also went for a really risky Roshan, mind you, but they had to do it. Once they wasted Dark Ascension, they had to commit to Roshan or losing the game. So it was also the right choice, but for Fun, it just didn't work out for them. They couldn't really stop Quinn. So, with that said, guys, this is the first series of the day. It's going to go 2-0 for Quincy Carew, putting For Fun in a dangerous situation in the table, as they might not be able to make it entirely through to those winners' brackets. As it stands right now, For Fun, they have 10 wins themselves, but all the teams trailing behind them have 9 wins respectively, and Team Brazil is at 8 wins as well. So it's not too difficult for teams to overcome For Fun as it stands right now. Let's see if they're capable of doing it. We do have more games today. We're going to continue the day with Midas versus Unknown, then Beastcoast versus Ego Boys, and Thunder Predator versus Infamous, as SA takes over this stream. We ask you guys that you please follow our stream, of course, and join us for the next games if you're interested in watching some wonderful Dota. That's it, guys. My name is Mr. Avo Plus. You're joined by Leon Arthur Dota. Hope you enjoyed the cast. As always, feel free to check out the Twitters, as you will see in the Moobot is spamming him constantly, and we'll see them in the titles as well. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you guys very shortly with the next match of the day between Midas and Unknown. Let's see what happens then. Hello guys, and welcome back. We apologize for the low production for this one, but it's going to be just a simple best of one in the end, because I've just been informed by the admins that since Unknown wants to play 2 matches in Team Peru, in server Peru, Midas will forfeit the second match. So we're just going to do a classic Dota cast for this one, and then we'll continue with the production that we use for this wonderful tournament. Hope you still enjoy our casting, of course. So we still have Midas Club versus Unknown Team. It's just going to be the only match that they're going to be playing. They're going to be playing in server US East, where Unknown gets around 80 to 100 ping, and Midas also gets 80 to 100 ping since they're playing from Ukraine. My name is Mr. Travel Plus, and joining me as always is the grand, the only Sir Leon Arthur Dota.
Hello, my friend. Good to be back again. Midas versus Unknown. This is the second series of the day, and we have just witnessed a very nice and clean 2-0 by Quincy crew just now. And right now we are jumping into this best of one. So what an anticlimactic storyline. But right off the bat, we are seeing Lina Viper from Midas Club. Not if you guys have been following us, this is no strange heroes to you. But Unknown side though, they went with a little bit of new hero setup here. Wind Ranger plus the Life Stealer. Not the most common openers that we have been seeing throughout this tournament, but Wind Ranger has always been the one hero that is always going to be great flex pick as well. And Lifestealer, someone will argue that this is the best hero right now, especially after you ban out some of the best counters of him. It's always going to be great. You have the Oracle plus Lifestealer right now from Unknown. There's a lot of good defensive and offensive spells, and of course Midas Club responded with their own healing position 5 Omni Knight. So we are not going to see Io, we are not going to see Chan this game. Instead, we are going to see Omni Knight versus Oracle. Well, Midas Club, Lina, Viper, or Omni Knight, it seems like they have themselves quite a solid trio pick, and there's not a lot of super carry to pair with Omni Knight yet, but Swan is still in the pool, and there's no way Unknown can snatch the Swan away from Midas Club as well, since they have already gone for the Lifestealer. So it should be Swan, the next pick from Midas Club. Unknown should be knowing this, so we'll see what are the picks that my Unknown will be preparing themselves with for a potential Swan pick incoming from Midas.
I mean, Oracle's not too bad against Omni to begin with, right? Because you do have an offensive Dispel in the form of Fortune's End. That's pretty decent against the Guardian Angel, so that's one way to deal with them, of course. They could try the very popular pick of Shadow Demon that people have been really countering the Omni Sven combo with. Maybe even go for the, you go for Wind Ranger as the mid laner, maybe, which is not the greatest thing, but she's fine against Viper, she's fine against Lina-ish. So you can kind of flex her in that position. But if you commit to the Shadow Demon, then you're like, yeah, Midas, we need to counter you, otherwise it's not going to work out too well.
Yeah, I like the Shadow Demon suggestion. It's just that would mean that they have two backline supports, and most of the time you don't really want to do that. You want to have the combination of aggressive and support and defensive support. And Unknown, they're still trying to keep things hidden right now as they go for this Chaos Knight. It will be a Chaos Knight post 3 though against the Swan. I'm not too sure if this is the best way to counter the Swan, because I don't think Swan cares about CK at all.
No. You don't think it's Chaos Knight post 4? Oh, sorry, post 1 though?
But you have the Lifestealer though.
Oh, right, you're totally right. Yeah, I'm so stupid. Yeah. Chaos Knight post 3. Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised by this pick because pos 1, that's why I was thinking pos 1 in my mind, because pos 1 you could actually go for the quote-unquote loader build where you just play with the hero and you play with the stats instead, and that's great because Sven doesn't counter that. But if pos 3 relies much more on illusions, because you usually don't, have that much time to farm, which Sven clears like it's nobody's business. I'm surprised
exactly
by this Chaos Knight pick.
Yeah, I'm not sure what is the role that Chaos Knight is going to fulfill here. Like most of the time, you want Chaos Knight to dominate lane, so you pick him like lane domination hero like a Lina, Skyroth. But Wind Ranger is not exactly that hero that can give you tons of burst damage, in 1 second. So I feel like this Omni Knight plus Swan lane is most likely going to go pretty well for Midas Club here, and that would be a big trouble because for Unknown, they saw this coming. They saw this Omni Knight plus Swan coming, but they did not pick accordingly to counter that, at least from paper.
That's true. They didn't have any idea. And we've seen other teams deal with this. Like, for example, we've seen Brazil. They just dealt with it with a simple Shadow Demon, as I suggested earlier. We've seen other teams deal with it with other offensive kind of dispels. For example, an Invoker, I think it was Omega that tried that as well. Like, there's been a lot of ways to try to quote-unquote counter this Omni Sven, but it's never been just, oh, let it pass and we'll deal with it. I think Invoker's still a good idea, though, here for Unknown as their last pick. I know Robothet is not particularly known for the Invoker, but a Quaswex Invoker here would help you out so much. Kite out the Sven, deal with the Omni Knight. Usually doesn't lose his lane, even against a Viper is fine, right? You can usually always recover.
Yeah, I like the Quaswex Invoker a lot too. I think EMP would do a lot of value for Unknown here. Just take away the mana of Viper, Omni Knight, and Swan. That would kite them a lot as well. Like if they don't have mana to play with in the team fight, you essentially take 50% off their strength away from them. So that's one way to deal with the strength heroes of Midas Club. And of course, you need someone to buy. You need someone to move around the map as well. Chaos Knight, Lifestealer, these are not the heroes that like to be moving around and creating space. They like to stay in their lane and dominate the lane and just keep their opponents out of the lane. So you need someone that can actively rotate to the side lanes. Invoker is one of the best hero. Kunkai is another good hero as well.
Yeah, Kunkai's decent. I like him too.
Yeah, but they are also lacking in some magical damage too. Because right now, Lifesteal and CK, they are all fully on physical. So I wouldn't be completely shocked if they went for Pogna last pick on Unknown here. It's just I don't know if Faker likes the hero or not. Because like you said, like we have this thing. Oh, Robert Zeta, sorry.
Oh, well, the Tiny, I don't think the Pugna
Okay.
is any more a viable option, if I'm honest with you. Because you just flex Tiny mid in that case, and you destroy the Pugna once you hit 6, right?
Yep, you're right.
So, I like the idea, though. I thought Pugna was pretty decent beforehand, because he also counters Viper. But, seeing the Tiny now, Tiny is also usually pretty good against Invoker Quaswex in lane. So, also a difficult matchup there. I'm not really sure what you pick up now, honestly. Because I agree that you need magical damage. Like, you can afford to do the Conka, but then you have 3 melee heroes versus Sven. That feels terrible as well.
Hmm.
I
And
still don't...
Shadowfiend might be something they can consider about.
Oh, it's the
but
Pugna.
yeah, it's too good for the Pugna.
I guess they don't care about it. Okay. I don't know, dude. I don't like the matchup Pugna Tiny at all, actually. I think once he hits 6, he just bursts you down, and your life drain is pretty much useless this game.
Yeah, I mean, positioning is going to be really important here for Rosetta.
Yeah.
But at least the good thing is you always have the Oracle to play behind you to always come in with the Fixed Edict save or the False Primary save. So Yadomi's job is going to be really, really important here to keep Pugna alive. Well, I guess False Primary you don't really want to use on Lifestealer or CK. Oh, okay, this is a Tiny 4 then. That's not that bad then.
No, not that bad. Lina is much better.
Yeah, but you're also playing Lina into Pugna, so I think Pugna definitely has a very good advantage here.
By the way, guys, for those of you that are just joining us, the reason why we said it was best of 1 or there's only 1 game is because Midas forfeits the second game. So the first game is going to be on USC, and the second game is going to be on Peru server because Unknown gets to choose, because Midas is treated like as a South American team, because when they were drafted for the tournament, they were in South America. And they were still allowed to play despite them moving to Europe, but 4D had no clue they were moving to Europe. It was a complete surprise to them. So because of that, Midas accepted these rules, and this means that Unknown will be playing on Peru server second match. And that means they just forfeit that game, because they don't want to play with it. I think it's to Peru is like 300 ping for Midas, so it's awful. I understand why they would forfeit. There's no point in playing those games. You would lose 100% of the time. All right,
Yeah.
I like this matchup more from Midas still. I think Midas, they have no counter for the Omnite, really. The Pugna does add a lot of magical damage, true, but I don't think Lina loses the lane against Pugna either. And the Tiny 4 is really good at bursting Pugna as well. It's just Tiny in general is good against Pugna.
Yeah, the thing is, Pugna has to do a lot this game in trying to speed up the tempo of the game or try to, because he's the only one that can counter what Midas is trying to do. Both Lifestealer and CK, that takes time to come online. So tempo setting is all on Pugna, and Pugna is running into so much counters. So like you say, it's a very tough Pugna game. I don't really fancy the Pugna pick as well, even though I suggested it. But I suggested it before seeing the Tiny. After Tiny, I don't think Pugna is the best hero here. And yeah, Midas, they have the Sven Omni combo that went uncountered, even though their intention was so clear. So for Unknown side, they really want to shine with the strength of their laning, because the strength is on the laning with CK plus Ranger, and they're doing a very early on smoke gang here onto Sexy Fat.
Let's see if this is gonna work out. This is the best way to deal with the Viper. Amin's coming by. He can't go for Avalanche level 1 here. Let's see if he does. The other Toxin not gonna help too much. Avalanche though helping a ton, but Sexy Fat's still going to fall as Berna even joins this engagement, and Drakeel will get the first blood. A really good start for the CK, who's gonna need it against Sven because his lane is not easy to begin with.
Yeah, you don't really expect off lane CK to run all the way towards the top lane. So that was a very nice smoke gang from Unknown. They know what they need to do to salvage the laning of disadvantage for CK, and very luckily CK get the last hit as well. So Bracer is gonna be up soon after the bounty run, so that's gonna help CK a lot in the lane against the Swan. But still, this should be completely a free lane for the Swan.
Yep, I can imagine. Yeah, especially with the Omnite to help you out. You know, like even Sven alone doesn't struggle too much against Chaos Knight. Like Chaos Knight can trade nicely with Sven, but if you max out the Chaos Strike early, then you can't really kill him. And then what's the point of that, right? Because Sven is not gonna trade with you. He's just gonna try to farm.
Yeah.
And if you go for the full killing potential build with the Wind Ranger as well, then you could be able to kill Sven if he had no support, but with Omnite it's impossible.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways for the Swan to deal with this lane. If he feels threatened by CK or Ranger, he can always just max out the cleave and then push out the lane and retreat back to the jungle. So committing fully onto the lane, I don't know if that is the best for Unknown here. Level 1 Heavenly Grace already on to the Swan, just to help him out with surviving on the first wave and also getting the last hits.
The top lane, how do you see this Viper versus Lifestealer matchup? Do you think Lifestealer can take a bit of an advantage here? He's not like the worst hero to deal with Viper, but Viper's still a pretty strong lane dominator, right?
Yeah, but Lifestealer naturally has the feast to help him sustain through the harassment of Viper, so I think he should be fine here. Viper though, this is gonna be another straight lane that we saw from the last series, just like the Spectre, the Swan versus the Viper lane. Both of these cards are just gonna farm, but it's always gonna be better for Viper to farm up because with level advantage, you'll be able to do exactly what he's doing right now, just to push out the lifestealer with the poison attack.
I mean, he's struggling though. Yeah, the is actually killing him at this point. There are a lot of Purifying Flames, Fortune Zen combo. It's only level 2 Oracle, but it's already good enough. And since Viper's pushing the lane using Nether Toxin, which is what you should be doing, that gives Oracle a lot of freedom to annoy the Tiny, which is not great for you. In the middle lane, Mandy, no surprise, is beating the lane against a Pugna. Not much you can do as Pugna in this lane, honestly. You kind of hope that Mandy makes a mistake and you punish him when he does. That's it. You push when he leaves the lane, that's it.
Yeah, and Robozeta, he has to be very careful of the Tiny rotation as well. Now that Tiny has hit level 2, he'll be able to move around the mid lane, and the two supports coming up for Unknown, they are not really the one that can mirror the movement of the Tiny. Green Angel wants to stay in lane, Oracle wants to stay in lane as well. So Robozeta is basically on himself for the first 6 minutes.
Okay, Duster though could be in trouble in the bottom lane. Power shot not enough as they Stormhammer plus Purification combo the Drakeel. And yeah, you went for the Chaos Strike level 1 is what I was talking about. If you go for the Chaos Strike early, that's great, you can sustain against your Sven. But if you do that, that means that you also can't get kills as easily because you don't have Reality Rift, which you really need to go to get those kills with. So this lane is very tough for Drakeel to be super effective on. You're at least denying the Sven some farm, but RDO is just playing aggressively against Widge instead.
Yeah, I like that RDO is being aggressive now because he knows that with the sustain coming out from Omni Knight, he'll be able to win the regen war. And Drakeel, knowing that as well, he has to go for Chaos Knight so that he could hopefully regen out with some lifesteal. That's why this is a tough lane for Chaos Knight. And it seems like no matter what CK is going for in terms of skill build, he's not going to pressure Sven at all. No matter what skill build he is going for. So definitely not the most effective CK lane ever. Duster on the other hand though is getting completely zoned out by Wish. So if you couldn't put pressure onto the Swan, then zone out the support.
Exactly. You might as well make sure that the Omni can't get the levels he needs to get the early Heavenly Grace points. And then Sven is a much easier target as well. But the issue, of course, that CK offlane is usually picked up because you win that lane, right? That's the whole point of the CK offlane. If you don't win that lane, you do feel like a much weaker offlaner. Granted, though, Midas is a very similar kind of offlaner in the form of Viper, so I guess they're kind of even in that sense.
That's true, but Viper with the early resources, he can always turn into very good aura items that can help out his teammates, like the Urn, like the Root of Athos that we have seen, even the Boost of Travel, or anything like that that he wants to go for. He always plays for the team, whereas for CK, he always plays for himself. So that would be the biggest difference here.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah, CK can't really go, if he has a bad lane, he can't go for aura items and try to play with like Greaves and Pipe and stuff. That sucks on CK. Whereas the Viper can perfectly transition into that build. Another hero that's kind of relies on winning the lane is Pugna, and he's not capable of doing it against Lina. So this is another issue they're going to have to deal with, especially once the Tiny gets his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that's going to be... I mean, it's really putting some pressure onto Oracle.
You look stunned.
Okay.
And because Viper is constantly pushing out the wave, which means that Oracle can freely live Lifestealer on his own. Because he will be always farming under his tower. And this is one kind of way to liberate your support. And Robozeta getting very close.
Yeah, but he has Salve given to him by Yadomi, I'm pretty sure. Wish is nearby.
Oh.
Mandy is an equally easy kill here. As they root him, deal a bunch of damage thanks to Decrepify, but they missed the Shackle shot due to the Parallax error of the high ground, and that means that they can't get the kill on Mandy. He's going to heal thanks to Purifying Flames, and Amin will give him enough space to retreat. And the top lane, we're also seeing Sexy Fat being aggressed by Berna. Berna, fair amount of damage, still has the rage. Sexy Fat just has to walk away. But they give RTO some free time to farm now, so that's fine. Duster also regains a bit of experience here, very important.
Yeah, very good rotation coming out from the dual support of Unknown. Well, but they're just keeping their course alive though. You are not addressing the issue that the Swan is farming very freely right now on the lane. He's gonna rush for the Mask of Madness, so he'll be able to farm very efficiently and will be able to flash farm more faster than the Lifestealer as well.
Duster's dead. Yadomi has the Purifying Flames for Amin as well, but no, not quite there. You need a bit more damage. Remember, there's the 25% magic resistance for every hero, so he calculated that accordingly. He didn't want to heal Amin instead. But they are getting some kills here on Unknown, even if it's only on Duster. It's a start.
It's a start indeed. Is there any stacks prepared for Swen? Not just yet.
Yeah, I disagree with Duster's game plan in this game. He should be going to the jungle and making stacks as opposed to trying to run away from Wind Ranger, as that helps anything.
Yeah, that's true. That's one weakness of Omni Knight is that when you are pairing him with the Swen, Omni Knight is not the best hero when it comes to stacking.
That's true. Very, very weak.
Yeah, so that's the one weakness that playing Swen and Omni Knight. Of course you could pull once, you can stack once for the engine camp, but when it comes to the third one, it's going to be hard.
We have tries almost complete on Sexy Fat. Let's see if that helps a bit. The net worth on Berna is still really high, and usually this matchup of Lifestealer versus Sven, it does favor Lifestealer early on until Sven gets enough damage to out-damage him, because usually he can just out-heal you. But Lina should have something to say about this. That's the whole goal. Lina needs to have a bit more impact here, Mandy. For now, going for Yule Scepter. Not too impactful just yet.
Yeah, it takes time for Lina to come online, especially when he went for the double null talisman. It means that your use scepter timing is going to be a bit slower, but you're more tanky as well in the lane. You're not so vulnerable to the combos of Pogna. It's a trade-off, but I think everything seems to be going to the way of Midas, even though it's 0-2 right now. But this is the tempo that Swen likes to play with.
Yes, it is. We'll see if he can keep the farm going for now, as he's being quite aggressive in his lane. He actually did get to the 2 points in Stormhammer as soon as possible to make sure he deals a fair amount of damage. Didn't even go for a single point at Warcry this game, so that means that he doesn't feel threatened whatsoever by the CK, who, like I said, went for the Chaos Strike build. That's not good enough to get kills on Sven, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's going for the Armlet as well, so nothing like the drums build that can help your team, help a teammate out.
Open mid lane, Mandy misses Life Strike right. That was awful. Avalanche though to stop the life drain, and we still have the Laguna play, but they Fate's Edict to Mandy. They even tossed Robotheta. That one was much better calculated. Life drain, and with a power shot, they'll kill off Amin. It was a solid second before he got Fate's Edicted, where Mandy could have canceled that Laguna blade. That wasn't like immediate. It looked like a really good play by Yadomi, but he had some time there.
Yeah, definitely. He could definitely see the first attack on it, and Yadomi instantly going back to the jungle to stack for his chorus as well. So Yadomi definitely playing really well from me. I was very impressed by his performance yesterday, and it seems that today he's pretty on point as well as post 5. This is everything that you could ask for from a post 5, helping you in lane, stacking camps for you as well. But unfortunately, they don't have the hero that can clear the stack most efficiently. But Pogna with level 7, 3 points in Nether Blast should do the job pretty well.
Yeah, that's true. The Pugna has not maxed Nether Blast though. Why do you think that is? He's actually going for equal points in Nether Blast and Decrepify.
Yeah, just chasing for the cooldowns for Decrepify so that he can always make the Lina just make Lina annoyed when it comes to last hitting. And I think he likes the cooldown on Decrepify as well. It's a pretty big cooldown decrease every single point. You decrease your cooldown by 3. And Nether Blast is not going to be very important since you are not pressuring tower at all. Mandy is not giving him the chance to put down Nether Blast on the tower anyways. So I think that's fine.
I guess that's true, right? Since Mandy's not letting him use the Nether Blast to push, you might as well go for the Crep there to at least get some more kills. But he's still going for the Aether Lens build, right? We're not seeing the Veil Discord build we sometimes see when Pugnas are starting to go for kills. We'll see if that changes a bit further. For now, the game is, of course, really, really calm, which, of course, benefits Midas. But Unknown is just looking for their power spikes, particularly the double armlet here on CK and on Lifestealer. That's going to be a big deal. Berna. Oh, wow, he actually juked through the trees to find farm regardless. Nice, Berna. Doesn't go through Sexy Fat, which is much easier. Gets a free last hit there.
Yeah, there's still no punishment for the Viper just yet. Viper has been playing very aggressive on the top lane. He's getting all the basic small items as well. Cloak, Urn of Shadow as well, and also power threats. I definitely think that you want to be punishing Viper here before he gets to the level 4 Crucifix skin, because that's the point that Viper gets a little bit troublesome to bring down. And of course, Swen is still untouched so far. It's 0-3, but the tempo wise, once okay.
Yeah, he's in trouble. Has Heavenly Grace used in time. Heals up with Purification. That's level 3 Heavenly Grace. Fair amount of healing and really good stat of resistance. And Duster is going to be wasting the time of 3 heroes down bottom. They're desperately trying to push this to use the catapult and take the tower, but this rate Sexy Fat will do the same. But Sexy Fat is alone, which means Sven can free farm here. And your Lifestealer is not having this freedom because you're not creating space for him. In fact, talk about the lack of freedom on Lifestealer. Look at this. He comes back in. He goes inside the catapult. And what a good way to get rid of the catapult push on the Viper. Very smart.
Okay, that totally equalized what Viper was trying to do at the top lane.
But Duster staying down bottom as well, annoying Drakeel, making sure he can't just push this tower for free. Viper's actually joining bottom because there's no more point in staying up top. Finds Drakeel. That break is really powerful, should take out the crits. However, Duster will still die and the TP will complete. At least he defends the tower though.
Oh, and mid lane, Yadomi is in some trouble.
Oh, they don't use the toss though. They don't have anything to toss him too. And it's going to be Amin who just dies to the power shot. That's the power of Decrepify. Level 3, fair amount of slow there. The slow and the damage does increase over time. Even though the duration is the same. So 50% slow, a considerable amount. And easy to land the power shot with that.
Yes, and that's the power of Ether Lens on Pokemon as well. Yeah, you mentioned about the Wheel of Discord and Ether Lens. I think whenever you are playing a very dangerous Pokemon game, in this case, he's very exposed to both Tiny and the Lina. That's why you go for Ether Lens for you to position yourself even better when it comes to the team fight. So absolutely no issues at all. I love this Ether Lens pickup. It's just that the next item has to be really careful. Some of the Pokemon when they are playing against a lot of heroes that can jump onto his face, he would like something like a Blink Dagger, Glimmer, Cape, Force Up that can help you even more in repositioning. And it seems like his choice would be the Blink Dagger, which I have no issues with as well.
Sexy Fat, Life Drain, Viper Struck for Robotheta. We have Nether Toxin, and Sexy Fat seems like he's going to die. The help of the Heavenly Grace, though, saves his life, and it's Yadomi who's put in a difficult position. Good toss by Amin, guaranteeing the skill instead. We're going to get an Echo Saber soon for RDO as well. Let's see what they accomplish here. As it's the first kill for Midas. It's only a support, doesn't really mean much, of course. But Midas is still keeping up in terms of farm. And I don't think they're the ones that need to get kills early. The Pugna has not been able to do anything yet.
Yeah, Sven, all Sven wants to do is to hit Ancients, into the hit lane creeps. So they're definitely fine with this tempo. And Unknown, they are the one that wants to push tower because with Pogna pick, they're not taking any towers yet at 30 minutes. And all the tier 1 tower of Midas are so healthy. Because thanks to the power of Lina and Viper, the power of the push is really strong, so it's hard for Pogna to find a chance to push down towers. It seems like Midas' gameplay is very clear. They're just defending every single tower that Pogna is going, which is really good in slowing the tempo of Unknown.
Yeah, take the tower down bottom.
Wow,
Check shot. Amin in trouble. Stopped. Drakeel nearby. Armlet. We do have the Reality Rift. Try to stop Amin with the Life Drain. Is it enough damage? Phantasm just to get a better body block and to get the kill with the Illusion. He knew the Toss Avalanche was coming, and Drakeel used that low cooldown Phantasm to guarantee that Amin will fall. But in the mid lane, Mandy has been doing some good work trying to take this tower instead, and that's much more valuable than a kill on a support Tiny. This mid tower will end up falling to the Pugna, who denies it last second. But it doesn't really matter though. The map control is still for you, and Mandeebing gets a double damage rune in favor of him.
Yep. And Unknown with the Q at the bottom side, the 3 heroes connected to the mid lane and try to counter the play of Midas here. Can they take down the mid tower as an exchange? Lifestealer is here as well, so it seems like they are pretty committed to this tower push. And something that I want to point out is Lifestealer is going for Assault Cuirass right after the Armlet. So nothing like the Heaven's Halberd, because that would get countered by the Heavenly Grace by Omni Knight. So he's just pumping in the armor reduction and aura items here from Lifestealer. I like it actually. It's a good way to play around against the Omni Knight.
Do you think it's how can they get smokes here for Unknown to try doing something in this game though? Because now with the timings, I don't really think that Midas. Like I don't think you can wait any longer. Look at Midas. Actually, they're the ones that are proposing smokes. Like what's missing here for Unknown? Oh, I mean, unless Mandy commits suicide here. Mandy, no. Okay. TP. Thank God.
No, the thing is they don't have a natural initiator from Unknown side. They don't have something like a Tiny. Okay.
Like for example, like this in the middle lane where Wish cannot get away. Really nice toss combo here. You don't need the Avatos always. Sometimes you can just kill alone, but the Light Train is keeping Wish alive. He has Winter in a couple seconds, and he's going to end up surviving. And this is how they initiate. They just counter-initiate with a Guardian Angel. Not enough to save Duster. Immediately dispelled, and dispel the one on Viper as well. Drakeel trying to get close to them. He has the Phantasm, has the Reality Rift as well, but they're both relatively low-range. They're both a stun in Reality Rift or low-range spells, so it's impossible to use them.
Look at the way they need to initiate. They have to literally run into everyone and try to bring someone back with the Reality Rift. So without the Blink Dagger and CK, it's hard for them to make an initiation. This is something that they are lacking of. That's why they have to wait patiently for their timing to be up. And before that, pushing towers is the best thing that I can do. CK is constantly looking for chances for a pullback into a stun. But Midas, they are positioning themselves very, very patiently. I like that they are not committing to defend this mid tower as well, because they know that, alright, we have already defended this tower for 16 minutes. It's good enough already. Our Swan is already up online, and he's only one component away from the Aghanim Scepter.
Well, they do kill Omni Knight though. Magic Wand's not going to be enough to try to purify himself, but Wish is here with a power shot to guarantee it. But you're right though, Sven is almost there at the Axe. That Axe is going to be a great way to deal with a Pugna as well, because he's close to level 15, which gives him that Dispel. And that means no Decrepify saves for Pugna anymore.
But there's still the Face Edict coming out from Oracle that can kind of counter the Swan.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
and
so
Yadomi
Oracle
is so valuable in this game. He needs to do so many things.
He is. This Oracle pick is brilliant. He has to constantly be staying with the Pugna though, because both of them have to save one another.
We're seeing the Ags on the CK. Very interesting choice. Usually used as like a dispel or a save from like big AoE ultimates, right? Especially good like against things like Global Silence, for example, because it does give you a spell whenever you Phantasm everyone. In this game, it's most going to be used for the push, I believe. They try to find Duster. They have stopped Mandy, but they decided not to go for Mandy. Odd choice. Amin and Duster just gained a lot of space for Mandy, who was out of positioning. Punished with a Shackle Shot. Not going to be good enough. But don't worry. Mandy just wants to die too, so she... Oh, wow. 2 times that Mandy got caught out. 2 times they don't act upon it because they're a bit afraid of what Midas can do to counter-initiate. Okay.
Yeah, she got to the high ground and all of a sudden Unknown said, alright guys, not here. We are not diving the high ground just yet.
Yeah, but when you shackle her the first time, you should probably be able to turn that into a kill.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Drakeel went for the Omni Knight kill instead of the Lina one. So, probably some mistakes there. And you were talking about the Aghanim's build from CK. I think it's whenever you... Especially when you go for Blink Dagger, it's a very good choice for you to just jump onto the backline and then clean out the backline really quickly with all your illusions. Especially if you could jump onto the Omni Knight, that would be great.
Wish dies. Robotheta, the next target. Let's see. Invest. Yeah, nice. He has a vehicle. But Yadomi has been left behind, and Yadomi's like, where's my vehicle? Who's gonna Uber me home? Nobody. You're just gonna die there. Mid lane, they find Mandy, who was trying to... Oh, sorry, Mandy finds them, who was trying to stop Robotheta. Berna wanted to go in. Instead, it's Sven there with the Dispel ready. Not even necessary because Stormhammer, of course, also amped by Decrepify. Not too great. 25% amp. And that's going to end up getting them the kill on the Pugna, which evens out the game a bit because Pugna does not like to fall behind. He's kind of playing support this game with the CK taking over the role of 2, and that's never great for a Pugna mid.
Yeah, not at all. And you can really tell that both Oracle and that Pugna, they are so vulnerable when they are separated.
Yep.
So positioning is going to be the biggest challenge here for Unknown. They always want to be fighting with a formation so that they don't just get picked right and left by the Swan, especially when Aghanim is up. So they have to pick their fight really carefully and correctly, and CK needs to be the one in front to be the protection for his backline. That's why I'm not that sure with this Aghanim's build. I see the logic behind it, but I do feel like BKB would be much better to serve as a protection for his backline.
Okay, just a quick pause. Go back. There we go. We'll see. As it stands right now, Unknown, they haven't been able to utilize this early game lead too much, and we're going to see how the Sven fares against the Lifestealer. Now, is there a point when Sven is really going to beat the Lifestealer for sure this game? Because he's going for Assault Grasp to mitigate the Sven's damage. Is there any item that you're like, okay, it's too far gone, Lifestealer is not going to be able to match the Sven anymore?
Probably the Daedalus, I would say.
Yeah, I was going to think the same thing. The crit, right?
Yeah, you just want to build yourself into this condition that there's no way Lifestealer can man fight you anymore. Because lifestealing is not great for the Harvest Halberd at all. So there's a lot of ways for you to man fight lifestealer.
Oh,
A Sub-Curious is not.
They actually find Amin with a clumsy net. Do they have enough damage though? Yes, they do. With the Reality Rift, they'll guarantee the skill. But Amin is creating space because RDO is instead taking the Roshan here. Utilize God's Strength, so they clearly don't want to fight. And they will get the Aegis for RDO. They're not the best target, but I guess if you kill Mandy once, you kill him twice here, so that makes sense.
That's true.
They're trying to do a pincer movement here. As Sexy Fat comes in with a smoke, hoping to stop Berna. They know more or less where the enemy team is. They don't want to reveal the smoke just yet, but again, they're using the Pugna Blink Dagger to help with the Lifestealer. Mandy stopping Witch instead. He knows Witch could be dead here. Fate Seek saving his life. A potential Dragon Slave kill. Roboceta sees him. Wants to blink in with the Lifestealer inside him. Lifestealer walks out, but a bit too early, and they didn't blink in time, which means they're going to waste an Invest Bomb. And they enforced the Rage out from Berna. Obviously, Midas doesn't want to fight, but they're wasting so much time for Unknown, who is just... They seem incapable of using anything in their lineup.
Yeah, Manti is playing so well. Actually, she's constantly, positioning himself very, very dangerously and trying to poke Unknown and try to force Unknown to make a move on him. But he's always have the Omni Knight behind him, right? He's doing this very risky and dangerous move.
Yep.
So he's always making Unknown super curious and awkward. That should we go for this Lina? But if you go for the Lina, the Omni Knight will always be there. So they are so confused all the time.
Yep. Now we're going to see the BKB on this... Oh no, he actually completely forewent the BKB this game. Instead deciding to concentrate on the crit that we were talking about. Already bought the Crystallis. Probably going to sell Magic Stick for that. Very, very useful, that Crystallis. It's not as good as Daedalus, as you mentioned, of course. Daedalus is really the point of inflection, but Crystallis is already a good start to kill anyone but the Lifestealer or CK.
Yeah, you also want to try and just get a one hit or two hit onto the Oracle and Pogna. That would be the best way to start a team fight with. You want this surprise of element to bring them down really quickly before they could react. And of course, utilizing the Heavenly's Grace, that's definitely how you should be spending your gold. Just to be, having just to have one more item ahead of a Lifestealer always feels good.
And he is completely one item ahead of Lifestealer, especially because Lifestealer is going for relatively expensive items. The Basher might help out this matchup a bit, but again, I don't really understand why Unknown is evading them this much. I don't know if there's really a turning point that they're seeing in their head where they could just initiate fights. Because the longer you let this go, the more advantage Midas will have. That Heavenly Grace is one of the best abilities for late game. There's a reason why they pick Omnet Sven so often.
Yeah, but this is also a very awkward situation for Unknown. Even if they want to fight, they will be fighting into the Sven with Aegis.
That's true, I guess. Roboceta in trouble. There's another Toxin. He tries to heal back up. Viper Strike is also ready, and Roboceta acknowledges he has to get away. But Sexy Fat can get close to him. Drakeel is also nearby. Thank God for the Nether Toxin stopping the crit from happening. Instead, they'll find out Widge, who doesn't have a winner anymore. He just got the spell. There's a Stormhammer to guarantee the kill, and Widge will not fall. False promise here, and they don't have Duster anymore. This is the fight that Unknown was looking for the whole time. Man needs the Light Strike Array. He's to get away. They try to stop Drakeel, but they stop the illusions and Fest. It's not enough damage either. Mandy is quite fast, but he's going to lose the stacks Light Strike Array soon. Oh, there we go. With the open wounds, they catch up to him. The Yule Scepter to give him more time. Mandy doesn't get enough time to use the Laguna Blade, though. Instead, it's Drakeel who falls to RTO, and he's looking for more. Looking for perhaps Berna, but instead, Midas can attempt to retreat, as Unknown is already too far into their base. Did force a buyback on the Omni Knight. I think that's still a win for Unknown, though. Forcing a buyback on the Omni Knight, getting the Lina kill. However, Sven does get a massive kill streak there.
Yeah, that's definitely a very good defense coming out from Unknown. That was all Yadaomi once again. The clutch force points and then allowing Ring Ranger to counter initiate with the two-man tracker shot. That was what brings that was what contributed to the successful defense there. But that being said, the list is already completed on Swan, so everything gets even more difficult right now for Unknown to deal with.
RDO? I don't know about this initiation, guys. RDO doesn't have the God Strength, doesn't seem to care. The Crep helping out Wish. The Fate Seed, as you said, canceling RDO. Oh, they dispel the Guardian Angel literally immediately. Duster didn't see the projectile. I hope. And Sven's still fighting here with the Aegis. I mean, it's going to give you some time, but not enough to use God's Strength. Berna has the Basho already. LSA to stop Berna. There we go, killing Amin in the backlands as well. But RDO is the real target. They're going to kill him once. Can they kill him a second time? That's the real question. For now, it's Amin who's in trouble. They hit him with the Crep, and that's going to guarantee the kill. I guess the Aegis is going to be lost anyway, but it seems completely unnecessary to fight there. You lose Viper, Aegis, and Tiny, and you could have just wasted the Aegis, that's fine, and you wouldn't lost Tiny and Viper.
Yeah, the thing is they don't even have to lose anything. There's no Ghost rank, so I don't know why are they there to force the team fight coming out from unknown. They could just farm, wait for the Ghost rank, take bounty rank, and then fight again when Ghost rank is up. So this is all about fighting at your 100% capacity, and Midas is definitely not doing that. I guess this is one way that unknown can come back into this game by capitalizing on the mistakes that Midas is doing and forcing Midas to take bad team fights.
Okay, well, with this, Unknown might actually still have a fighting chance, right? The Basher is an important item on Berna, and he's going to go for the Abyssal, which is a great way to burst down the Sven, which is how you usually deal with Sven in the late game. You try to burst him down during the stun before he can actually burst you down instead.
It's going to be hard, though, to burst down the Sven. Like, if Omni-Knight plays this correctly, it's almost impossible for Sven to fall instantly, but going for the Omni-Knight instead is going to be a good choice here. Since most of the spells will be on the Sven, so Omni Knight will have nothing to protect himself from.
Yeah. Sven is struggling. This Chaos Knight is dealing much more damage than he expected, and because you're playing a 4-1 draft, and Mandy has not really done much, CK is just really impactful here. Viper is also really far behind in terms of farm.
It's an oddly quiet game from Mandy, honestly. He has got a very good early game, but he has not been involving in any fight so far. It's 0-1-1. So all he has been doing is just to farm up for his defensive item, making sure that he has all the items to sustain himself from the Pogna. That's where the BKB use have to come in, and he's even going for the Lincoln Sphere as well. So triple down onto defensive items. Interesting build. You'll see how it works out.
Yeah.
He's definitely scaling though, not gonna lie. He's still scaling, and maybe turning into a late game machine would be one of the ways that he's looking to play into.
But then what do you buy to turn into a late game machine?
Normally, if you want to turn into the late game right click machine, you go for the damage talent, you go for the health talent as well, and then just keep farming until you have your level 25 talent on the attack range. But he opt for the magic build, but play like a DPS lane now, so I'm not too sure here.
Oh, it's very true. That's really weird.
Yeah, maybe he would like to go for a utility item that you play from really back, like the back line. Go for hacks, Lincoln Sphere, just to make sure that you be a nuisance in a team fight. That would be one way to play Lina too, but definitely missing out a lot of opportunities to make things happen.
I haven't felt Mandy to be a particularly impactful player, honestly, in this game. For being a Lina who actually won his lane against Pugna, I didn't see him do much besides counter-initiate. I mean, a game with that's 5-15, 28 minutes in. Not only is this an SA game, which is very rare, but a game with a Lina and a Pugna, right, shows the passivity from both teams. Both teams are like, yeah, why hit each other? We'll just wait till the late game. But even I'm getting tired. It's like, guys, you need to have a plan at some point to win. I guess I understand Unknown's point of view, which is we can't really initiate, but Midas...
Yeah. I'm not sure why Midas is playing so passive actually. Like they are playing oddly passive, they're just waiting for Russia now.
Yeah.
Are they normally so disciplined? I doubt so.
No, they're not. They are not. Mandy usually would be trying to dive tier 3s by now. No, maybe it's because they know there's only one game, so they're playing it much more safely.
That's true, that's true.
Or
Or also
some of the
this...
flex players. Oh, Oracle, come on, let's see, can you kill
Oh,
him?
he has
No,
the
has a big
dagger? Okay.
Alright, guys, nobody's going to die this game. We're League of Legends now.
I mean, is this a brilliance coming out from Duster? You know, just pick. Mandy likes to dive. I'll just pick you a hero that you can die with, and you'll be
Yeah.
ending the game with 0 death.
Does he have 0 deaths for now?
Oh no,
he has 1.
It's not.
But look at his impact this game. 0-1-1,
Yeah,
dude.
that's
I mean,
so odd, man.
how is it that Viper has participated in more kills than Lina? You know, that's not good. If you told me that Mandy was support this game, and that's what his skill participation was, I would believe you. He's going for the Ags build, by the way. Not going to go for the... So odd. Defensive items into Ags is just... I've never seen Lina built this way. Because usually, as you mentioned, defensive items means you're going for DPS, physical damage build. But instead, you're going for the Ags, which is like a burst damage build, but you usually want that as early as possible to try to take advantage of it.
Yeah, it's so fully defensive. Lincoln Sphere to protect himself from the Shackle Shot or the Chaos Bolt from CK means that she wants to be speed pushing. He wants to be protected in a team fight, but honestly,
Okay, this is the pushing power that Unknown was looking for, the Phantasm. Time to split push with all illusions. No, I guess you're just gonna farm jungle with the illusions. I've never seen Phantasm Ags used to farm jungle.
this is the most efficient way of farming jungles, man.
Oh
You
my,
can
shut
clear
up, dude.
all the jungle camps
Shut up,
at
dude.
once.
I wanna die. What is this game? Phantasm Ags. Guys, I'm gonna get this, right? Okay. And I'm gonna have illusions of all of you. Okay. And I'm gonna farm jungle so efficiently. No, dude, no. We need to win the game at some point. Like, I'm all up for the eternal game of Dota, you know? But at least kill each other.
Oh my god, this is like, this throws me back to TI3, man. Like, this feels like a Chinese team playing versus a Chinese team.
And
They
TI3?
just wait,
Yeah.
just waiting for a Roshan, just waiting for their item timings to be up, and then they fight each other at 40 minutes.
Yep.
all the
Oh, we're
items.
playing 4 protect 1 against 4 protect 1. Just wait till our carry is 7 slotted. That was how they used to play.
Yep.
They usually used to play around with not the backpack, they had the courier. Remember that time? They had the
Oh, yeah?
courier next to it. They went like micro between the courier.
Holy shit. Those are high skills Dota, man. Those are high skill Dota.
I mean, yeah, because they only play the late game. So, you know, they usually say like teams that struggle. A lot of teams struggle in the late game because they don't get to, you know, experience it many often, right? Because many teams just lose the early or mid, right? But in China, they're like, nah, we're all gonna practice the late game, and we have like a ceasefire in effect, and we're all gonna practice the late game for the longest time. Now they're one of the most aggressive regions, though. And if you watch the Dota these days, it's not as fast, unless it's not as slow, unless they pick techies.
Yeah, maybe that's how you improve as a region, right? Just everybody, alright guys, we are gonna improve in late game. So we do this, we don't fight until 40 minutes.
Well, it's 32 minutes. What are you doing, Sexy Fat? You're not supposed to fight yet. The script doesn't say so. Oh no, Sexy Fat will actually die? No, of course not. This game, nobody dies. Oh! Oh goodness, they did it! A man is dead! Unknown is doing it. Now with a Phantasm. Unknown gets a second kill. RTO's trying to fight against the Phantasm. Mandy also dies in a matter of seconds. And RTO, you waited so long for your item timings. Well, what's happening, brother? He can just deal with you. He's gonna try to get a kill, but that's absolutely impossible. RTO gets stumped. Duster falls in the back lines, and he gets killed by a power shot. The Wind Ranger will even survive here.
No, the thing is that they have waited so long, and everyone on Unknown side has gathered some sort of items that can deal with the Swan. The Blink Dagger on Oracle, the Abyssal Blade on Lifestealer. They're just getting all the items necessary to kite the Swan. And that's why I don't know why are they playing so passive. They have the Daedalus completed on Swan, and that should be the timing for you to go Davai. Just keep fighting.
Yeah. Seriously, you're gonna end this game with 5 kills. It's only Unknown that's allowed to kill this game. Seriously. No, Midas has been playing so passive at this point. Like, I think I'm starting to see Moss grow on Sven at this point. Well, Viper.
Oh, Viper, that's the fact.
Yeah, and they also have the extra illusion here for Berna, which deals a fair amount of damage. How did they get this illusion? What was this from? Oh, he had a bottle? Was it the bottle? He drops the cheese for Roboceta. He actually had an illusion rune in the bottle. That's hilarious. Nice Berna, nice. And they gave back the bottle as well to Roboceta, because that was his bottle, of course. Berna will continue to push. And Midas, they're just watching their towers die. What can you do? Oh, the cliff! Let's elongate this game further. Maybe they're planning 60 minutes in. Sven can get the Apex, and that's how they win the game. Mandy?
Oh man, Mandy. Alright, just
Mandy, okay. You're not doing anything, dude. Berna's tired of this. Berna's like, no, I'm killing things. There we go. Omnite dies in a matter of seconds. RDO tries to stop the Wind Ranger, and there we go! Midas actually gets the kill. They murder the Wind Ranger. They want to go for more. They toss. No, it's a creep. Just a creep. That's easy. Drakeel gets away. That creep has Lifestealer inside of it, though. Amin didn't really realize the rage is activated. CK is fine, but the Guardian Angel will save him from Berna's damage. Instead, it's Phantasm who try to deal with this. They go immediately against the Lina, but the Lotus Orb saves her completely as Drakeel falls. The false promise in the end against Berna. He has to keep hitting to keep healing. Can he take down the Omnite? He will, but finally Midas gets a team fight that they wanted. Berna still has the Aegis though. He's back to full HP. That false promise was perfect, and they cancel the from RTO. He no longer has the God Strength or the Guardian Angel, and without the Divine Power, it's so easy to murder him. Berna is too powerful. Midas no longer stands a chance in these team fights.
no, there's way too much sustain and kiting coming out for Unknown. Man, Yadomi, someone give this guy an MVP badge or something. He's flexing. He's just flexing on the Oracle. He's doing so much for his team with the Blink Dagger, the save, the fixed addict, and of course the Fortune's End to kite the Sven around. And look at this. Look at Mendy's. He's not doing any damage. It's so weird that you are looking at a level 22 Lina, and he's not doing any damage to the Lifestealer because of the build.
Yeah, because you went for Crystals in the end, which at least helps you a bit because you went so defensive though, it's impossible. You had Rage here, Lifestealer, didn't want to use it though, apparently. Wanted to tank that Light Strike array. Mind you, Robot Hit that's also pushing your mid lane. Here he comes, going for Mandy. The Lincolns at least helps out. Berna's back to full HP, and they're going to go for the melee racks. It should be easy to take these. Sven is coming back in 30 seconds. Okay, stopping Lifestealer, he has Rage. That's the melee racks gone. And they're going to ignore the rest. Can you stop Berna? They're trying. The Viper Strike avoided by a beautiful Glimmer Cape. Dust comes off a bit too late. They have Phantasm as well to dispel that Dust. Now with a False Promise, so many dispels. I mean, just wants the skill, but Berna's like, sure, I'll kill you if you ask for it. Drakeel will also destroy Duster in the backlines, and in TPs a Viper. No, sorry. Who was it that TP'd there? Well, Lina TP'd there to do absolutely nothing as they kill the Viper, and Mandy in a similar position. Goodbye. Superman Sven. And then stun himself because he uses the BKB. Berna, yeah, he's okay with fighting him. This is GG.
He gave up. They just waited for too long, man. They waited for too long, and this is a 2-core lineup come from Unknown. Once CK gets to his basic item, the dagger plus the enemies, suddenly they have this power spike, power spike time, and also of course Lifestealer just farming all the time. Have the Abyssal Blade against the Swan, and once Swan wants to fight again, all of a sudden he finds that, oh my god, why am I not hitting anyone? That's because they have waited for too long, and all the utility item on the support side of Unknown is already up. So too much patience, I would say, from Midas Club. And Unknown, Yadomi, what a man, what a post 5.
Yeah, I agree. But let me play this really well. But at the same time, I'm not gonna lie, I think that Midas just kind of lost it themselves. By playing, like, the advantage they had this game was they had actual initiation with Tiny and Sven. I did not see that Tiny, like, if you had told me that this game Tiny never bought Blink Dagger, I would believe you, because it felt like he never had it at any point. He was never initiated. I'm actually checking right now. He did have Blink Dagger. Didn't use it. Mandy, Lina wins lane 1, 2, and 3. You participate in 4 kills to Lina your whole game. Sven and Viper had more kill participation than Lina. I don't know, man. I don't know how Midas was expecting to win this, to be honest. Just by osmosis. They were hoping the game falls in their lap, and they were hoping no one's going to fall asleep or something.
Yeah, I do feel like the way Mandy plays Lina is a little bit too selfish here. I hope that Tiny always wants someone to play with him. That's why, and he has no partner to play with. That's why you never see Tiny jumping in to do anything. And Unknown, of course, they are just exploiting the fact that Midas is being so passive, and they take away the win.
Okay, guys. Well, with that, we will be taking a small break. Oh, no, we're not taking a small break at all. Okay. So, guys, for those of you who are not aware, the second game of the series got forfeited by Midas. I'm going to try to explain as slowly as possible so everyone understands me. Midas does not want to play the second game because when the 2 South American teams play, each gets to pick a server. Midas picked US East, Unknown picked Peru. Midas is technically in Europe, but because they joined this tournament when they were in South America, they have to obey those rules because they actually did not tell the organizers they were moving to Europe before they did so. So, of course, they were caught by surprise, and they had to agree to these rulings. That is why Midas does not get to pick the second server, and why Unknown picked Peru, where Midas has 300 ping. Because they don't want to play with 300 ping, they'll just forfeit that match, as they've done with over 5 matches this tournament already, because they refuse to play in Peru. They've only played 1 match in Peru, where they had to use all stand-ins to play that game. So, we have the next match of the day instead. That's going to be happening soon. It's going to be between the teams of Beastcoast and Eagle Boys. Stay tuned for that one as we get ready for the second match of the day. My name is Mr. Avo Plus, here joined by Arthur Dota. Please follow us on Twitch if you enjoyed the cast or the production in general. And we'll come back with a second match very shortly. It's been a pleasure, and until then. one thing, guys. I apologize. Made a mistake. It's going to be an hour till we go into the next game. I just made an issue with the time conversion. I apologize. So we're going to have to wait an hour here for the next game, which is the scheduled time. So sorry for that, guys. We're not going to go directly into it. I mistook. We start at 7 with we start in 7. So, you know, Spanish. Anyway, thank you guys for waiting, though. And we'll come back shortly with the next game. Just give us like 40 minutes. If you follow the channel, of course, you can see when we're still online. And if not, just feel free to leave this in the break screen. We won't try to talk at all. So you guys, once you stop hearing the music, can just come back in and watch Beastcoast versus Eagle Boys. Until then.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm. We are your nightly podcast that brings you the best NASA Dota that we can find. And ooh boy, what a match do I have for you guys today. It's Eagle Boys versus Beastcoast, complete SA matchup with some of the top teams currently in the region. One team, Beast Coast, that has been the top team for a really long time, but their inconsistency sometimes pulls them back. Whereas another team, formed, and I kid you not, an hour before this tournament, is going to try to beat them with some really impressive performances recently and a consistency never before seen in South American teams. My name is Mr. Avo Plus, but I am not alone today. This chair might be empty, but my heart is not. My heart is full of love for a specific man, a man by the name of Leon Arthur. How you doing,
Hello,
Arthur?
hello. I'm good. I'm good. Glad to be in part of this We're Excited series. Because we watched them yesterday. We're excited games, and it's always a treat to watch Biscos play, especially drafting phase. It's always a lot of things to learn from them, a lot of creativity and innovation. Whereas Eagle Boys, like you said, they have been performing pretty consistent recently, but unfortunately they are at the bottom of the group stage. But a game is a game that you can always learn from. So I hope to see Eagle Boys pull out some crazy things as they are picking the second pick Spectre. So when a team is opening the draft with a Spectre, I always think that they have a pretty good idea going into the draft, and they seem like they want to win.
Okay. I mean, I hope they want to win. That would be terrible if it wouldn't. Don't feed the 3-2 things in chat. But you're right. Eagle Boys, they started the tournament pretty badly, which is not surprising because, again, like I mentioned, they're
Yes.
a completely new team. They literally formed no time ago, so it's not surprising that they didn't have the consistency nor the chemistry yet. But as the tournament has gone on, they have played better and better and better every single day. The Spectre's been one of their standout picks, one of Timado's best heroes, and also a really solid second pick in general. And of course, once you pick up the second pick Spectre, you try to ban as many heroes as possible that counter her. And as you see here, Beastco is actually banning the Viper. You go, why? Viper's counter Spectre. Nope. When it comes to Eagle Boys, what they've always done when they pick the Spectre, this will be the third time they do it, is that they go
Yes.
Spectre second pick and immediately pick up the Viper as the next hero. So they don't have to ban it, and they also get a really useful offlaner in the Viper.
Yep, this means that Beast Coast, they have done their homework. They have been studying Eagle Boys, and this is the respect that you want to give to all of your opponents if you are trying to be the best in the league. And I'm liking this decision coming from Beast Coast, and of course Timado on the Spectre has always been a very consistent hero for him.
Yep.
And we have seen a lot of time how Timado just carries the team on his back with a late game hero like that. Well,
He's very solid with it because Timao is also a guy that just from watching his streams and knowing how he plays, he really thinks about his itemization. I think that's something that often misses from Spectre players. They always just default to one X build or a Y build. And that many times being able to get like a Manta Stylo, if not Radiance, if not Blade Mill first, maybe Midas, maybe Drums, these kind of ideas do help the Spectre be much more useful in the early mid game and they matter a lot. And Timado thinks about these things long and hard, which is why I like Spectre particularly a lot.
yeah, that is true. Like the meta has shifted from the first item Drums Spectre into Midas.
No, it was
and
Meteor
then
Hammer first, friend.
Oh yeah, it was Meteor Hammer first. Yes,
Yeah.
that was like 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Meteor Hammer, Drums, Midas, Blade Mill, and there's so many iterations. And honestly, it's besides of the Meteor Hammer, I feel that everything kind of work, but
Yeah.
it's all so situational. So it's always good for Spectre players to identify what are the situations that suits the itemization the most to come up with the best outcome of it. And speaking about the draft, Spectre Phoenix, this is one of the it feels like a SEA draft to be honest. Like SEA absolutely love this late game plus team fight oriented lineup, and this is what exactly Spectre and Phoenix offers to your team.
But I also love the pick of Doom on Beast Coast. I'm assuming it's going to be Whisper's Doom, though they can also flex into the mid lane with Chris Luck. And, carry Doom was played in South America, so if there's one team that's going to run it, it's Beast Coast, though I do think it's probably 3 or 2. And Doom is particularly great against Spectre, not only because of the Doom, of course, which nullifies Haunt, because you can't really reality to illusions or escape with Spectral Dagger, but also if it's Whisper playing it, he loves going for an early Aghanim Scepter, which applies Break. And we just speak about natural breakers. There's, of course, the Nyx Assassin and the Viper, but Doom is Beast Coast's choice. choice because this hero is much more reliable than, say, Nyx or the Viper most of the time. And Whisper is a really formidable Doom. He's also a really good idea against the Phoenix in general because you Doom him and forget about him in the fight because he's useless with Doom on. So it's a good idea. I really like this Doom pick, honestly.
Yeah, I think Doom has been untouched in the meta for quite a long time. It has been very popular at the very beginning of the meta, and all of a sudden people just forget about this hero. But Beastcoast is one of the teams that are still constantly picking Doom, and Doom definitely has a lot of value. This like what you say, after the Agonies, he could break the Spectre, so you could Doom Phoenix and then break Spectre. So there's a lot of value here, definitely. And Eagle Boys, they went for another hero that is very good with Phoenix. X, another hero that also goes through BKB, and also you have this wonderful combo where Phoenix can just go in with a big supernova, and then X will follow up with a multiple man berserker call. So that's always gonna be the combo there.
Okay, Sven is the pick now for Beastcoast. That's clearly going to be their carry. And decent answer to Axe, because, you know, Enchant is already actually kind of decent against Axe. Your Impetus and your Enchant prevent Axe from cutting the lane as easily, and you do deal a fair amount of damage. And usually you combine this something like Lifestealer or Sven that just tank Axe decently enough, right? You're not looking to destroy his lane necessarily. That's why you don't pick like Drow or Ursa. You're just looking to withstand his lane. And then obviously Sven, if he's really threatening the lane, he can always go jungle and recover there. But Axe Clockwork, not that threatening. It's just okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sven versus Spectre is not that bad. You can
it's a
always
good
go
match.
for you can always go for Silver Age, Daedalus, and especially you have the assistant from Doom. It makes your job so much easier.
Yep.
And you don't really, and also another thing is you don't really want to pick any agility carry into Axe because Axe will just dominate you with the Blinking Blade Mail. So tanky heroes like Lassiter and Swain is always the go-to hero against the Axe.
Exactly.
It seems like Beastcoast they have themselves very comfortable heroes. These are all the heroes that their own players like a lot.
Yeah, there are a lot of comfort picks here. And
Yep.
I really like the Doom as well because the flex pick between Chrisluck and Whisper, both of whom play the Doom quite effectively. So even if Eagle Boys going by comfort picks, you're not really sure. They're assuming it is for Whisper. It makes sense because obviously usually you would pick the mid laner last, but yeah, I mean, Beastcoast could just pick something else that's flex here, right? They could pick a Lesh is banned, but they could pick something like, I don't know, say Pango, for example. Again, just a free example to flex the Doom here and make sure that Eagle Boys doesn't really know how to outdraft them. That's what a lot of teams do. They'll flex the offlane and the mid laner, and that way they make up for the lack of last pick.
Yep, that's right. And some heroes that also can flex between 3 and 1 would be something like a Pugna.
Yeah. Void
Like a
Spirit's decent too.
Yeah, One Spirit, Kanka, all these heroes. There's still a lot of choices for Beastcoast to choose from. It depends on what kind of style the Chrislux wants to play.
Also, if you're looking at Beastcoast as well, you're looking at heroes like Disruptor, Silencer, Tinker.
Oh,
Yeah,
of
because
course.
this team is the king of flexing, right? They think everything is a flex pick if played properly, even the Ursa 4. So yeah, they even pick they can pick a Puck, for example, here, played in both positions. They have a lot of options here. But what's
Man,
the best pick? What would you really like to see here for Beastcoast?
I like to see War Spirit, to be honest. I think you want I think you want a hero that can jump onto the back line and silence the. Okay.
Yeah, I told you, dude. I think this might be.
War Spirit mid.
It's either Earth Spirit mid or Undying offlane. That's what I'm thinking here. And then obviously Doom fulfills the other role, right? Sven, the only thing I know is Sven is clear the carry. I'm not even sure about the Enchantress, dude. It's Beastcoast. You never know,
I
right?
know, right? Yeah.
I mean, the
But
Undying is a good idea if you're running him as 5, right?
Yeah, but Undying has a lot of value here, especially against Spectre. So every single time you put down Tombstone, you ensure that the Desolate is not gonna proc. And Eagle Boys respond this with a Monkey King, so they are assuming that Doom will be on the mid lane.
Well, it could be Doom or Earth Spirit. I think he counters both, right?
Yep.
And Beastcoast is like, well, time to pick Enchantress mid.
Yes. Never mind.
No, it's
Chrislux
Doom
is on the
mid.
Doom.
It's Doom mid. Now, my question is, what's the offlaner? I think
I'm saying Enchantress.
you think Enchantress. I'm thinking it's Undying.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see. This is the most exciting part of Beastcoast draft. Who is playing what?
I'm always excited to try to predict Beastcoast draft, because if I manage to do so, it means that I'm really smart.
Oh, you're completely right. Well
Oh.
played. That's the Enchantress
Wow.
Whisper. I mean, that is a thing they used to play back when Enchantress 3 was very popular. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, to be honest. It's actually pretty strong against Spectre in the lane. It nullifies the impact the Clockwork can really have because you have the creep to help you out. It's not a bad draft by Beastcoast. Of course, a bit unorthodox, but that's what Beastcoast does. What draft do you like best, seeing this?
Honestly, if you talk about like teamfight execution, I would say Eagle Boys. They are so easy to execute at teamfight. Every single one just press R, and then the teamfight becomes so chaotic. And the more chaotic it becomes, the better it is for Eagle Boys. But for Big Skull side, they definitely have some answers for what Eagle Boys is proposing. I think if Doom particularly need to have a good game, and he needs to be dooming the right target as well in the team fight. So drafting wise, I prefer Eagle Boys, but I also prefer the ability for Beastcoast to execute their draft too. So I would say it's a 50-50.
Okay, I think I also agree with you in the sense that I would rather go with Beast Coast on the execution side, but I do find this time Eagle Boys is a really good draft, and that mid pick, particularly the Monkey King, that scares me a bit, which made me go slightly towards Eagle Boys. But anyway, guys, anytime we get Beast Coast, of course, we always get a weird draft. Remember to follow us on Twitch if you want to keep following their craft.
Hello, and welcome back. We're in the game. This time they took a bit to pause, but they paused eventually, of course. Appreciate.
Yep, they know. They are always ready for you. Well, looking at the laning wise, nothing crazy is gonna happen here. No crazy lane swap. Mid lane is gonna be Doom
besides the
versus...
Enchantress Undying, right? Crazy
Yeah, of
lane swap.
course.
What do you think of this Enchantress 3 here?
I like it because I was hoping it was an Enchantress tree, because Enchantress is one of the heroes that if you get higher level, you'll be able to just spam out your impetus and kick the Spectre off the lane.
Yep.
And when you're able to do that, it's always good, right? Just to take down the tier 1 tower quicker and then transition that into the pressure onto the mid tier 1 tower. Yep. I think that's going to be what Beastcoast is looking for this game, just to control the map and then take away the farm from Eagle Boys.
I really like as well that the Undying is put in the bottom lane, right? Because they counter Axe really hard with this pickup, and I mean the Axe, his biggest asset is of course HP, but he actually is not that tanky a hero. Only 2 base armor rather, is quite low, and if you take away his biggest asset, which is his health, obviously Undying does that, then it becomes very difficult to lane with this hero. Usually Axe is actually countered not by the carry, except Ursa, right? But by supports most of the time. Because you want the heroes like Undying or Lich, for example, that make Axe's lane impossible. And if Axe can't snowball, he does feel a bit of a weaker pick. However, to me, this mid lane is the biggest concern for Beastcoast. I don't know how they're going to secure a lane for Chris Luck. 0 armor Doom versus Monkey King is a tough matchup.
Yeah, he has to play safe, man. He has to play safe and hope that he gets the armor creep, and that would completely change the dynamic of the lane if he managed to get that.
Okay.
Bottom side though.
Yeah, we saw that they took the bounty rune. Stinger might die for this bounty rune. That's the case. Yep, gets the decay off. Not going to be good enough though. Not that it really matters. I would always argue that the first blood for a bounty is always worth it if you're a support. I know some people disagree, but I think bounty is more net gold, and especially if you give this first blood to like another support like Sladin. Yeah, Sladin can get earlier tranquil boots. Ooh, you know, you don't care. Whatever. Stinger comes back into the lane. He's not going to commit suicide in the next couple of minutes, so he's going to still be useful here.
Yeah, he needs to be careful though, because he definitely does not want to die here after using the TP.
Yep.
If Eagle Boys,
top lane, Schofield, yeah, in trouble as Battery Assault hits. The Enchanted Creep trying to help Schofield, but unfortunately this creep will not do enough. Also loses Whisper, I'll asset. And going enchant level 1 is theoretically a good way to deal with the Clockwork, but of course if you run away and you have no other creeps mitigating, it's just a 50-50 chance, and that's not the best way to play it either.
Yeah, but I think Whisper is trying to use the enchant creeps to help him in denying creeps, and also have another creep to zone out the Clockwork as well. So that's pretty smart. Oh, bottom side K1 also
Sladin does end up dying here. Oh, I was actually very surprised by that. I was following this lane, I just saw Stinger harassing him, but I guess Sladin stayed until the end. Yeah, 16 decay stacks around dying. Phoenix, another hero that relies entirely on his HP pool. His armor is also absolutely garbage in the first level, so it's so easy to abuse him.
Yeah, and also they exploit the level advantage as well. Once they hit level 2, they instantly make a move on Sladin. So that's very well played by Beastcoast, and here is where X can start putting some pressure onto the Sven. He's level 2 now, has the counter helix. So that's where you can just keep looking to trade with K1.
By the way, I'm just going to mention this to get it out of the way, since you guys are listening to the cast. In terms of servers, Beastcoast has been practicing on the Peru server for now. So they do usually play in Peru. I know they usually play in USCs because Stinger is in Mexico, but they're going to be practicing in Peru because most of the team is in Peru, and they want Stinger to get used to the ping for all the tournaments that are coming up. So it is Peru server for both, and that's going to continue this way for a while. Chris Luck in the middle lane, about to die to Faker, but Faker lacks the damage to finish him off.
Yep, Chris Luck very smartly picks up the boost of speed as well, so this should help him get away from the Doom, get away from the Monkey King. So for Monkey King to get a Q onto Doom, he has to match the boost of speed as well, which is not the best item for Monkey King to pick up early on, because he definitely wants some more stats to start the lane with, like a double.
In the top lane is gonna kill Timado here. Yeah, just a single bracer and
Solo
2
kill.
points in impetus, but no, sorry. What you say? Bottom kill. Aretes is coming here for Whisper. Is this going to be enough? Aretes did go for the level 1 boost of speed. Whisper's quite fast, goes to the creep wave. This is going to help him a lot. But, oh, he doesn't want to tank the damage from the Clockwork. And now he goes for the counter initiation. Look at this. Oh, Aretes suffering so much. Mid lane, though, we do see a kill from Faker. Getting the kill we expected on Chris Luck. I mean, Schofield needs to be here all the time to make sure that Chris Luck doesn't die. There's really not much else you can do. This lane is awful for Doom. It's unplayable for Doom. I would say it's like 80-20 lane, genuinely.
Yeah, he like for Chris Luck, he just have to be patient in this game. In this lane, he had like level 6 is where he can turn everything around. So he probably wants to play safe until that. Or look at how there's always one chance for you to outplay this, which is whenever Monkey King wants to balance strike to get his HP out, you can leave the creeps, and then hopefully get a counter kill from that. And
We've seen that a couple of times, but yeah, you can't really reliably do that though, especially if you're standing in the way, because Doom is so big. They're always gonna get a little bit of healing. That's the counterplay though. Push him back, but Faker is healing enough, and he kills Chris Luck yet again. Avoids some of the damage. The Clockwork's here as well with the Cog. Schofield is going to die here to Aretes, as Faker is taking advantage of this lane so well. Bottom lane, we also see a double kill that I couldn't quite catch because we were looking at mid, where Sven and what happened there? Sven and the Undying both died to the axe.
Yeah, it must be the counter helix.
Yeah, just lucky spins, and then you get surprised by that.
Yeah, but mid lane though, the 3 points in Jingu Mastery really paid off.
Yeah.
And this is why you don't go man fight with Monkey King when he gets his level up, and he has the fire for him to turn around as well. Chris Luck once again not starting the lane correctly. He has only gotten 8 creeps so far. And top lane, at least there's one lane that's going well for Beastcoast, and it's always gonna be Whisper. I've never seen this guy lose a lane, to be honest, so far.
They'll give him whatever trash they think of, and then Whisper will win the lane no matter. Nah, they usually actually try to give him a good lane in general. The sacrificial pawn is always Chris Luck. They're like, hey, Chris Luck, can you play Doom against Monkey King? Chris like, I don't know, dude. I don't really want to. Okay, you're playing Doom against Monkey King. Okay. Alright, thank you. And Chris, they just sack him because Chris does play a really good mid game. Like, this is the kind of player that... Yes, securing his lane sometimes is useful, especially if you think of the mid lane matchup is going to be really difficult. Like, for example, here against Faker, it's kind of tough to recover against him. But regardless, he's more of a mid-game player. He sometimes even plays at kind of a 3 role as opposed to the 2 role.
Yeah, more like an S4 kind of role, right? Just really stable.
Old S4, when he used to play mid, quote unquote.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or mid lane, they're
Faker.
just punishing Chris Luck.
I mean, yeah, you have to TP here to save him, but he's level 4. They're making sure that Doom does not have a game. And Doom, yeah, he does recover with Devour, but if he gets no levels, he does not get points in Devour, and then you don't recover at all.
Yeah, right now is in a very awkward situation, because if you are Doom, if you are so behind, you will want to max out the Scorched Earth so that you can farm, you can fight. So it means that Devourer is not going to be like a very high skill point.
Yeah.
It also means that you are not going to recover as fast as you think he will.
We'll see.
Oh my god, once again, he took it down.
Time, dude. Yeah, and there's Phoenix with the Icarus knife to slow him down. The stun is perfectly utilized. Chris Luck just wants to stop dying, but it's impossible. At this point, you might just leave the lane. The supports are finally here, but a bit too late. I don't know, they're diving the tower like it's nobody's business, and they don't even care about your supports. Faker's having the time of his life, and we did talk about how win conditions aren't usually played from the mid lane these days, but I think this game Monkey King can perform that role if he wants to.
Yeah, especially given how dominant he is
Right.
in the role right now. Oh,
Okay, that's a good
unless
start.
they can get a kill.
He can evade. No, he can't evade any damage. They didn't have the mischief, which means Stinger will get the kill with Soul Rip, and that's going to be Faker finally finished off. The gold is divided for some strange reason. One of those Dota bugs where two things hit at the same time and they divide the gold unnecessarily.
Bottom
In
side.
the bottom lane, Ektor is in trouble. Yep. And with the Battle Hunger, I think Ektor might just die to the burn here. He needs to kill something. He kills the Phoenix, but that is not enough. Frank does get the final spin that sends him to the graveyard. But, I mean, he's like, how do I dispel this Battle Hunger? Better kill something. Kills the Phoenix.
Well, nonetheless, Egobus is having a really good lane start. And you talk about how X really, this hero needs to pop off during his laning phase to be an effective hero in the mid game.
Who,
and he's
Axe
definitely
or
doing that.
Monkey King?
Yeah, X.
Okay.
Yeah, actually both of these heroes have to win their lanes.
I
And
heard
they're
a
doing
God Strength.
exactly just that.
It's a God Strength to farm, but Ektor, they don't want to let him farm. Those spirits are kind of annoying for Ektor to farm efficiently. And
Ooh,
the mid lane, I'm seeing them going for Schofield. Another kill on Schofield. It's... Dude, you are giving Faker so much leeway this game. And even then, though, he's not actually beating Ektor by that much, which is really impressive. Because these kills, they're diminishing returns in the early game. They're going to find Stinger again. And this time, Axe is going to guarantee the kill. But at the same time, Beastcoast is keeping the Spectre at bay. Their Sven is farming well. It actually doesn't look as bad as it seems, despite all the kills that Ego Boys are getting. Oh my goodness, Faker is actually diving the tier 2 in the bottom lane to kill Chris Luck, but you're gonna die for this, Faker. No way you could live that. Monkey King, yeah, he doesn't have enough armor to survive that, even with the face boots.
That was actually not worth at all because like what you say, is diminishing return. And Faker, he himself is holding a very big bounty that he's giving away to Schofield. And not only Schofield get 250 gold, he also gets some very much needed EXP as well.
Yep.
And you can tell that Schofield, he's surprised by this, fortune coming out from Faker, and he's going for Midas. He's queuing up the Midas.
Alright, Schofield's like whisper, sorry, Chris Luck, you estás bajito, mano. I'm gonna be the carry today. I'm gonna be the real mid laner with the Midas. And honestly, I mean, we did say their spirit could mid, so that's the idea. As long as you're getting farm on Ektor, it's not too concerning. As we said before, Doom just needs levels and he will eventually recover. And Doom is always useful for the Doom, right? So it's not too difficult. Schofield, okay, they find that it is. There's the Tombstone, also great against Battery Assault. They kick Aretes out of his own cogs. Chris Luck wants to fight this, has the Doom ready, and Aretes, oh, they want to give the kill to Chris Luck, and he does get it, using that critical strike from the Alpha Wolf to deal a bit of extra damage. Alright, a little bit of recovery for Chris.
That's 323 gold.
Not bad, huh?
Yeah, the clock will actually worth more than the Doom right now. So, as Ego Boss now, you definitely don't want to keep diving the Doom. This is where you want to switch your focus to the Enchantress or the Swan. Because Enchantress right now, he's just punching on the Spectre right now. Spectre is 0-3. We haven't talked about this a lot, but he's 0-3. This is 1-on-1 lane, by the way.
Yeah, Enchantress absolutely dominant. We just speak about how dangerous Enchantress can become if she gets enough farm, right? The reason why Enchantress offlane is not very popular these days because you don't carry much team fight there. Oh, they're going to kill Schofield as well. You don't carry much team fight. It's really dependent on winning the lane. It's not as exciting. But it's very similar to how Viper used to play, or in general how what other dominant offlane heroes have we seen this tournament? I mean, Viper for sure.
Like
CK, Timbersaw, exactly, yeah. Idea of you win your lane and snowball from there, but you don't bring any team fight to the game. But that's why Doom and Sven and Earthspirit are here.
Yeah, these heroes are very strategical, I would say. You pick him to win lanes and then dominate the map control. So you want to play around the Enchantress. You never want Enchantress to keep running towards your teammate. And this is why K1, he knows exactly that, and he's using the strength of Enchantress to push down the tower, but he's He might be dead here.
Oh yes, Hector is not going to make it through at this rate. They have Berserker's Call, they even commit the Supernova, so nobody can come save him. Usually I'd say that's a waste, but honestly for Hector, you need to kill him. Whisper could also be in trouble. He has the 1 point untouchable, that should be enough to keep him alive, and Stinger completely ignores this Wukong's command. I don't find that Faker has utilized this early game lead as well as he could have. This is the first gank he really commits that's not on Doom, and it's not successful.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he didn't participate in the Sven kill, of course. We know they killed Sven, but that was the important part, though. Chris Luck
Chris Luck.
now in trouble as Faker joins in. Again, another kill on the Doom, who's back to being level 9, by the way. Very impressive. Same level as Faker, despite this dominant lane.
The power of Doom, man.
Is
Just
the power of
using a
Doom.
Scott Urge to push on lanes and then devour some creeps, and you are back into the game. Oh, the
Berserker's
Blink
Call.
Dagger.
Yeah, Stinger's done for, but Hector's coming in here with Midas already in the ready. They do stun at the Monkey King, trying to kill him with a Magnetize. Schofield, he's trying to be the carry. He's dealing the most damage. He has more stones to keep the Magnetize going. There we go. Faker starting to suffer a lot. Royal Jelly's keeping him alive well, though. As Whisper searching for this kill. Magnetize is going to end up finishing off Faker. He takes too long to TP. Either way, he wasn't going to get out of there alive. And Aretes cannot deal with the burst damage that Whisper is providing. That's 2 counter kills. One in the enemy mid laner. Actually, not that bad for Beastcoast, dude. They're actually winning in net worth right now.
Yeah, not at all. Like this is the scary thing about Doom is that you don't really want to overcommit for Doom and then risk your teammates dying. Because Doom can always come back to the game and he can always just do what he wants to do, which is the Doom. And there's the Midas onto Earth Spirit. You're diving everyone to get Chris Luck while you are feeding off to Earth Spirit. I would say having an Earth Spirit that's so fat is actually pretty crazy. He's already overtaken the Spectre. And he has the Midas, so he'll skill pretty well as well.
That's also because Timado is the poorest Spectre I've ever seen. Absolutely destroyed in that lane. Whisper having much more farm than him. And because they allowed Sven to go for the Midas early, even when they get a recovery Midas and Spectre, it's not going to be enough to match Sven's farm, like by any means. We're talking like we're going to go into the mid game 25 minutes in, and Sven might be 2 items up over the Spectre. Unless he dies here. This is a really good way to recover. Where are the TPs from the supports? Undying is coming. Hector gets out of the cogs. Undying has the soul rip, but doesn't use it in time. Sets up Tombstone instead. Can they get a counter kill? Yeah, here comes Frank. Tombstone's dead. Stinger's like, guys, please, can someone help me? And Beast goes like, dude, we didn't help our carry. Do you think you matter?
Oh no, just a freebie.
Yep. They missed the Culling Blade though. That's a little mistake by Frank. But they do take a tower, or they put some pressure into the mid lane, so not too awful for Beast Coast losing Stinger there. The big kill as an Hector. Really good rotation by Faker, taking advantage of that early game lead.
And also Frank as well. Like Frank has been one of the most impressive player from Eagle Boys that has been doing really good recently in the other recent matches. He's always the stable one, be it on Mars, on X this game. He seems to always have a very good early game, and then after that he'll just make countless rotation to help his team to control the tempo. And this is not exception as well. Early Blink Dagger pickup, and he has already involved in so many kills.
I agree. That's why the axe is so useful these days, because if you can get a decent enough lane and you can put pressure in it, your Blink Dagger timing is much better. You no longer see the axes going for the Vanguard Blink Dagger. That used to be the case, which slowed down your game a lot. Now it's just straight for the Blink and trying to get kills, and it works a bit better because you're less reliant on having the best lane in the world, and you can just go for like an okay lane and take advantage of it.
Yeah, not to mention that they are not even using their teamfight potential as well with the Wukong's call and the Supernova plus Horn. So that's gonna be really scary when that timing eventually hits. Bottom side though, Chris Luck is not gonna go for the Spectre. Okay, he's rushing for the BKB though, which is very necessary. And it's just crazy how much he has recovered from the really bad lane. Gofield in the meanwhile is queuing up the Assault Cuirass.
I don't know if this is real or meme, honestly.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? First item Midas, second item Assault Cuirass on your Earth Spirit support. I mean, it's pretty good against Monkey King and Spectre, right? Because they both have this kind of spread physical damage from the illusions or the Monkey King statues. Schofield has to get out of here, though. They canceled his rolling boulder. I think he's gonna... Oh, maybe not. Berserker's Call. Does it catch him in time? Schofield. They do stop his rolling boulder, and now it's Whisper's time to die. They don't have any stuns for him. Stormhammer gives him some leeway, but the damage from Sunray is pretty high. The Supernova is not going to complete it this Ray. Oh, they just need one more hit. They can't destroy the egg in time. The Berserker Skull saves them. Hector finally finishes it off, but at the same time, he's fallen. In fact, everyone in Beastcoast has died because of Frank's ridiculously good Berserker's Call.
And also the slight pushback by Cop from Artes as well. Wow, this is the teamfight potential, and this is not the fullest still, but is enough to win themselves a teamfight. Oh, the deny from Whisper. What a guy.
Yeah, Whisper, you know, kind of knows that this game has to be carried. So
Yeah,
it's a tough game now because the team fight by Eagle Boys, this is what you were talking about, right? They have such good early mid-game team fight. And Beast Coast doesn't have the equivalent because they have an Enchantress offlane. All Enchanters can truly offer is a bit of damage, but you don't have your Initiator, which I think this game is kind of the Sven. Or the Earth Spirit, who's going for an Assault Harass, who is committing to it, dude. He's committing to it.
Yeah, he's already got the Buckler to start with. I don't know, man. I feel like Spirit Wrestler would be so much better in this game against Monkey King, Spectre, and the Phoenix. Isn't Spirit Wrestler much better here? But I guess because he thinks that he has the Midas, so he'll get to assault with a pretty reasonable timing. So maybe that's the reason why. And he's farming a lot too. Look at him.
Hey, dude,
It's all the way at the
Schofield's
bottom
taking
side.
over, dude. He doesn't want to be playing
He
any 4
is.
anymore. But I agree with you that I would like a Spirit Vessel maybe more. I would also really like to see an Aghanims this game. I think Aghanims is really useful on the Earth Spirit. Because it's very easy to catch him in the wrong position and just punish him with Battery Assault, or maybe with a Supernova, or the Berserker's Call. And the Ags is a great save to make sure that they can't catch you or your teammates.
That is very true. Just more ways to fight, to take the team fight, and also kite around the Monkey King's Super Command and the Supernova. Because you don't want to be fighting anywhere when those ultis are off. You want to be cutting them away, you want to be running away. Aghanis is definitely the item that can help you with that. This game is gonna be slow for Beast Coast unless they get some good dooms to start the team fight with. Otherwise, it's gonna be Eagle Boys controlling the tempo of the game and controlling the team fight. They have a lot of ways to start the team fight as well. Blink Dagger on Axe, the Hulk Shot from Clockwork, and of course Monkey King's Tree Dance as well. So, but then Eagle Boys, they have to be really careful because they're holding a 3k goal lead right now. They don't want to be dropping and overcommitting their heroes. Otherwise, they'll be giving away a very big bounty towards Beast Coast.
Oh, I agree. The Eagle Boys have to play around their ultimate timings as much as they can, and Beast Coast should try to play around them as well, and try to go for like a Doom. We haven't seen a single Doom this whole game by Chris Luck, right? Partially, yeah, they deny his lane, but you still need to play aggressively on this hero early. Doom is too powerful an ability. It doesn't even matter if you have farm or not. You can still use it effectively. But not been the case until now, which is why Eagle Boys has gotten much better team fights. Because right now, it seems like to me like Eagle Boys is determining the tempo of the game, much more so than Beast Coast.
Yeah, definitely. The reason why Krista hasn't been using any Doom is because they haven't been allowed to do any proactive move. It's always Eagle Boys forcing issues, and because they are always the one reacting. And when they are the one reacting, it's gonna be hard for Doom to put down some good Dooms because Eagle Boys will always have the ways to target down Chris Luck and then take him out of the team fight first. So you have to comment for Eagle's Boy execution. And the lack of Blink Dagger means that there's not a lot of proactive move that Doom can do.
Yeah, that's true. Because he can really just walk in, BKB, and hope that he catches someone, right? But you need someone else to follow up, and that's going to be the Earth Spirit. But because Earth Spirit is going for Assault Harass, I mean, I guess Abyssco just wants to take this late. Honestly, this Sven versus Spectre matchup is not a bad one late necessarily. I mean, ultra late, yeah, Spectre does get an advantage, but like 30 minutes in, when they both have their core items, Sven can deal with Spectre relatively easily. It's not impossible. You can even go for the Silver Edge build we've spoken about, so maybe they're waiting for that power peak here this game.
Yeah, but that also means that they are wasting a lot of the pick of Enchantress on Whisper. Because this is the time that most of the time Enchantress want to fight early on. He doesn't want to be waiting and playing this stagnant kind of game. Because he's not a hero that wants to farm. He wants to be always asserting his dominance with his power of enchant, power of impetus, and the fact that Enchantress is already been forced into this utility kind of Enchantress is already a big loss for Whisper's pick. That the fact that he has dominated the lane for so much. Gofi is still not changing his mind, still pretty committed into the Sakuras. I'm really excited to see how this will pull out.
Axe on Frank here. We do have an Invis rune on him. Let's see what we can make use of. They go for a smoke as well. Don't include the axe. Why give him the movement speed bonus? Oh, that was a bit of a small mistake there. And they're not gonna find anyone. Partially because axe is kind of slow this game. Oh, they actually see the axe thanks to the ward. Okay, you should have smoked him, dude. Whisper knows. That was a huge blunder. I know that invisible seems to be similar to smoking, but smoking makes you vulnerable to wards. And that's a really big deal here.
Yeah,
Whisper just ignored your gank completely. Oh, never mind, unless you're Frank. Frank is gone. I take back everything I said. Frank is too good. He catches the perfect Berserker's Call, and they kill 2 people. Oh my goodness.
That was a call without any vision as well.
Yes,
that was just complete game sense.
I'm actually double checking to make sure, but no, you're totally right. That's what the how, dude.
I think Undying just stepped forward a little bit, and then Frank has a glimpse of vision of him, and then he jumped in, and luckily for him, he caught the Enchantress as well.
Yep.
So, but either way, that was really good game sense coming out from Frank. They got the 2 kills, but they could not convert that into any tower push though. So that just means more bonus gold for X, but not any objective advancement. Hector,
Hector, yeah.
Another
Try to
two-man
go
call.
for him. That's a really good 2-man call. Stinger will also fall in a matter of seconds. They get rid of the tombstone. And Beastcoast seems unable to answer this. Yep. Seems like right now Eagle Boys just is working much better with the draft. The axe is 10 times more effective than the Enchantress. Spectre actually recovered. She's 2k away from the Sven. Right? Sven that has Midas just like the Spectre. Sven that had also pretty much a fair amount of space just like the Spectre. But the inability for Beastcoast to propose anything means that Sven doesn't have any space really, unfortunately. They really cannot go for kills like they usually do, so they can only sacrifice heroes. And Chris Luck has been found out again. Faker nearby. They slow down Chris Luck. He tries to use the drums, but the Sunray is a bit too powerful. Chris Luck is forced to BKB TP, but he can't even do that. He wanted to doom the axe. Doesn't work out. And a hookshot from behind. Wants to stop Schofield. Schofield for now will get away, but Monkey King is lurking nearby. We do have Problem Spring in a second. I don't think they can make it up to him. He's going to try, though. There we go. With the Boundless Strike, Faker will still get this kill. My goodness. Now, this is the Monkey King I expected from the early game when I saw this draft. This is the kind of Monkey King, active all over the map, getting kills everywhere, that I expected to see.
Yeah, especially now Monkey King has already reached level 15. He has the 3 dance cast as well. It means that he'll be able to get more active in the entire map. And of course, Axe will have a very good partner to play with. And you will see Eagle Boys just, all their heroes are just wandering around the jungle of Beastcoast because they know that once you take over this triangle, there's no way Sven is gonna have a very good farm. And mind you, Sven is only a little bit, he's just 1k go ahead of Spectre, and that 1k is a hand of Midas as well. So his net worth is a little bit. Okay, never mind.
Okay, this initiation could work with the Doom on the Monkey King. The Supernova has been forced. Let's see if they can take the Supernova in time. It's not going to complete. That's a really good kill. And murdering the Monkey King as well with that Doom is impressive. Aretis gets sent back to the Roche pit, and Roche is helping out Beastcoast. Alright. Beastcoast has a 6th member, which is Roshan. Oh no! They're betraying him! The newly acquired ally. What a Berserker's Call though! That's for betraying my Roshan, says Frank as he walks in and destroys Stinger. Frank walks in to the safety of Roshan. He knows they're the new ally. Can they survive here, Frank? He has the magic wand. That's Berserker's Call, stopping the Doom from killing him. Doom doesn't have enough speed just yet, but the score started slowly dwindling him down. And Frank will walk right in the face of the Enchantress, which unfortunately would kill him. Aretes still trying to get away. Whisper, though, does not want to let him. There's an enchant that Whisper deals way too much damage. Now the Haunt comes in to kill Whisper. Aretes will fall, but in exchange, they've closed in both Whisper and Chris Luck. Chris Luck doesn't have time to get away. He's been body blocked too long. And look at the damage that Timado is using. My goodness, killing these 2 heroes in quick succession.
The Manta style, the power of
3
Manta
heroes.
style.
Yeah, the power of Manta and the power of Desolate, my friend. And now, Roshan, time to continue to the betrayal.
Oh, the thing is, because they don't want to be taking all these long fights, especially when the Ghost Strength wear off from Sven. Unfortunately, the 4 heroes just keeps chasing because everyone from Eagle's Way was so low that they forget that they've forgotten that there's a spawn from Spectre that can clean up and reach to the team fight at no time. So very big win coming from Eagle Boys, just sacrificing a few heroes for a big objective claimed on the Spectre, and this would just means that Spectre has more ways to fight in the team fight, and also of course more time to farm up as well.
Faker. We have an Axe as his next item now. Let's see
I
that
like
help.
this a lot. I
Yeah?
like this a lot.
Why?
Yeah. I mean, Aghanim is one item that can help you with man fighting a lot better, especially when you are taking the standstill fights, because this is what they want to do, right? Just fight around the core, around the supernova, and also Wukong's command. So with that being established, you have all the small monkeys to deal extra damage for you. So it's very hard for Sven to just stand there and man fight you.
Okay, they go for Schofield here. Schofield tries to get away. They're rolling Boulder. No problem. Berserker's caught. Bye-bye, Schofield. Easy. Easy for Frank. However, in the top lane, we do see Timado. That Doom is effective. He's going to lose the Aegis at this rate. Can they come and help him? It seems like Monkey King is already here. So yes, they can. They have BKB in the ready as well. Wukong's command is on top of that. Manta style to make sure Timado can survive it longer. Hookshot stops the initiation. My goodness, Aretes! Again, preventing Beastcoast from catching up to the Spectre. And that guarantees 3 kills as well, because Whisper dies to the Monkey King. Well played, Eagle Boys.
Oh, there's a lot of hesitation coming out from Beastcoast. They could have just backed, if they want to play safe, just back after taking the first life of Spectre. I would say that is really worth it already. And you also committed your Doom, right? So after committing Doom, Eagle Boys know that that was the best time for them to fight, and they will fight without any hesitation. And Swen wasn't there for the fight as well. So it feels like Beastcoast, they have been very disconnected as the team. They're always taking 4 fights without the Swen. And that's definitely not the best way to take fights. That's not a 100% capacity at all.
Hector is nearby, sees Aretes. They want to kill him, but oh my goodness, Aretes, dude.
Just playing with them, man.
He is literally wasting their time right now. Wow. And Aretes, by the way, is only 2,000 gold away from the Enchantress. We do have Assault Crash finally completed though for Schofield. Let's hope this helps. Let's see if this actually does help. I'm genuinely curious. I don't know, dude. I don't know why he built this first as his first item. So
I don't know as well. I feel like if he had put the goal into building something like a Wheel of Discord, early KB, or even the Spirit Wrestler, they will be able to take fights easily.
Yeah.
But because of this Assault Cuirass, he's forced to finishing up the Assault Cuirass. That's why he's been farming a lot more.
Berserker's Call with a Blade Mail. Sven almost kills himself at this rate. Supernova used defensively. Sven tried to heal the Spectre as a second Blade Mail, but the BKB is activated. Frank is going to die first. The Sunray not to help out. The Sunray is not going to melt Sven. That BKB is still up. Phoenix is to get away. It's Faker who ends up finishing off Hector here. Meanwhile, Aretes fighting in Schofield in the backlines. This is why you get Assault Caress. Look how much he hurts with the zombies on top of that. Eagle Boys will lose 4 of their heroes. Only Faker can survive. And that was the BKB on Sven. 10-second BKB, 9-second BKB, sorry. A bit too powerful. Doom as well with a 7-second BKB. Completely nullified the effect of the Phoenix here. And maybe Supernova was a bit too defensive.
But man, the damage that Faker is doing is actually pretty crazy. That was without the Aghanim as well. Once the Aghanim is up, which is now, it's gonna be even harder for Swen to man fight the Monkey King. Monkey King is already level 20 right now, so he'll be able to get the primary swing damage talent, just push wave even faster right now, and he'll be able to keep skilling and keep on par of himself with the Swen. So we are looking at the 2 cores versus 1 core lineup. Of course, Doom is another core, but Doom is not the kind of core that will give you any physical damage. He's just gonna be deleting another core from Eagle Boys. I guess it's fair after all. Just 1 core versus 1 core after all.
Yeah, for now it's okay, but I mean, yeah, the problem though in that team fight is that the initiation by Eagle Boy is kind of dependent on Frank, and he went in before the BKBs came out. The moment that Frank got eliminated, we saw the impact, right? Once Frank died, it was impossible to really come back in that fight, because he's your biggest source of initiation. He's pretty much the reason why you've been winning until now, I'll be honest. You didn't even commit to Wukong's command there, so it was a bit tough to fight. You committed a bit in the backlines, which wasn't ideal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they always have the clockwork as the secondary initiation. I would argue that you want the clockwork to go in first, soak up some damage,
Yep.
and then you'll be able to open some vision for Frank to come in with a good berserker course. I think that should be how they want to initiate the fight. It's okay for clockwork to just run in and die as long as you open the vision and create the good opportunities for your teammate to follow up.
The Silver Edge is up on the Sven, so now they have a way to deal with the Spectre. Also, to some degree, the Axe, to be honest. Like, you can actually kill both heroes relatively easy with this. That's an option. That's an idea. Let's see if it works out for them. As we just see the guys from Ego Boys, this is going to be the first tier 2, which will secure the outposts.
Mado is getting so fat right now. He has a great competitive basher going for BKB next. BKB, interesting. Well, there's a lot of small stuns coming up from Beastcoast side. The enchant is also very annoying as well. So I guess BKB kind of works. If he managed to BKB before the Doom hits on him, that would be really good as well.
Yeah, that's true. Right. That's a big deal. I think the BKB is alright, right? Because you stop the Air Spirit from dealing damage to you. Also, Impetus doesn't pierce BKB any longer, so that's a way to deal with that damage. Faker,
boys.
they saw him, by the way. Oh, Hector saw him jump. Hector is looking for a kill here, but he doesn't have a Quelling Blade. The one time you don't have a Quelling Blade. Haunt used. I don't know what they're going for. It's Chris Luck. Okay, get rid of the Doom first. Where's your BKB now, son? They don't haunt to anything. It's just Schofield was coming in, and Schofield comes in and dies. Okay.
That's 2 freebies for Ego Boys.
Yeah.
I must say, Arates is playing very on point today on the post 5 clockwork.
Incredible, dude. Oh my goodness. This guy has had more impact than Schofield and Stinger combined.
You know why? Because Clone is never farming. And Schofield has spent a lot of time on farming and not creating space, which is what he needs to do on a post 4.
Which is interesting, because Schofield is usually known for creating a massive amount of space, right?
I know, right? Especially on his plays on the Ember Spirit, his Earth Spirit previously that he didn't go for the Sakuras. I don't know if this is him getting baited by his own Midas purchase.
Maybe, honestly. Maybe extreme greed. I'm not really sure.
Oh,
Whisper, the target. Oh, that impetus is gonna hurt though, Faker. Oh, actually not that much. Yeah, I remember they capped the damage. I think it's 1600 range now, more or less, that you can cap at. So it's not that much.
What's the next item? Monkey King is also getting himself a basher. So if you look at itemization of both Spectre and Monkey King, they are just preparing themselves to be able to manify the Swan, because this is what Swan does the best. If you are able to sustain through that, especially when Swan BKB goes down, it's very hard for Hector to do anything in the team fight. I would argue that maybe Skadi would be even better on Monkey King, but
Schofield has more farm than Doom and he's going for a BKB, dude. He also went for the 50 damage down as opposed to rolling boulder distance and the 6 armor. Dude, Schofield's our carry. I'm no longer going to look at Hector. Schofield's a true carry. Look at this man. Oh, boom, boom, boom. He farms like a machine.
With dream. Yes, a man with dream. And after that, you might be seeing a basher coming out from Earthsphere as well. Just keep bash the shit out of Monkey King.
Well. yeah, I'm telling you, dude. This Schofield's gonna beat this Monkey King to bits. He's gonna go for the spell amp afterwards and the rolling boulder stun duration. Oh no, Monkey King is nearby. How do you beat Schofield, dude? He's the real carry. Who do you think you're messing with? Schofield doesn't even care about you, Monkey. Figure's like, guys, I'm not dealing any damage to him. I'm starting to get worried. I think Beastcoast is another core in their lineup. Meanwhile, Chris Luck struggling to be a core. Whisper 2.
Struggling to be a core. Yeah, Whisper definitely does not feel like a core right now. We haven't seen a lot from the Enchantress at all, but this is Enchantress being Enchantress.
Yeah, that's what you do as a 3.
He has fallen off so much, man. Look at his net worth now. Even Phoenix has already completely taken over her.
High hook shot, find the Undying, not too impactful. There's the Haunt with a Doom onto the Monkey King, but Monkey King still just fighting against Chris Luck, and Chris Luck is going to die at this rate. The BKB is being activated. Schofield, the real carry, trying to find Monkey King, but he can't. Now is time for the Spectre. But they caught Schofield, they're all retreating. Hector is losing his BKB soon. But Schofield, he keeps on chasing. They got him. Schofield will end up falling, but he gives some space to the Sven. Is that going to be good? No. It's Sven who's on the back foot right now, trying to retreat from Eagle Boy's aggression. Wukong's command is ready. Berserker Skull catches Sven. Frank, always on point, never misses a single call. Arete is hoping for the four-step initiation, but the impetus slows him down. And instead, they're going to go for the Roshan here.
Yeah, welcome decision from the Eagle Boys. They decided, all right, guys, if you guys want to take a fight against us, we're gonna take a fight. We're gonna stop Roshan.
No,
Arete
I heard a
wants
hook
to
shot.
engage-
My goodness,
Man.
Aretes. He saw, he came and he conquered.
Eagle Boys are playing so well as a team right now. Especially the personal performance is also very impressive too. Faker, Sledin, and especially Frank on the axe is just on point. The entire team is so on point today.
Yeah, Eagle Boys is playing out of their mind, dude.
Yeah,
It's like they were waiting for this performance particularly. Oh, Faker, time to feed? No. Time to take Stinger? Well, it's a difficult play to analyze, honestly. Whisper for now, hurting Faker. He has a BKB, he has cheese as well. Oh, actually, Chris Luck getting too close to Faker, and again, Aretes! It's not letting you go anywhere. That's a buyback from Whisper, not a buyback from Chris Luck, if I'm mistaken, but he has 70 seconds of buyback anyway. Whisper hoping to kill Sladin. In 15 seconds, he gets a Supernova again. Repair kit will help, but it's been piled onto the glyph. Not the best of uses of the repair kit. The Frank Berserker Skull does not work out this time, but he actually cancels it in time, so he still has it ready. 10 seconds till our next Blink Tagger. Timado acknowledges that it's a bit too difficult to go for. They need to go for 2 towers at once so they can deal with a repair kit.
Yeah, they have to force the repair kit out on the mid lane and then transition to the bottom side. But they thought that might be too greedy, which is right, because they don't want to be fighting team fights. They don't want to be forcing team fights in the tier 3 towers area. They want to be fighting somewhere else where they have vision control, which is the triangle here, where you can see that they are camping the higher ground, the cliff ward. But it's also okay that they don't force issue though, because they are naturally late game lineup. They are late game oriented lineup, so they are afford to play a bit chill here.
Yep. They're not too afraid that this goes late. The idea behind Sven versus Spectre is that you're always one item up, and right now you're not really one item up. You're very matched in farm. But the Monkey King being a really powerful secondary carry really destabilizes this idea. Because who's your secondary carry here? I'm not kidding. I think it's Schofield.
Oh, Spirit.
Yeah, right?
He's going for Echo Saber now. Look at him.
Time for
wants to-
Silver Edge, Schofield.
He wants to do the physical damage. Oh,
Okay.
Stinger.
Stinger in trouble. Another Berserker Skull catches 2. Frank can't miss these. The Doom is still available, but they're perma-stunning the Doom at this rate. The Sun Ray plus the Supernova comes out. Hector trying to destroy the egg. Can he make an omelet? No! They're going to scramble his brains. Beastcoast
It's
calls
GG.
the GG. Eco Boys takes game number 1. And, I mean, I don't think Beastcoast played the best game in the world, but I gotta say, Eagle Boys played out of their mind. Frank on the axe is something else, and Arete's Clockwork is a god.
I mean, I always think that Eagle Boys, they have great potential, especially when you said that they only formed the team a couple of hours before the league starts, and they have been showing so much improvement throughout the entire journey. I thought that have a lot of great potential, but today they were explosive, man. They were impressive today. They played like they have been together for a long time, and they were not afraid of Beastcoast at all. The way that they deal with Chris Luck, just aiming Chris Luck and destroying his temple was beautiful to watch. Man, Eagle Boys, especially Frank, this beautiful, man.
Yep, I think Eagle Boys they earned a well-deserved victory here with a really well-performed draft. And I mean, I said it. I thought that honestly, Beastcoast was okay for the most part, but that mid lane was a big problem. We saw the impact of this Monkey King. That guy could do anything. And yeah, Faker played really well, but it was more because you gave him a free lane, genuinely. And then he created so much space for you. Doom could never recover, and Beastcoast unfortunately loses game number 1. I actually don't think it was Schofield's fault. I think his idea of going for the build he did kind of made sense. But if you go for that, Chris Luck needs to play the support in that situation, right? He has to kind of make up for that by playing support a bit more often. And Chris Luck was not creating space. He was farming too. You can't have your whole team farming. That's never going to help you win the mid game. We'll see what happens though in game number 2 as Beast Coast need to fight against Eagle Boys a second time. And they still have a chance to tie the series. But Eagle Boys, they are hungry for points because they are really close to being eliminated. And a 2-0 would greatly help them. for that not to happen. Let's see what occurs then. My name is Mr. Plus here, as always, joined by Leon Arthur Dota. If you enjoyed the cast, remember to follow us on Twitch, and of course, you can also check out our personal Twitters at the links below. There's a link spamming in the Moobot all the time. Hope you enjoyed regardless, and we will be coming back with game number 2 in like 3 or 4 minutes. So stay tuned, and we'll see you then. Hello, hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm. We're your nightly SANA podcast that brings you the best Dota in the region, and the only Dota, because there's no other tournaments going on, so you better watch us, honestly, otherwise you miss your chance. Of course, we're also on many other platforms, so if you want to watch VODs, we're also on YouTube, or even on Trovo, occasionally on Facebook, where you don't get falsely accused with a DMCA. UMG, hello, please stop doing that. And we will be casting now the game between Ego Boys and Beastcoast. This is game number 2 of the series. Ego Boys comes in with a really strong lead in game number 1. Nice draft of even better execution. And they destroy Beastcoast to nobody's surprise. Because, I mean, honestly, it was kind of a difficult game for Beastcoast, particularly in that mid lane. We'll see if game number 2 is going to look the same, or if Beastcoast manages to recover and tie this series. But of course, I'm not going to analyze this alone. It's going to be with the one and only, for the last match of the day here today, it's Leon Arthur. Dota.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Hello, hello. Very interesting series indeed. This is definitely the best one. Beastcoast versus Ego Boys. Ego Boys has already been showing a lot of potential, and last game was the big statement from Ego Boys. They come in with a very solid draft, executed perfectly, and I'm just hoping that Ego Boys have what it takes to 2-0 Beastcoast here. I think that would make a very good storyline.
Yeah, that would be a really interesting storyline. It's also very necessary for Ego Boys to make it through, as they need those 2 points. I think they've already shown their prowess with the in the group stages in general, but now you've got the points for honor. Now you actually want to make it through the group stages to make some money. Let's see if Ego Boys can do it. Clockwork and Nature's Prophet for the first 2 picks, as Lina Viper go for Beastcoast. Beastcoast, it's clear this time they don't want to lose those lanes under any circumstance, picking 2 incredibly strong laners. But Ego Boys, they run a pick that we haven't seen very often on this team yet, is the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, a lot of global presence here from both the Clockwork plus the Nature's Prophet. And Clockwork, of course, one of the better heroes when it comes to dealing with Lina. So mid-game wise, or even laning wise, the Lina has to be very careful dealing with the Clockwork. And of course, wow, Ego Boys, they are also running themselves a very strong lane. Clockwork is a strong lane on himself, and Enchantress as well. And Nature's Prophet, of course, with all the Treants, he's not going to lose the lane as well. Especially when Swen is banned out, Spectre is banned out. These are the heroes that do pretty well against the Nature's Prophet. They're pretty high armor.
Yep.
Another hero that deals well with Nature's Prophet is the is a Terrorblade.
So you think now it's Frank's NP for sure, right? It's most likely. I mean, I guess
Most
you could flex him
likely.
mid as well, or carry, but it's most likely looking to be Frank's, as you say, in the position 3. I mean, NP does beat Viper on lane, so you can always try to go for that.
Yeah, that's true.
Depending on when they roll the Viper, you just follow with NP, because he can actually flex every single position, and he plays them all pretty effectively. He's
Yeah,
a
but
solid win condition as long as you pick a mid laner that can also be a win condition.
The thing is, you need to have your players that know and be comfortable on how to play Nature's Prophet, because it's not an easy hero to play at all. You know, it's easy to play, but it's not easy to play very nicely and to the full potential. So you definitely want someone that has been spamming Nature's Prophet to make use of this hero, which is why we don't see Nature's Prophet a lot recently. It's only the Master that have been playing them. Mind Control. Except for Mind Control, I couldn't think of anyone else. Really.
Well, 3-3, for example, is another really solid
Oh, yeah.
NP,
Yes.
right? Babita in this region particularly is a really solid NP. King Jungles in this region as a position 5, very solid NP. Come on, dude. Come on. What is
Yeah,
this
I mean-
fixation with mind control? There's a fair amount of good NPs. He's not like a particularly that difficult a hero to play.
No, but it's very difficult here to play amazingly, you know?
Yeah, that's
Like,
true.
it-
Faker actually plays one of the best NPs ever, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Faker, back when he played in Infamous, that was their pick. Like, they were like, okay, so Faker has a hero pool of 3 heroes. There we go. I'm telling you, dude. I think this MP might be going mid for Faker if the Viper goes there. Because now that you pick up the Sand King, right, it's clear that the Viper's not the offlaner. Yep. And Beastcoast is thinking the MP is going to be the offlaner here, so they counter with
Yes.
Terrorblade, like you mentioned. Anti-Mage also suffers against Terrorblade because Mana Break is physical damage. Also, they're brothers, so Anti-Mage suffers when he actually attacks Terrorblade, of course.
I feel like, well, on paper, Anti-Mage is pretty good against Lina Sand King, but I feel like when it comes to mid-game, because has a lot of
I agree.
ways to deal with Anti-Mage. It's not like, yeah. I mean, I don't think they even need a stun to deal with the Anti-Mage. As long as Anti-Mage blinks into the metamorphosis of TB, TB
you're
will
right.
just right-click him down.
And let's not forget that Sunder is not really affected by Counterspell because you get it off anyway, right? So, yeah, it might, like, there's the whole minimum health thing and everything, but if Terrorblade is Sundering Anti-Mage because Anti-Mage is full HP and Terrorblade is not, you might Counterspell it and it's just going to Sunder the other way around, but it's the same thing, right?
Yep.
So it's not really a help there. That's why the Anti-Mage is not great against Terrorblade. And they're banning offlaners. Okay, so they acknowledge NP's most likely Faker's NP. Which makes me think that Beastcoast is probably running support Viper here. I can't imagine they want to lane Viper versus NP.
We'll see. I think Viper 5 though.
It's been done before, dude.
Yes,
Quincy
it's
Crew
been
has
done.
won with it. Like, it's not
Yes.
crazy. And
Yes, I
Beastcoast,
know, I
right? If
know.
they run Enchanters 3, are you really that opposed to Viper 5?
Yeah, shouldn't be a surprise at all.
Yeah.
Sand King Lina is gonna be pretty solid. It's hard for Anti-Mage to counterspell the Borrow Strike if Lina is the one that stunned first. So there's always gonna be ways for Lina Sand King
Oh, true.
to get an advantage over Anti-Mage. It's not the easiest lane at all for Anti-Mage because Lina also comes in with a lot of right click harassment too.
Also, if you want to actually play this very much next level, if Anti-Mage counterspells the Borrow Strike and you Light Strike Array when the Sand King is currently positioned, that's where he'll go. You know exactly where he's going to go. It's like actually forcing him like a vacuum kind of situation. So even if you counterspell it, you might still be able to get the stun from Light Strike Array right afterwards. And then, as you said, Terrorblade and Viper will just lay into him and murder him. So,
Yeah, man, I'm not liking this Anti-Mage pick a lot.
no, me neither. I think especially because the TB was in the pool and the TB was available option. It was a really good option as well. Like, I hope Eagle Boys is a good pickup against this TB. Because Sand King is a really good one in general, but obviously he's out. What other good magical damage offlaners I'm thinking of? Maybe Centaur is what they're thinking about. Mars.
Yeah, those could work. And we have seen Frank's Mars before.
Yeah, that's true.
He's a very incredible Mars player. And
I would
he
ban
kinda-
Mars here if I was Beastcoast, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Lash.
they
Yeah,
banned
that makes
Lash?
sense. Yeah, that's another counter. Yeah.
Well, Eagle Boss is lacking a lot in front line and initiator now. They have Clockwork as a one initiator, but I don't feel like that's enough though. There also lacks a lot of magical damage too.
Which is why
Clockwork-
Mars is needed here.
Yes, which is why Mars is so much needed.
Omni Knight ban, yeah, to make sure they can't protect a Terrorblade. Pretty smart, actually. They're thinking Beastcoast needs a 5, so they're assuming it's probably Viper mid, Lina 4, Sand King off lane, Terrorblade carry.
Yep, they're thinking about Viper mid.
I think
would
they're
think the
right
same-
about the
I
Lina
would think
4,
the
but I think
same
they're going to
too.
pick another mid liner here. Oh, they banned Void Spirit, though. What's a good mid laner against MP, though? That's a difficult one. Magnus?
Oh,
Yeah,
Magnus is
will do.
definitely good. Yeah.
I can't tell. Though Magnus is a bit of a flex, right? So Magnus can go mid or can go 5. Viper can go 5. Again, it's really not that much of a meme. And then, oh yes, the Bat Rider. We forgot completely about Bat Rider. It's true. Another good counter to Terrorblade. Yep, I knew it was Viper 5, dude. I know this team. They don't like a pick.
Yes.
They give it to Stinger or Schofield. That's how it works.
You know your team. That's for sure. And we are going to see the fake Nature's Prophet versus Magnus. I think this would be a trade farm lane. So that's gonna be really good for Magnus because all they want to do on Beastcoast is just to get the early farm and then wait for their timing and then just go ham on Eagle Boys.
Yep.
Their timing is always going to be much faster than anti-mage anyways. So they're able to. They have some sort of early harassment coming out from Sanking Lina. Viper as well will be able to protect the lane for Terrorblade. So speaking about draft, I definitely sides with Beastcoast here. I'm not a fan of anti-mage at all in this particular draft.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know. I think that the anti-mage just doesn't work, especially with the Magnus pick. Now you have another way to cancel the anti-mage. Right? You have 2 AoE stuns in Magnus and Lina. You have the Sanking, which is not even the best stun to counterspell. Sunder is completely invulnerable to that counterspell, and the existence of a Viper. It is looking like a difficult game for the anti-mage, but genuinely, I'm siding with Beast Coast Wrath this time. I think they have a decent draft here. We'll see if Eco Boys can make this work. And for now, we are going to have just a small delay before we're going to start the game after a small delay. But make sure to follow us on Twitch exactly today. Alright, so we're in the game, and I just want to show you this message that we got during the pause, which says, AM versus Sanking. I don't think so, dude. And I mean it, dude. Like, I agree with that. Like, Counterspell seems like a good idea against the Berserk, but it really is not that great in general.
Yeah, I feel like this anti-mage is purely because of the fact that Beast Coast picked the Sand King. I don't think this Sand King and Lina is big enough reasons for Eco Boys to think that this is a good game for anti-mage.
I don't even think it's that great against Sanking. Like, if you're telling me that you have some sort of, like, single target, really powerful stun against anti-mage, you know, like, I believe you. I'm struggling to think, like, Beastmaster, right? Sure, you know, because you can counterspell that or whatever. That's, like, your idea. You have a Storm Mid or something like that, sure. But I agree with you. The Whisper is not... Oh, okay, so what is he saying? Okay, so Sladin says Whisper, but without vowels, and then Whisper answers Princess, which obviously you understand that. Then Sladin answers Schofield, and Whisper says he doesn't want to talk to you, he says. And he goes, he's angry. Peruvian, I mean, Pes is just pues, which means well, but Peruvian's just added at the end of every sentence for some reason. He guess he's angry, but in ranked, he comes for the free win. And that's your daily class of Spanish, with a bit of Peruvian slang involved.
Yeah, some storyline behind this.
I have no clue. I bet they play ranked together and they win a lot.
Yeah. It feels like... Wait, who's saying free win? I feel like Sladin has been carrying Schofield then.
Could be,
feels
could
like,
be.
Yeah, it could be.
It's because Sladin is from USC, or sorry, he's from Venezuela, so he has better ping in USC. So this man carries them with a ping difference, you know. I'm actually unsure about how Venezuela is, to be honest, to USC than to Peru. I don't know how long that goes.
But most of them are playing around the ping of like 108, at least 150, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
What, right now? No. Right
Yeah.
now, only Stinger's playing with 150 ping. Because he's playing from Mexico because he's with his family. Everyone else should be... Whisper from Bolivia should have an more or less equal ping. A bit worse, obviously, than Peruvians, but it should be fine. And all the Eco Boys in Peru, so it's all good.
And just imagine if you put them on a LAN tournament, what kind of monster performance that they will be performing without with zero ping. Oh, that's gonna be something to watch out for. All right, I really want to see this post 5 Viper works out. This is like I known the idea of this. I known the logical reason for this, but this is the first time I have been officially casting over this.
And well, let's see more chat. I'm sorry. I'm really curious about what's gonna happen in this matchup. I want to see this anti-mage pop off and then prove me wrong. So Whisper goes papus, which means dads, which also refers to dudes in this case. And I'm supposed to genuinely that's what Peruvians used to say, like, hey guys. And then Sladin asks, what's happening? And Stinger, no surprise, he's the one that's having connection problems because again, he's from Mexico. Well, no, he's not from Mexico. He is in Mexico.
Yeah, I hope it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, speaking about anti-mage lane, there's a lot of ways for Sanking and Lina to deal with this lane. I've seen some Sanking just go for a caustic finale at level 1 and just keep pushing the lane out and drop some harassment onto anti-mage, making sure that at level 1, anti-mage is already taking a lot of damage from level 1. So that's one way of playing Sanking to get an advantage on the lane. And the other lanes looks pretty solid for Beastcoast as well. Magnus is not gonna lose the lane. K1 with the protection of Stinger should be pretty good as well.
So his items got bugged and they're appearing on the mouse for some reason, whatever that means. And some people they're asking for a remake. Dota's still in beta, of course. Okay, so they're gonna have a remake.
Okay.
Alright guys, we're gonna take another small break and we'll be right back with the game between Eagle Boys and Beast Coast. And Whisper before that, he says, the friends are friends forever, ever, forever. And I'm not translating it correctly, that's literally what he said, it just has no grammar here. Okay. Small break, we'll be right back. Alright, guys, we're back in the game. Welcome, hello. Welcome to this wonderful game. It's Eagle Boys vs. Beastcoast game number 2. We just had a remake because Stinger, his keybinds didn't particularly work, it seems like. It seems like they were all put on this mouse, whatever that means. And hopefully it's going to work now.
Yep, this is definitely a very exciting match to watch. Eagle Boys, they desperately want the 2 extra points, so they will do everything they can to close out this series with a 2-0. Okay, what are they saying?
So they went, Sladin, your day has come, but to me this is like any other day. And Stinger goes, bars, like spitting bars. And Sladin is like, yes, written bars, haha. And XD is, of course, how Spanish people laugh, right? In Spain, we all talk to each other, and when someone says something funny, we just go. That's why. Yeah. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. A lot
Are
of
you
Spanish.
even serious?
Yeah, a lot of Spanish people die when they laugh. They go, and then we choke on ourselves. It's really sad. What do you think the XD mean? Do you think it was a face? Don't be uncultured.
Of course, man.
No, of course not. Don't be uncultured, dude. It's how we laugh. That's very rude of
Really?
you.
I did not know that.
Oh my
Holy shit.
god. I thought you watched Spanish shows, Arthur. God. That was very disappointing, dude.
I always thought that XD is a face that you just tilt around your head and it looks like a face.
That's insane. Who would do that? Clearly, if you put multiple XDs together, it's because you're laughing. It's like aksaksa for Russians. You know, Spanish people just laugh like that. It's like a rattlesnake. It's a thing.
Every day I learn some cool Spanish culture when I cast with you.
I'm fucking with you, dude. Don't tell that to anyone.
Of course, man.
People are gonna think that you're some cool Spanish culture. Oh my goodness. I was afraid they're gonna tell someone in real life there. No, I'm memeing. That's obviously the face. Yes. Chris Luck in the middle lane. How do you think this matchup is gonna go? It is actually the most important matchup for Eagle Boys, to be honest. NP versus Magnus. They need to win this to create space for the AM.
Yeah, it's the most important, but I also think that this is the gonna be most boring matchup that you will see.
Yo, I know, but like, tell me who's favored in this matchup.
I'll say if Faker plays this correctly, I mean, if he gets a couple of denies, it would be slightly favorable for Faker. And most importantly, he'll be able to move around the map even faster than Chris Luck. And also because of the teleportation, you have regeneration advantage as well. So slightly advantage for Faker, I would say. Like Chris Luck, he's just gonna do what he wants to do, just gonna farm. He's just gonna farm, get his...
Oh,
the
Whisper.
only...
Up top, he actually went for Aretes. I don't know if they can continue this play. Yeah, look at this Timado playing aggressively. Whisper will die. First blood goes to Aretes. Schofield wanting to get the counter kill. Schofield? Schofield? Where are you going, dude? Oh my goodness, Schofield? Playing with the trees. Gets the light strike array. Can he get another one? He uses the salve. Schofield God. Coming back with light strike array. He'll kill Aretes. One more hit. Schofield does it. Yes, he'll lose his life, but because of this weird play, he manages to murder Aretes, which was his objective all along. It's okay, this
That's
game.
not alright. At least that's not the worst. At least he brought down one before you before it went down. But that's almost a double kill for anti-mage, and he's already level 3, man.
Bottom lane, we're seeing Hector also being burnt up. And I don't think Stinger's gonna help too much. Frank, okay, Frank decides to sit in another toxin, and of course he'll die because of that. But at least he also gets the second kill onto Stinger. Both given to Sladin here though, so this Clockwork's gonna have a lot of impact already.
Oh no, we didn't mention this, but this is a Bat Rider versus TB lane.
Yeah, it's a very
This is the #1 TB counter in the lane.
Yep. Even with meta, you can't deal with the bat sometimes because he just turns around you, and TB actually has really bad turn rate when he has when he goes into meta.
Yeah, and that's why he's not even bothering to go for the level 1 metamorphosis.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Backdoor.
Second attempt. Okay, where's the Viper? Where's my support Viper? Sladin got him. There's the cogs. And with this Clockwork, and it makes it even worse because Clockwork is fantastic for this lane as well. Hector dies a second time. Stinger sitting in the fire. Who was gonna win? Fire or poison? It seems like poison's winning for now. And Frank is going to go down. The support Viper working wonders for this team.
Last game, we had a carry a spirit. This time, are we going to see a position 5 Viper turning into carry? This is 2 kills for Stinger, and TB has to walk all the way with the smoke back towards the bottom lane. This is definitely very painful for K1, and very good recognition from Eagle Boys. They tend to have this very good decision making when it comes to punishing. Last game, it was Chris Luck that got punished over and over again, and this time it's Hector.
Yep. Schofield in the top lane might fall just to Aretes. One more hit by Timado and they get the kill. And Anti-Mage is playing to his strengths. Many people actually underestimate Anti-Mage's laning, but because of his mana break, tends to be pretty good. And nice counterspell there as well to ensure that Whisper also gets stunned here with that Burrow Strike. Whisper will fall. Oh, there. He will fall now to Timado. Sorry. Got ahead of myself. Didn't see his magic stick there. Or his healing there. But still, works out for them. In the bottom lane, now Frank has decided that his mortal enemy is the Viper. They're both winged creatures, but Viper is better than him. And if Viper's gonna get another kill, Frank doesn't even get the counter kill here. Sladin will also fall. What is happening bottom? Why is Frank going for the Viper?
Oh man, Viper is absolutely dominating this lane. The pulse 5 Viper, man, you're seeing it, and it's working. And he even get a kill as well. And I think it was the corrosive skin that gave him the kill. So K1 a little bit sad there, wasn't able to claim a 1 kill.
Yeah.
That was very crucial for K1 too, because he's desperately needing some cheat goal for him to retreat into the jungle more efficiently. But this lane is going crazy. Like this early game is going crazy right now between
Yeah, I don't know what is
Beastcoast and
happening.
Eagle Boys.
Eagle Boys is playing the top lane really well, I think, but the bottom lane is a bit of a doozy. And the mid lane, we're actually seeing Magnus winning in terms of last hits. Hard to tell if he's winning by a lot though, because most of them should be treants. Top lane, another counter spell, stopping Sanking. And okay, I actually thought counter spell would work like Lotus with the Sanking, but apparently it just gives him the stun, right? So you don't reposition yourself as anti-mage. Interesting. Stinger dies in the bottom lane. They also get the kill on Sladin, and this time Frank will win.
Yeah,
I
just
feel like
straight kills.
Frank is just trying to win his own personal vendetta against the Viper. He doesn't seem like he's playing as efficiently in this lane.
Well, a kill is a kill for Barada, but he's already fallen 3 times though, so that's not the best way to start the lane. And Viper, he doesn't mind dying at all.
No,
Like as long as
he's 5, dude.
yeah, as long as he gets some counter kill and return kill, you'll be fine.
Exactly. Top
Everything
lane,
for
Schofield. They have Wrath of Nature. Nice threatening with the Light Strike Array, but Timado will get that kill.
The power of Enchantress, man. Okay, this lane is going exactly. What
Bottom lane, wait,
oh
they
my God.
continue. Hector dies, burning up. NP was thinking of coming here, but now, with the 3 points of sticky napalm, they can no longer beat Frank. This is what he was waiting for. This is the dominating point, because Viper actually sucks against Bat Rider as well, but usually in the mid lane when Bat Rider gets a bigger advantage, right? Since you're up against 2 heroes, you need more levels to really take advantage of this Viper. But now, you're starting to really dominate this poor hero.
It seems like Beastcoast is done with this. They are completely giving up top lane already. Lina is already switching lanes. And this is something that I worry a lot whenever I see Lina is being forced out of the lane. Because once again, he's not the best roamer out there. So roamer out there. So he wants to roamer out there. So he wants to be staying on lane. And the fact that he's completely getting kicked out, I don't know where is he going to find space for the levels.
Sladin in the bottom lane. I want to say, I don't know why is Sladin here, dude. Very, very far ahead. I think he might have been warding offensively. Did he put down this ward? Yeah.
Yes, he has put out a lot of wards.
That was it. That was it. Yeah, I see. So they're trying to cancel TP from going to the jungle. I mean, Bad is also the reason why he counters TP so much is he can invade the jungle really effectively, right? So that's one of the best things about Bat. Even when TP goes jungle, you just chase him with the Firefly.
Yeah, but you always have Stinger. Stinger is level 5 now, so level 3 poison attack should stop Barretto from running into Hector. As we can see here, Sladin running back here, trying to get a cog on Stinger, and he will get it. But there's no damage.
Nope, that's why Faker's here. And Faker's like, alright guys, we can kill Viper! Viper, he might look like he's flying, but the trains are body blocking him. That's the weirdest body block I ever seen. Frank does die, I think, to the poison attack because he tanked way too much of that. And Hector in the bottom lane now being harassed. Here comes the Enchantress. We have the help from the Centaur Conqueror. Sladin trying to get away. The Cogs. Hector is fine.
And Whisper is also teleporting here to defend the tower as well. So this also means that, yes, they'll be able to secure the safe lane, but Anti-Mage should get an entire free lane to himself.
Yeah, I'm a bit afraid of this Anti-Mage. Yeah, I know he said that he wasn't too great against TP, but if he's one item ahead of TP, then 100% he's fine, right?
I mean, if he starts the game with 4 kills in 8 minutes of time, I will definitely say that Anti-Mage is whatever carry hero that has this kind of stat is going to be good.
Exactly, right? Especially an AM who can use this to snowball earlier, because usually the point of TP is that you can fight a bit earlier with him, and he doesn't need to AFK farm for like 40 minutes realistically. I hope that Team Idol plays the timings though. Whenever I watch Thunder Predator play with Anti-Mage, it's more like, alright, Minos, it's 50 minutes, we've lost all our racks, are you gonna fight with us finally? And Minos like, no dude, I gotta take the Ancient stack. Wait 1 second, I am about to farm. And like, he has like he's 6 slotted and he's still not fighting with his team. That doesn't feel too great. But this game, I trust Team Idol to play a bit more actively with this hero. Yeah,
exactly. Like, being active not necessarily means that he has to join fight, but having the early Battle Fury timing means that you could also split push and destroy the gameplay that Beastcoast wants to lay out.
Exactly. They find Whisper now with the lasso. Whisper is going to die. Stinger can no longer slow down Frank enough. Here comes the Shockwave with the RP on Chris Luck. They find 2. One of them is Frank, and the second one will be Faker. The 2 Fs, both F, as Aretes tries to TP away, and he will die to the poison attack. Honestly, killing Stinger there, not that big a deal, because Chris Luck recovers greatly from that mid lane, and now he's top net worth because of this engagement. And Schofield even has some time to actually harass the Anti-Mage.
Yeah, this is a very good job, very good rotation coming out from Chris Luck. I was wondering that if we go for the Echo Saber build or the Blink Dagger build that we have been seeing quite a lot more now, the Blink Dagger rush, but it seems like he wants to play this a little bit more greedy. Goes for the Echo Saber instead. Just gonna farm up a bit more, and he's gonna wait for Terrorblade's timing to come up as well. So, not a lot of value to or any partner to play with if he goes for a dagger street. So I'm okay with this clarity. I'm okay with this Echo Saber build.
Yep, I agree. Especially when you have a decent lane in the mid lane, Echo Saber helps your farm. And it's not like you have to play this so quickly, right? The whole big point is that with an anti-mage, you have to play around the peaks and try to lower his, reduce his map control as much as possible. I think Clockwork won't die. Nah. Peasant Tag is strong, but not that strong. NP is also pushing the bottom lane. That's why you want NP, right? He also makes your map a bit bigger by pushing out towers as soon as possible, and is going straight for the Orchid as most of the MPs do.
Yeah, he needs the Orchid. He needs this item to start fighting against the Sand King, and also Magnus, and of course the TV. But the thing is, Barretto also he's having a pretty okay lane, 5 dash to his name, but in return he also gets a lot of counter kills as well. So this is very weird. 5 dash, but he seems like he's okay.
Well,
Viper is
for
way
the
ahead of him though.
He's going for the Chinese battle build, which we haven't seen in a really long time. You know, when you go for the drums as opposed to the boots of travel or
Yes.
the blink dagger.
Yeah,
Alright,
my-
this dies. Yeah. You were saying?
Yeah, I'm thinking most of the time you want to go for boost of travel to
I agree.
push out lanes, to be greedy on the map, but he's also playing with another 2 farmers as well. Nature's Preferred and Anti-Mage. I think this is a good choice. Not great for the bots to take away the farm from the 2 cores.
Okay. That's a good explanation, actually. That's reasonable. And why not blink this game straight up?
Probably no partners for him to play around with. If he wants to go for the blink dagger straight up, his teammate won't have enough resources yet to play around with him, to make moves with him. So he wants to farm up a little bit first, get some stats item, and then be able to stay on lane a bit more efficiently. I think this is alright. We are way past the era that everyone just rush blink dagger at the first item. So because everyone is getting better now. If you go for a bad rider, blink dagger straight, opponents is going to see that, and your opponent is going to be able to react to that.
Yeah. That's very true. We have seen a couple instances of this happening. In fact, but we've seen a couple instances of this happening where bad riders will actually completely skip the blink dagger, especially if there's a counter enemy team like an Oracle, for example, or a Legion. And I'll just go, yeah, I'll go treads. I'll go travel boots into the Yo Scepter or BKB, right? Just to tank up a bit. Like Bevers, the builds have become much more diverse these days, as you say. And I try to take much more advantage of Bad Rider's magical damage rather than just the lasso, which is what it used to be like maybe 5 years ago. A walking lasso.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
A lot more Barrett. They are just focusing on Barrett, the Firefly damage right now. That's why I've seen so much Barrett that just go for BKB and then Octarine cause Shivas.
Oh my
just
goodness. They actually got a double stomp here. And that allows them to kill Hector. And they got a stomp because the Enchantress gets the creep and allows them to kill Hector. Really well played.
Oh,
Faker could be in trouble though. They need some help here. They have RP ready and a shock will just pull him back so the epicenter works. Whisper trusting his teammate to guarantee that kill. Killing Faker is important, but you are killing the Space Maker and they're killing your carry. So they are taking a bigger advantage out of this because their own carry is farming. He has a 30-minute Battle Fury with treads. That's actually quite impressive.
Yeah, meanwhile, Stinger also get punished as well. This is where Eagle Boys wants to lay down some pressure and
Oh, sorry.
onto the lane, and of course anti-mage, man. He's got such a free lane, 4 kills to his name, and this timing is definitely very horrifying.
Oh, the RP. Hard to find the AM. They want to skewer him back. Nice lasso this time, punishing Chris Luck. And they take away all his mana. Chris Luck can still have enough mana for a skewer. And now with a burst strike will be enough to kill off Faker. Timado barely survives. The mana void guarantees the kill on Chris Luck. While Frank gives his life away here. As he allows Hector to sunder him. Had no BKB. They do get a counter kill on Stinger, but that's going to be enough. Not really. Slavin stalls the hook shot if Hector mispositioned himself. But with a meta, they don't want to go back in. Timalo doing such an incredible job, and also to some degree, Frank's initiation with the lasso was fantastic. But then Frank just trying to circle a Terrorblade, thinking he couldn't get sundered. Yeah, dude, the sunder cast point is not that large. That's a really risky play to make.
Another thing is anti-mage counterspell was really crucial as well. Otherwise, that would be almost a team wipe.
Slavin, you're insane. Or maybe not. Faker's here. That's the global presence they have. And they're capable of getting a kill on Hector, who was completely forgetting about the Nature's Prophet this game.
Yeah, Eagle Boss is just committing everything right now into controlling this triangle. This is the second time they killed TB here already, and there's no offensive observer ward, defensive wards from Beastcoast whatsoever.
Oh, Frank. Okay. Walk into the Magnus that you know is there. Definitely you're going to die. You don't have a Blink Dagger, so you can't really maneuver. Didn't have Firefly, but at least Timado is farming, so not too awful. Timado is leading the net worth chart now. That's to be expected of an anti-mage since he got a really early Battle Fury.
Yeah, we should be seeing around a 17 to 18 minutes Manta style here from anti-mage. Then that's where the troubles really starts. There's no nature orchid buyer on Beastcoast side, and Well, Senking has a very early on Blink Dagger, but he has already revealed Blink Dagger, so Timado would be playing this very carefully. As you can see, he's already retreating back to the jungle and not split pushing on the side lanes. He's giving a lot of respect to this Blink Dagger of Senking.
Let's see, top lane, Aretes comes by, Stinger seems to be the target. Here comes Faker as well, Stinger's the easiest target, the hook shot catches poor Chris Luck. And what you gonna do? He actually pushed away with a flame break and they used the cogs to guarantee this kill. Well played, that was a really nice flame break play. As he pushed him back so far, he couldn't really skewer himself to safety.
Yeah, but it all started by Sladin's hook shot as well.
Yeah,
but that was really
incredible this game.
That was really the observer rod that spotted that set everything up.
Yep.
This is why Vision win games, and Clockwork, whenever you are playing against Clockwork, Vision is always the key.
Indeed.
Whisper though.
Oh yeah, Aretes is going for Schofield, and they catch Whisper with a lasso. Schofield, they need to kill him first. Battery Assault will finish him off as Frank is looking to cook Whisper, and he will succeed. Nice and well done. Whisper falls. And with this, Eagle Boys gets yet another kill. And this is starting to actually look kind of bad for Beastcoast. Because they don't find, like, surprisingly enough, they're playing against an AM, but it looks like they're not. 4 Protect 1 is working for them, and TP has not been able to join in fights just yet. Aretes stopping Hector from farming at least. He's actually wasting a bunch of time for Hector here.
Yeah, this is something I'm really worried when I see this from Beastcoast. It feels like whenever they have heroes dying right and left and right, it feels like they are already having this big disconnection between their own heroes and their own players on what they want to do. And this is often how Beastcoast crumble within themselves. I'm just afraid that this might be another game that this could happen because they have first of all, they have to manage to secure the TP's farm in the triangle.
Yep.
Second of all, they have to deal with this anti-mage which they have no answers to so far. So there's a lot of challenges ahead of Beastcoast right now to kind of turn things around.
Oh, Aretes? Losing his life there. Okay. That was just him creating, I guess, him trying to create space this time for Beastcoast, or sorry, for Eagle Boys. After all, it's not like Eagle Boys needs to play this aggressively. They just need to stop Hector from farming as much as the AM, right? That's the only goal here. I'm actually going for Lincolns on Dimado. What do you think of that? For the Sunder?
Just another protection for him to dodge the Sunder, to dodge the Sanking stun. And of course the Laguna as well, which is something that you can dodge for. But I don't know, man. Lincoln Sphere is an item that you want to buy when you want to commit into split pushing.
Yep.
Seems fair, but...
How does it work? If I activate Counterspell, does it counter... Wait a second. They're gonna go for Stinger first. Nice hook shot. Sladin continuing to get these kills. Of course, Sladin will probably die as a result. In fact, he might not even get the kill on Stinger, as Stinger already has a 4-staff, and Sladin went way too aggressive, and he gets punished for it. Timado thought of going against Alina. I don't know if you want to continue this, though, Timado. I don't know, Timado. This is a bit dangerous. Everyone's nearby. He goes into the trees, yeah. So if you Counterspell... Timado, what is this lane? Get away.
Oh, wait. You want to get back, man?
Oh, you gotta get back.
Oh, no.
They have Nice Circle Ray. They can stop him. Can they? They can land it. The counterspell's not going to help. In comes Frank. It was a bait the whole time. They go for the Lina. Faker's already ready. Stinger is going to fall. And the silence on Schofield nets Timado a kill. Well played. As now they see where Hector is. He does have Sunder. Does have Metamorphosis as well. And Timado has left. I don't think this is a valuable kill, Frank, to not go up to the high ground. Chris Luck sets up for a double kill here as Hector uses the Sunder first and proceeds to murder Frank and Aretes. They might even find Faker. Sladin wants to join. Here's the hook shot. They at least get the kill on Whisper. And Faker seems protected by those cogs, but since Timado left, I still doubt the choice of that engagement for Eagle Boys.
Yeah, this is why you don't run up to high ground without vision.
No.
That was the freest two-man RP for Quincy ever. Faker.
Oh no, he has no movement, activates BKB, but he can't TP, doesn't deal enough damage, has no sustain. Can't even get the kill on Magnus. Right, I can finally ask you the question. If I have Counterspell on and I say I Burrow Strike him, does that, because that for sure counterspells, but that does activate the Lincolns?
I think it activates the Lincoln.
So the Lincolns goes on cooldown. Do you still counterspell the spell?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think the Lincolns will block the Burrow Strike first.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. They're not letting me, dude. This is true SA Dota. We come from a match where it was like 10 kills, minute 30, and now it's 46, minute 20. What are you? Sorry, 48, minute 20.
I mean, I'd rather cut this kind of games more than anything else.
Yeah, I
This
agree.
is
I agree.
definitely very entertaining and action-packed as well. But that being said, though, Eaglebuys they definitely want to slow things down a little bit. They don't want to be giving free kills to TB. Because if you look at TB, he is already recovering pretty well. Skadi, not far away, just 700 gold away. And when the Skadi is up, things suddenly become much more scary for Anti-Mage to deal with.
We'll see now, Sladin.
This is a terrible bit with Empower as well. So the ability for him to recover back to the lane, is definitely very incredible.
Yeah.
You don't want to be making too much mistakes.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, the hook.
the hook, the cogs to push him back, but they don't seem to want to engage it. Because if you cogs him and push him away, that means that you don't want to engage. So it's just a waste of a hook shot there. And now TB is actually using what TB should be doing for a while, which is actually pushing towers, taking advantage of the fact that AM can't really do this. But AM is trying to go for a kill down bottom. We see the Orchid, Lasso as well this time. They're really going for Chris Luck. The TPs come by. That's all they forced. Faker, you need to get out of here, dude. Yeah, it's Frank can be your sacrificial pawn, but Faker, no! You could have just BKB TP'd, my dude. Okay, these small mistakes are allowing Beastcoast to get completely back into this game.
Oh, wait, Chris Luck?
What?
You just pop BKB?
I don't know, it's warning BKB.
Yeah, it's a celebration BKB.
Yeah,
Yo, guys, we
celebration.
got 2 kills.
Look at me, I'm made out of gold! Yeah, I don't know.
But that was a very careless mistake coming up from Whisper as well. He should from Frank. This was a very risky play by just lassoing the Magnus under the tier 1, tier 2 tower. And well, on the other side though, Himado he got the DD rune and he's going to sting off the Roshan with the help of the medallion coming out from Enchantress. They should be able to do this, which is really important for that because they need these Aegis to survive through the RP. So Magnus cannot anymore just pop RP and try to kill Himado. Lincoln Sphere is completed. The more split push for Himado and less team fights.
Yep. The less map space you have, now they completely took away your triangle. Usually the offlane tier 2 is not very much taken, but this does help you take the triangle as well. The mid tier 2 is not what you're looking for right now. They're just going to keep on pushing and farming on Hector. And Timado, when can he join team fight? Because this Lincoln's also slows down usually the anti-mage time by a fair amount.
Yeah, exactly. Anti-Mage was really fat, but he invested his gold into 4.2k into Lincoln Sphere that blocked one spell. I don't know if this is the best item usage, but we'll see. It all depends on how he plays around plays with the Lincoln Sphere. They probably want to utilize on this global presence of their team, so that Nature's Warfare will just split one lane, Anti-Mage will split another one, and then they buy time to raise their timings, and then they fight all together with the timing that they're looking for. Schofield though.
Yep. Yeah, Schofield. Could be a kill, but that's what Schofield tends to do, right? He likes to create space for his team. He's wasting anti-mage's time to farm. Instead, Hector is the one farming. And we've seen this before, actually. Literally the same play, but opposite. And it worked well for Ego Boys. Look how much effort they're putting in killing. It's a Lina, dude. Schofield, you would guess that he was playing like Earthspit or something, or a Tusk, but he's playing a Lina. And it still took him forever to kill this hero.
Yeah. And when they are doing all that, 2 lanes are being pushed by Beastcoast. Top lane and mid lane are being pushed. They force the TP from Anti-Mage as well. So the game is gonna just further slow down. With this TP away, Eagle Boys wouldn't get to push the bottom side of tower, and top side Anti-Mage is in a lot of trouble here. I don't know if they see the Lincoln Sphere completed on Anti-Mage, they should see. So they need something that can cancel the Lincoln, or just bring RP onto Magnus. Just bring RP on the Anti-Mage to kill him off. This is 4-man. Wow, this is a scary moment for Timado.
I think they can kill him, honestly. I don't think he can counterspell in time, unless he has some sort of sixth sense here. Because you even have Chris Luck coming by, right, with the RP ready. I don't think Timado makes it out. I think you kill him once with a Burrow Strike, and then second time with the RP. Oh no, he has Lincolns. Never mind.
Yeah, yes, Lincoln is the thing. You have to initiate with the RP.
Yeah, but then you just take his Aegis, right?
Yeah, I think that's good. This is this is only the first minute of Aegis, so if you are able to just take it off so easily, so quickly, that would be a big win too.
I guess that's a fair point. Yeah, taking out the Aegis is important. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, but if Timado wants to, I don't know if he stands this. He has no vision. If he wants to stay alive, he has to instantly just blink out. His blink is about 0.5 seconds off cooldown. The other side though, Faker is already pushing down bottom side. Is working towards assault Curas, so hoping to mitigate all the physical damage coming out from Beastcoast. I don't know if that's enough though. It doesn't seem like Nishio Forever could ever stay in the fight and man fight with the BKB. Because he's always still very vulnerable towards the RP.
Arete, so admin asks, "Hey, Vika boys, is there any inconvenience? Like, is there a problem?" And Arete, and he says, "Arete said 1 second." No explanation whatsoever. Oh, and they missed the skill now.
Okay, instantly blink out. Oh, that's good awareness.
I mean, they did use the reflection against them, so that's why he knew they were there. I can't see any of the wards. I mean, they might have shown themselves in the outpost. I'm not really sure. Hard to tell. It's minute 25 because an anti-mage and Terrorblade game, though, does not look like a minute 25. It looks like we're almost in the late game at this point. Okay, now they're actually fighting with the anti-mage. Chris Luck is the target. They can't get Mana Void off in time. The hookshot doesn't actually hit Chris Luck. It hits the anti-mage instead.
Oh, Schofield's in
Sladim?
big trouble.
Maybe going the wrong way. Schofield, like you say, is in big trouble. We still have the Mana Void, but the Terrorblade is nearby. And yep, the AM does not want to use this Aegis just to farm. In fact, in the backlines, we see them go for Frank. Frank was struggling a bit. Glimmer Cape used.
This is very awkward. Both teams are just forcing spells coming out from each other. Hulk and Lasso is used from Ego Boss side, but most importantly, they managed to force the Metamorphosis from TB. The TB won't have meta for another 2 minutes, and this is the best time for Ego Boss to look to take a fight. As we said that, they instantly smoke as a tree to bottom side. They have a very nice observer here to see things off. So that would help them with the initiation if they want.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the outpost taking it also helps. Oh my god. Hookshot gets blocked, but it's okay. They were all going in for this kill. Everyone was here to kill Schofield. Where was Timado to kill Schofield? He does the Aegis, but it's only got a middle left. I think this Aegis might actually be the joke on joke farming Aegis.
Yeah, farming Aegis. It's not even a tower pushing Aegis either. Alright, he has the basher timing, so it seems like his timing is still pretty on par, even though going for the Lincoln Sphere. So he will have the defensive item and now the offensive item. It's pretty scary actually. Now that he has the item up, you want to be playing around this anti-mage. I don't think they want to be speed pushing too much right now. Probably time to fight.
Okay, Chris Luck, skewer, nice. Aretes should die. Well played, but they want to go for the counter kill here on the Viper. Lotus Orb is not going to help. He does Mana Void himself. And Timado blinks in time. I think he had a counterspell there to make sure the Berserk didn't hit him. Going now for Hector. Timado playing around the team fight. They do Sunder Faker. Faker could be a bit in trouble here, but apparently Hector gets stuck in the trees. Again, we still have the Aegis. Don't have the Mana Void though. Timado? Timado? He's walking in. He wants to kill his brother. He just wants to lose the Aegis here.
Oh no, the
Okay.
LSA is gonna hit.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know about that play, dude. They force stab him, burst strike him, but Timado gets a second force stab from Sladin that saves his life. Ends up being a bait as Frank tries to go for Hector. They're going for Whisper as well. Timado trying to backdoor them, going for Schofield instead. Frank is about to go down though. Hector doesn't have meta. He finally will get it, and they stun Timado. Do they have the RP? They do. The silence is finally off of Chris Luck. They caught Timado for long enough, and he will die. All because he wanted to quote-unquote use the Aegis, but he used it to die twice. Sladin will fall.
Well.
I mean, that was a decent cogs to kill Schofield. Kudos for the style points, but that was still a terrible team fight for you.
Yeah, this is exactly what we said during the drafting phase. You know, Sand King doesn't have to even hit his Burrow Strike on anti-mage to bring him down. That's because of LSA, you couldn't counterspell off that, and also RP as well. If you blink into teamfight and 8 and RP, you're gonna die to the TB Metamorphosis.
Yep, I agree. That's why you have to be so careful in this matchup because you never really win against Terrorblade in the core to core. You need to be 1 or 2 items ahead, but this game it just didn't happen, of course.
And of course, that's because Anti-Mage didn't. He went for a Lincoln Sphere, so no early Abyssal Blade. That's why he has to commit 2 blinks at least to try and get Schofield. And Schofield, of course, doing what he does the best, just creating space, baiting Anti-Mage, and that was a very good bait into Chris-Luck's RP. Terrorblade also smartly went for the butterfly build because he knows that Anti-Mage is not a hero that wants to build early MKBs. So Butterfly is gonna give a lot of value here for Hector. No MKB on Nature's Prophet yet in well.
Bad Rider, there we go. They go in, try to kill Chris-Luck, but of course he's a BKB. Hookshot to cancel this. He's trying to get the cogs to zone them out. The Lotus Orb stops the Lasso from being too effective, but they still stun Chris-Luck for the duration. He gets a skewer off with the Pearl Strike. Chris-Luck still not dead. The Flame Break should not be enough damage. Whisper will be the next target. They're going straight for Timado. Sorry, straight for Stinger. And Schofield as Hector finally joins. Timado sees the opportunity. Hector has no meta, but they cannot fight him. Just the BKB alone is strong enough, and he gets the free kill on Aretes there.
Yeah. Even though without the Metamorphosis, TB is still horrifying with the Scuddy. There's no way you can man fight him, especially when the reflection is up. Eagle Boys, they have to wait for this Abyssal timing from Anti-Mage. No. The BKB's piercing is way too important now.
Yep.
For Anti-Mage.
They had to constantly waste the hook
can...
shot or the lasso just for that.
Yeah.
Luckily,
how many
shot
times have you seen?
Sorry, what?
I mean, there's been so many times that we've seen Lasso on the Magnus, but they're just lacking of the damage to bring down Chris-Luck. Every single time he was managed to pop the BKB and then get out. So that was really a lot of opportunity wasted as well. They might not want to commit the Lasso onto Magnus, I don't know. But at least Abyssal Blade, and I have to wait for Abyssal Blade to do the move on Chris-Luck.
But I don't think even the Abyssal Blade is going to be enough, though. I mean, with the existence of the Magnus and the TP, Nature's Prophet needs to also be an impactful core here, because the Anti-Mage is just simply not enough. But with the build that the Faker went for, not Chris-Luck, it's all physical damage right now, except for the MKB. It doesn't really help against the TP, because his large armor just ignores you completely. You need to have some more of that mixed damage. I was actually expecting this game that you would see maybe Faker consider a Mjolnir just to deal with the TB and have that extra bit of magical damage.
Yeah, but nowadays, everyone when they think about the mixed damage, you always go for Monkey King Bar. It's just way too cost effective. You have damage, you have attack speed, you have mostly everything, and here's the Enchanted Crew as well, so not too bad. Enchanted give you 300 bonus magical damage. So, alright, there's top lane. This game getting a little bit slow here because
because we're reaching
Eagle
our
Boys
peaks.
is waiting.
Both teams have both carries farmed enough that they can't just lose him easily, but at the same time, they also kind of want to fight here. So they're forcing actual engagement as opposed to this haphazard chaos they've been running until now. Let's see Hector go for Sladin. Oh, the lasso. They want to pull Hector to the high ground, but he's a bit too fat. There we go. Finally, to the high ground he goes. And Frank might still die. You actually helped Hector there to get the kill. With the Mana Void, 9 of damage. Aretes is the blood bag for Hector. That Sunder works wonderfully. Everyone's trying to kill Hector, but nobody has enough damage. Faker is just killing himself here. Timado doesn't want to go in because he's afraid. He does have a Mana Void in 6 seconds, but I don't think that's going to be good enough. My goodness, Hector just soloed 3 heroes essentially. It's starting to be 1v9 Terrorblade style. You cannot give him that blood bag, Aretes, please. Oh, the hook shot! There's the Clockwork Sunder up in 12 seconds. The Abyssal Blade is finally the killer we're looking for. Thanks to the counterspell, Power Strike is going to work here. And they're gonna kill the Terrorblade finally. He's down for the count for 90 seconds. Chris-Luck, they get a lucky bash and guarantee the kill as well. And they're going for more. Timado doesn't know the meaning of the word retreat. He's just going forward, hoping to kill everything in his path. He doesn't know what to blink to. He actually blinks. Really? Hoping to go for the tower, doesn't actually go for Whisper. Instead now, Bree blinks back in, killing Stinger. And there's a bunch of pings thinking maybe this is where Lina went, but Lina just canceled her TP, dude. Yeah, Lena's missing. No, Lena's not. Lena just canceled her TP. I've never seen a canceling TP confuse a team so much. And now we're going to go for the Roshan finally. Can they take this Roshan? And will this be enough to deal with a threat that is terribly?
Oh, definitely. Well, there was a very good initiation coming out from both Sladin and Timado. Krista was holding his RP all the time for this anti-mage, just for that occasion, but they burst down the TP way too fast, and that caught everyone off guard. You can tell that Krista was hoping that anti-mage you blink in so that he can RP him and then pair with the TB to bring him down, but the Abyssal Blade, man, just completely catching the TB off guard.
That Abyssal Blade doesn't allow the AM... it allows the AM to get the quick kill, and of course the usage of the Mana Void, because he went for the Mana Void cooldown because he understands that's his best source of burst damage against the TP. It's magical damage after all, and TP does have enough of a mana pool. Schofield dies in the bottom lane. They catch him here with Sladin with a nice little hook shot.
Hector has to be really careful here. He does not have buyback, and they know it since he completed the butterfly. It's the same for anti-mage as well. He has the butterfly completed. So both of these carry are pretty much on par. Anti-mage is one item ahead, but still, you are up against the TB. If you get RP, you still die.
But this is the situation you want to be in though against TB. This is the one chance you have to actually kill him if you have one item ahead.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And also he has the Aegis as well, so it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy for TB to punish him. It requires perfect execution. RP, LSA, Boros Strike, everything has to hit.
This AM is designed to go for a BKB. That's how you know we're getting into the late game, when AM considers BKB. Honestly, not that bad of an item, though, to deal with his Sanking particularly. You don't want to have to counterspell him all the time. Though I do think that BKB and Lincolns might be a bit of overkill. Well, we'll see what happens now. That Aegis still has like a solid 3 minutes. I don't know if Timado can be the one that pushes high ground, though. I think they need to kill something first before they go high ground.
Oh yeah, definitely. They want to utilize the fact that he has the Abyssal Blade, so definitely wants to kill someone first. But the BKB on anti-mage also means that he now might be able to stand a chance to manufacture the TB, so that he won't have the threat of being sundered. Of course, he has a lot of ways to prevent that, but BKB is always the most reliable one.
Yep, it's true. And to prevent the Lina also, area stun, Light Strike Array has been the bane of Timalo's existence. Also, the spells of Reflection, which has also been kind of annoying, especially going into the late game. Reflection is pretty strong. That's why you don't have any talents that affect Reflection. I think that's one of the strongest spells TP has. Very often overlooked this ability.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Especially against an anti-mage.
Yeah, because you do copy his Mana Burn and he usually goes for stats, so the illusion actually hurts anti-mage a lot.
And also, something that a lot of people always overlook is that when you use the reflection, it also reflects the aura that enemy has as well. Yeah. For example, the Assault, the Shivas.
Radiances, for example, many cases.
Yes.
Not this game, of course.
Oh, mid lane?
Yeah,
Frank.
Oh, nice stun. That LSA guarantees the kill. And Timado thinks of
Timado
going
is
in.
Here though.
Yeah, that Abyssal Blade was just to show off. He's like, hey guys, I can kill you by the way, so don't touch my core. But Frank still died. You can't really do much without Frank. He's been crucial in these team fights to get rid of the TB. And Timado, dude, you're farming really aggressively.
Yeah, Timado is trying to bait the RP with his illusion.
Oh.
That's a little tricky play there.
At this point, Timado's going to go for level 30, dude. I think Timado might actually reach level 30.
Oh.
Sladin, they have Skewer. That Glimmer Cape will not be enough to save you, friend. Oh, unless...
Wow!
He hookshots right in the middle of the Burrow Strike. And Whisper still chasing. Sladin has one purpose in this life, and his purpose is to survive. But in the meantime, Hector says, fine, I'll just take your towers instead. He did pop the meta, so he might as well take some towers here. I don't know if going to high ground is the best of options, but that's what they're going to do for now. It's not like Ego Boys can really defend this. Also, the Sprout trick only works on creeps and not really that effectively.
Yeah, KY is also level 25. He has the 240 Metamorphosis attack range. That's why he feels like he's confident enough to siege the tower.
Yeah, you might go for tier 4s to try to force the base race here. They know Timado alone cannot push as much. Timado's looking for the kill on Schofield, but Schofield TPs with the Glimmer Cape on. Timado has the TP. They stop the TP with LSA. Timado is stunned. but they can't turn that into anything. Stinger does fall in the back lines as they also go for Whisper. Timado, I think, just killed Schofield, but he's going to be alone here. That's his Aegis lost. Where's the MP, though? He can just TP in. Wait to help Timado. He's your carry, after all. Do we have RP? No, they used it for the first life. Timado can't 1v5 him.
Or Reflection?
Faker, come on, dude! He has Hex and everything, but he's not joining. They just trust Timado to get away in time. Okay. Faker instead decides to
no
TP down
meta,
bottom.
no RP?
Yeah, no meta, no RP, that's true. Well, yeah,
But there's the skewer?
There's the skewer! And Faker didn't TP earlier to get this kill. You better not die here, dude. You better not die. Okay. He has a TP 0 cooldown now. He wants to come back after healing in the fountain. There they go for Chris Luck. That's a good hook shot here. That stops Chris Luck right in his tracks. And Chris Luck, he can't use his BKB effectively. He's dead for 100 seconds. Eagle boys, they're actually going to beat the Terrorblade in the late game just by trying to ignore him constantly. Hector says, I don't have any more space for the power treads, guys. They're going for all the racks, and I don't know if Beastcoast can defend this. Whisper's coming back in 2 seconds. Schofield as well. Stinger's already back, but he's only a support Viper. Hector, he has meta in 23 seconds. Eagle Boys doesn't want to overextend. They want to go for their opportunity. Lotus Orb annoying the Bat Rider a bit too much. Doesn't have the lasso anyway. I hear Timado in the backlines though. Finds Schofield. That's Schofield dead. Whisper will also fall. He's going for Stinger as well. The supports are falling like flies. Nothing can help him. And Eagle Boys, the power of Timado. What can Hector do here? He has the reflection, now the meta as well. He's starting to deal damage. Fast Makers for you. Faker, it's okay if he dies. They lay down the sentry, but Faker's okay with falling here. Doesn't even need it. He actually eats the cheese. Why? He eats the cheese in the base for some reason.
Yeah. He could just eat the fire, but you know.
Or just not eat anything and wait, dude. You're not even coming back.
Yeah.
You ate the cheese to farm faster. My goodness, Faker. Guys, I'm being so efficient. I ate the cheese and I'm gonna farm like 10 times faster now.
Yeah, so that I don't have to stay in the fountain for 10 seconds.
No! The lasso! They catch Hector for the last time this game! The mana void, he can't use Sunder! He needs to regain mana, it's so difficult! Even with a Satanic, he's not healing sufficiently! The hook shot will hunt the TB down! And now truly Eagle Boys has this game in the bag. Even with TB buyback, he doesn't have meta. But Beast Coast, they have one last chance. What are they going to do? Chris Luck is looking for his opportunity. It's the RP onto Timado, who has double damage. Can they kill him in time? He counterspells! And he gets away. Timado won't die today. He counterspells a second time, blinks away as well. Schofield will die in a matter of seconds. Faker getting this kill, but he might be the sacrificial pawn. Unless Aang comes with a double hook shot. Is Slavin saving his mid laner? And the burst strike doesn't work in their favor. It's now the fight of the carries. The two brothers are fighting this to the death, but one brother has much more health. Timado will proceed to gang up on Terrorblade and take his final life away. No souls for the Soul Collector as Eagle Boys take down the Tier 4s and the Ancient before Beast Coast can even call the GG.
Wow. You can tell that because they are frustrated, man. Eagle Boys once again they're playing like they're playing more like a team than Beastcoast. Every one of them they are completely understood their strength on the lane. They punish the Sand King plus Lina lane with Enchantress and Teamish, and then they just making the necessary move onto punishing TB in the triangle for twice in a row in the early game, and Teamish just take over the game after all the resources being dumped on him. And you said that Faker's one of these heroes is definitely Nature's Prophet, and I'm convinced, man, that today Eagle Boys they definitely showed up.
Sladin was to me also a star performer. This clockwork on both Sladin and Aretes was incredible both games. Incredibly good performances. If it wasn't for him, they would have won that game much sooner. Beastcoast might have been able to win that game, but he counter-initiated them so many times. And the TB versus AM matchup, yep, it's not great, but all you have to do as AM is ignore the TB. That's the goal. And the point is you need to wait to that point where you can do that reliably. The RP did not become such a threat in the late game when they actually had the double lives or waits for the AM to recover or enough tank ability for AM to just last that. So with that, guys, that's going to be the third game of today between Beastcoast and Eagle Boys. It's going to be a 2-0 for Eagle Boys. And the last game for Arthur. Any last words before we leave, Arthur?
Yeah, I believe this is the last time I will be casting this tournament. It has been a huge pleasure for me to witness the NA SA Dota. I'm truly becoming a big fan of SA Dota now, and I love the creativity here. I love the innovative here and the passion as well. So thanks for having me, and Arthur out.
Yep. We'll see you guys in the next game. We do have one final series for today. It's a really hype one. It's Infamous versus Thunder Predator. So if you want to watch some more great SA Dota, of course, give us a follow. And also stay tuned for the next matchup of the day. I'll be here alone for that one. Hope you enjoyed the cast, guys. And we'll come back shortly with a last match of today. Thunder Predator versus Infamous, starting in just a few minutes. Take care, and see you then.
Hello, hello, and welcome for the last time. No, not for the last time, but almost the last time, for the last match today, to the Voice of the Realm, where your nightly Dota podcast to bring you the best NASA Dota. And now, this is my show. I own it. Nobody else is here with me. I'm all alone. So, for the last cast, by the way, I noticed some comments that said, like, oh, casters were sad or we were biased. I apologize if that's what it sounded like. I am just absolutely knackered. So if that affects the cast, I do apologize in advance. It's not our intention. It's just that, certain amount of matches every single day, casting every single match every single day, that does get to you at some point. But hopefully we can enjoy this wonderful last game with all the emotion that is required for a game of this caliber. So, we have Infamous versus Thunder Predator. Realms Collide 2, the Burning Darkness, of course, is the tournament that we'll be casting. And this is quite an exciting matchup because Infamous Thunder Predator, to many, have been the top two teams besides Beastcoast in the SA region. But Beastcoast's inconsistency has kind of led to these two also taking the top spot in many situations. Infamous are going to start out with the Tiny Sven and Mars, with Thunder Predator going for the Io Void Spirit. Io has been a very popular pick, in particular other metas, like for example in China you see a lot of the healing meta. they were also the same guys who developed the Omni Knight. Some teams, like for example, what was it, For Fun, always tried with the Io first, and he is very strong. But teams have developed nice counters against him, because while he's a very nice first pick, because he can go in the position 4 or in the position 5, it can be countered by certain heroes that deal with his healing. Some teams have done the AA as an answer. Some teams with the Underlord, which is also pretty decent against the IO. But in the case of Infamous, they're going to be running the Tiny instead, which is already pretty solid against IO. It's a good little burst damage. If it's Tiny 4, it's low commitment burst damage, which is fantastic. And of course, with a Sven as well, to be able to fly and burst down the IO with relative ease. The Mars is a nice combination here as well with the Tiny, as you have a lot of kill potential in the lane. Tiny suffers from one big issue, one big weakness, which is that you don't really give any harassment at lane. You have Avalanche, and you occasionally punch them in the face, and they go, okay, Tiny, and they've hit you like 5 times in that duration. So he's not really good at trading against enemy supports. But his burst damage is well utilized with offlaners that also have a bit of that burst damage or a bit of kill potential, like for example a Mars. So in this case, the Tiny can be quite useful. Mr. Jeans also plays the Tiny mid, so that could be a possibility, but we'll see what they decide to do. You know, it is a bit of a flex pick. Thunder Predator, it seems like the IO is looking as the 5, with the Rubik being the 4 here, together with a Void Spirit. That is currently a bit of a flex. He could go 3 or could go 2. It depends. Because Sven is not strong enough of a laner that Void Spirit wouldn't be able to go 3 this game. Infamous combines this with a Grimstroke. Nice. Now you can actually put a Tiny... Now, Grimstroke is probably going to go with a Sven. You actually have kill potential bottom. So a great way to threaten the Rubik. Because Rubik is a very annoying hero to play against. Because with the constant Fade Bolt, he harasses you. It's very difficult to trade hits against him. Again, because of the Fade Bolt. And he has enough stats to deal with most carries. The thing is, when the carry has enough kill potential, like for example Grimstroke Sven, Rubik becomes a bit of fodder, because compared to a lot of other 4s, he's just simply not as tanky. Much less base armor, and not as great at base HP. So compared to, for example, things like Tusk or Earth Spirit, Rubik is much easier to kill. That's why Grimstroke is particularly useful. Grimstroke is also very useful against the IO due to the Soulbind. So we'll see how that works for them. And Thunder Predator, they pick up the Beastmaster. I'm not going to lie, I'm not the biggest fan of this pick. I think Beastmaster against Sven is decent, but the Beastmaster versus Grimstroke is not too great because the Stroke of Fate deals with your boars. Stormhammer can, of course, always kill your boars if you don't want to play this lane too aggressively. And I've watched Sacred play Beastmaster, and maybe it's partially because I'm so used to watching Frank on this team, who's one of the best Beastmasters in South America, but Faker, his rotations are just not as great. He's usually really behind on tempo. He doesn't win the lane by as much. Sacred is just okay on this hero, compared to the old Beastmaster that Thunder Predator used to play around, which was absolutely bonkers on Frank. And Faker seems to misuse a lot of that early game power spike that Beastmaster can use. He seems to always go for the Medallion build, which I like, but underutilizes it. Because instead of going Medallion and hunting for kills, he goes Medallion and stays in lane and farms for 6 years, which shouldn't be your role as Beastmaster unless you go for Necros. Thunder, they banned the Mirana because they're thinking that Infamous is going to be running Mr. Jeans on the Tiny. That's possible. Mr. Jeans on Tiny is particularly good if Thunder Predator runs a carry that's a bit early game oriented, because you can deal with the IO as soon as possible, right? And since Infamous has last pick, it's pretty great because they can decide what to do with the Tiny last here. We'll see. So maybe Thunder is looking for an early game oriented carry. What could we combine with the IO? I mean, obviously Sven is the best hero, but we still have heroes like, for example, Troll Warlord is pretty decent here with the IO. Not too awful against the Sven, though he does suffer against the stuns. You can go for TB. TB IO is a relatively powerful combo and would match the tempo of both the enemy team and your team. You're not too afraid of the TB this game. Sorry, we wouldn't be too afraid of the Sven in that case. And Sven versus TB is a difficult matchup to measure because Sven can usually burst you, but with your high armor, you're also capable of beating the Sven, and it usually just depends on Scotty timing. The issue with TB is up against a Tiny and Mars, that's going to suffer, and Grimstroke as well, but the core-to-core is not too awful, and you have good ways to deal with the rest of the matchup. I'm thinking of... I mean, I would suggest Drow Ranger because it's another one of Minos' heroes, but not against the Sven, a bit dangerous. You don't really have too many great carries to run here. Like things like Void, things like Sven are the most typical IO carries. You know, other carries like CK just don't look as great. Like I mentioned, the TB has a lot of counters. Troll is a bit risky. Not the greatest here. I also like Minos particularly more in strength carries because I think he likes to dive, and strength carries allow him to dive early. Most carries don't allow you to do that. If only I could interview Jeans. Oh, I would love to interview Jeans. Yeah, even Infamous is doubtful about what they're scared of. Yeah, Medusa seems fine. That's also a Midas. That's actually pretty good. Man, I wasn't thinking about Medusa. Medusa's really good. You could go Jug. I know Thunder Predator is a big fan of the Jug. Jug versus Sven, it's not the greatest of matchups, but nowadays with the new Omni Slash, it's a bit better in the mid-late game. Jug is decent against Mars, in lane and otherwise. Jug deals with Grimstroke. Jug is actually kind of useful with the IO if you go for an early game Jug. Not too awful. But I'm really thinking of Midas' heroes, right? Because a lot of his hero pool is not really available. That's why they banned the Medusa. Like the guy, yeah, Drow, for example, no. Terrorblade, not really. CK, not really. Not the greatest picks here. There's the Jug. Okay. All right. Who needs an analyst, right? And now Infamous. Seeing the Jug, are you afraid of them playing this early? You could be. In which case, you'd rather put the Tiny mid, right? Not like you have too many Mr. Jeans heroes left either. Unless he plays Ember. Just fine, actually. Ember's okay. Honestly, for Infamous, I know Mr. Jeans doesn't really play. I would really like a DP. DP is actually kind of decent. Because you ignore the Jug. With the Yule Scepter, you can easily go for Ghost. The Exo is very good. You would get some space creation here. I'd much rather Tiny 4. Because out of the 4s you can run, it's really just Earth Spirit or Tusk that are okay here for Michel. Maybe a Clockwork. Yeah, Clockwork's kind of good as well. Those 3 are the heroes that would come to mind as a 4. Yeah, there's the Ember. If they're running a mid laner, it's just really the Ember. I don't think he has a bigger pool of heroes. It's not hard to guess Mr. Jeans. Because he plays 5 heroes, dude. They've banned like half of them. Okay. Seeing the end of this draft, it's not an impossible one for Thunder. It's a pretty decent game for Thunder, to be honest. The mid lane shouldn't be too difficult for Void Spirit. The matchup is kind of mechanically based. Bottom lane, Jug should win it as well. Top lane is really where Sven and Beastmaster and Rubik will struggle. But Thunder needs to play with their timings really well. They need to play the early particularly well to make sure that Juggernaut can get a step up on the Sven. I would go for Thunder just because I think that they are the draft is... Like, they will win if they play this correctly, but Thunder has a lot of off days. So we'll see if they do play this correctly. As we go into the full screen draft, and then proceed into the game. And yeah, I know that before we go into the game, I always rhyme. I always do the same. But I think if I do that again, it would just be lame. So follow us on Twitch. That's all I'm going to say.
This reward transcends expectation.
Okay. Game number 1 of the series. Let's see how this works out for both teams. Infamous versus Thunder. Laughter for everybody. I think the core matchups you're looking for is probably mid lane. Mid lane is a big deal. Void Spirit, Ember, really either or can take it, so it's very important. That's what really matters here. Ember versus Void, because both of these are the space creators. The truth is that the lane doesn't matter necessarily that much, but it's how they play out of that lane that's going to matter here. Because both of them have really similar timings when it comes to ganking, and you're looking to try to create as much space as possible. On Thunder's side, I actually would expect a relatively fast Juggernaut build. I would expect the Mask of Madness for sure, and then probably go for relatively good early game items. I wouldn't like to see a Battle Fury, but he might consider it if he wants to just try to outfarm the Sven. It's not impossible. It's not like the worst build in the world. What I like about the Jug pick particularly is that... Oh, nice. The Tiny is just an awful pick in general, in the lane, mind you. It's a good pick, but it's an awful pick in the lane. So Jug can really run down the Mars, taking advantage of the Tether extra movement speed, and there's not much Tiny can do except for sit around and hope to toss him. Sacred should have a similar issue, but the thing is, I think Papita is much more valuable for Infamous than Sacred is for Thunder Predator. At least in the past few engagements, Sacred is almost like the third support in the game, whereas Papita is always the, not necessarily the win condition, but the big teamfight initiator. Now, let's see how the lane structure for them. Michel is doing the thing that Tinies always do, which is try to carry the lane over, hope to get level 2 with this. That's the best use of your time in lane, because you just really suck. There's nothing else you can do here. Like, he went toss level 1, right? He can't even avalanche harass. You do nothing. The Io is actually beating you in... Actually, Io is not, like, beating you in anything. He's just beating you straight up. Look at this, Io. Io is a ball of love and light, but sometimes he gets aggressive, and he's doing a pretty decent job here. And I don't think he can outlast it a Tiny, but he's doing a decent job of at least putting a lot of pressure on Michel. You've made him waste almost all his regen just because of your harassment. And now in the bottom lane for Sacred, we do have an okay lane for him. I mean, all things considered, again, his positioning with the boards is it's awful, but I don't think Axel and Paka should have too much trouble dealing with him anyway. Mid lane, we're seeing that Leo Style is taking the slight lead. He is going, though, for almost a farming build here with the Simulate and the Resonant Pulse. Interesting choice. A lot of Embers might forego the Ether Remnant entirely, or Void Spirit, sorry, because the Ether Remnant early is just not useful against an Ember. Rarely will you be able to catch him, and there's not much ganking potential in your game anyway. Rubik is not going to gank your mid lane, and Io at best can gank you to heal you, that's it, right? So there's no need to play aggressively. That's one of the difficulties of Thunder Predator. They have to play aggressively around Frank. Not much else they can do, really. It's the bottom lane they can try to kill, but it's a bit difficult, because Sven will most likely move into the jungle as soon as possible this game. Matthew helping there. At least thanks to the Rubik, they can somewhat farm here. I don't like that they have a reliance on Sacred though for the early game, because he seems to be a very passive offlaner. Minos in the top lane, a bit harassed by Apita, but of course this lane is very Juggernaut favored. Usually the point of inflection is when he hits a level 3, because that's when you start getting the Blade Fury level 2, and that actually deals damage. Level 1 deals 420 damage, which is 425, sorry. Level 2 deals 550. That's a huge increase. 125 extra damage. And it goes from being able to kill pretty much only Terrorblade to being able to at least chunk a sizable amount of HP from any offlaner. I mean, not even Terrorblade has to build a Blade Fury level 1. It's just such trash. It really is an awful skill. They really nerfed at level 1. Very similar to Rocket Barrage, right? Ice Frog at one point is like, you know what? This whole getting kills level 1? Yeah, nah. We're not doing it. That's only for Lone Druid and Lycan for some reason. And for the supports, of course. So they really nerfed a lot of the carries' level 1 abilities. That's why you don't usually see Tridents anymore either, because the level 1s for a lot of carries suck these days. Because in the Trident, you do stay very often, level 1 for a while. So nowadays, carries only Trilane and they want to secure their farm. They're not Trilane to play offensively. Like you used to see back in TI 3 times. Remember those times? It was like CK, Trilane offensively, Luna, Trilane offensively, because Lucent Beam or Chaos Bolt were so powerful, level 1. And nowadays, you're like, who cares? Nobody ever does that anymore. Michel, nearby, coming into the middle lane, and Michel's like, guys, I'm being useful. I'm so close to being useful. Oh no, I did nothing. I'm useless again. I was joking. Leo Style just walked through the lane like there was no problem for him. The shield helped him a lot. Oh, well, never mind. I lied. Michel's being really useful. Thanks to his distraction, we saw Leo Style miss a last hit. Well played, Michel. That's a beautiful gank. Sometimes you gank to kill, sometimes you gank to force him out of lane, sometimes you just gank to distract the enemy. That's what you gotta do, right? Leo is hearing what I'm saying. He's like, oh my goodness. Going hard. I mean, it's not much you can do, right? He's a tiny. It's not really Michel's fault. Bottom lane, I do see an opportunity to Matthew. There we go. Avatos. And Sacred. Of course, this is the lane they're going for. They have a Stormhammer. And they should be able to kill Sacred twice. No, Michel can't quite beat him through those fairy fires. But this is the easiest lane to gank. After all, it is your safe lane right now, which actually becomes the dead lane a bit later in the game, but currently it's pretty... Well, that's why it's called a safe lane. They guarantee the bounty runes with this. And they kill a Rubik, and that's the best use of the Tiny. Rotate to where there is a kill, and acquire it. This gives a bit more leeway to Matthew. He's actually going for a second kill. Ava. No Ava, just toss. But with the Inkswell, nice! Telekinesis actually saves Matthew's life for now. Avalanche, though, does still hurt. Sacred coming by, and Matthew will barely survive thanks to a beautiful telekinesis. A lot of people actually can't telekinesis people in time. That's you have to be really quick on the APM. Juggernaut in top lane. Yep, I can see this being a problem. Minos could have spun here and actually punished Papita because Michel is away, but Minos doesn't want to kill Papita because he likes him, he respects him. Instead, they're going to go for Leo Star, who dissimulates and gets away. One of the good things about Thunder Predator is that they usually rely a lot on Leo Star getting a good lane, and he has for now. He usually plays a big role in the space creation or in carrying the team to victory. Sacred is going to go for the boots first and then try to go for the Necronomicon build. I like this. I mean, if you're going to at least play like you have Necronomicon, build Necronomicon. I'm glad you know we're not seeing Medallion this game. Just yet. That Medallion build is not bad on Beastmaster. I just don't want you to build Medallion and not rotate and then frustrate my analysis. Wu, oops, this is not great. Toss, yep, into the Arena Blood. They want to kill Wu first. He doesn't have time for Tether, which means he'll die. Minos wants to hit those walls one extra time to see if they work. As he now falls after Michel, wants to Omni Slash but sees the lane that creeps, realizes the wrong choice, and will instead let him go. In the middle line, I'm also seeing Mr. Jeans harassing Leo Style a fair amount, but not quite going to acquire that kill. That's an important kill up top, killing Wu, and that's the biggest sustain that you have for Minos in the lane. I mean, he always has the healing ward to help him out, but he usually wants to use the IO on top of that. Axel sees the opportunity to kill Matthew, another great telekinesis to stop this from happening, and in comes Leo Style, and they grant Axel's best wish, which is to die. Always likes to do that. He went for the kill on Matthew, unfortunately can't really find it. Leo Style, though, is out of mana, and Mr. Jean sees the opportunity to just go straight for Matthew. Will this happen? Sacred is here with Pummel Roar. They have a secondary stun. They have the Avalanche to help him out. Mr. Jeans, he's fine for now, actually. Just going to ignore him. Going for Michel instead. The Aether, and it guesses incorrectly. They weren't expecting the TP from Michel, but very well guessed by Michel. And they could just leave there. Because he saw the Aether coming out and knew that he was going to miss it because he was expecting the juke. And that's really smart. Apita, Omni Slash, that dealing so much damage from Minos. Yeah, level Omni doesn't deal too much damage, but just a little bit of extra with a broadsword usually is sufficient to kill the Mars. He doesn't have any points in Bulwark, so he couldn't really tank any of that. That's why usually you go for 1 point in Bulwark. How Omni Slash is supposed to work, not that it does always, but it's supposed to always go from one side of the enemy to the other, right? Because you're jumping from one side to the other. So at least half the hits hit the Bulwark, which is very effective. And that's why Bulwark on the Juggernaut is usually a good idea. But Papita opted instead for the God's Rebuke. It's very similar to a Sleight of Fist is supposed to always hit from behind, I think it is. See Rubik in the bottom lane gets killed by Mr. Jeans. Just one last remnant. Almost minute 10, which means net worth is going to start to be relevant, but more importantly also the runes. Nice little pull there by Minos to completely farm this lane with Blade Fury. He's going to be going for the Battle Fury, as I mentioned. It was an option if you want to match this Sven in terms of farm. It's a bit of a riskier play if you go for this. No Mask of Madness, though. We do see Mask of Madness, of course, in the Sven instead. But this means that Thunder needs to play this much more defensively. And this means they're much more prone to being killed by Mars. That's another kill on Wu, but the TP on Minos should secure this. You can no longer toss Magic Immune units and cancel that TP. You can toss 2 a Magic Immune unit, but you cannot toss the Magic Immune unit, which is why Michel did not cancel that TP. But now they just changed lanes, right? Juggernaut TP, he goes down to the bottom lane, it's not really that big a deal, and he farms the safest place in the world. Whereas similarly, Pakas starts to take advantage of God's strength and goes for the top lane as well. Pretty fine for now. As 10 minutes in, the bounty spawn, and we'll see who gets him sacred. Leo style, okay. So it's 2 for 2 for bounties. Not that big a deal for now. Minos will get a Battle Fury here. Rubik, Matthew trying to defend this middle tower, and he might not get the help from Leo style. They can't kill Mr. Jeans in time though. Leo needs to get away from here as that Inksol is about to murder him. Thank God he had the Astral Step ready. They couldn't kill the Catapult in time, so this should be a pretty successful push for Infamous. I don't know if Thunder can defend this because of the Battle Fury build on Minos. It's impossible to play this early game route for them. They might even kill Leo. That's a beautiful Spear of Papita. He realizes God's Rebuke is physical as well. My goodness. Papita. He thought God's Rebuke was going to be enough damage, walks away instead of adding a bit more. I think they might have been able to get the kill if he hadn't chosen to play like that. Dude, never get overconfident. Minos at least is farming well, though. I mean, he is beating the Sven in terms of farm, which is relatively impressive. Minos going for Axel. Blade Fury use. Soulbind annoying him. Axel's still going to die to the spin. They have to spin out of the arena. And they get to steal the Soulbind plus from a roar. They utilize it effectively. Pakaz has to use the God's Strength to fight this, but for now, Thunder Predator is just playing. So they're running circles around them. Leostal gets stunned here with the Stormhammer. Pakaz thinking of continuing, but no. It's a bad idea. He actually stays to farm. The Omnis has to punish him. Going for Mr. Jeans and Pakaz. They're dividing the damage, but they stole the Stormhammer. Matthew! Too effective. Even catching up Papita with the Ether Remnant. What? Why was that play, Infamous? The choice of Pakaz to farm these creeps in the middle, like when a Jug has Omni? Very questionable. Now getting the counter kill on Minos. Matthew is a god. He stole Soulbind and he stole the Stormhammer afterward. That's Soulbind pretty much guaranteed in the team fight. And they even take a tower. You had, Infamous, a catapult push that was going to guarantee you this mid lane tier 1. Because of a couple misplays and an overextension, you end up not losing only your tower, but also being unable in general to take the enemy tower. Okay. That is not going to be the greatest thing in the world for Infamous. That is a huge turnaround for Thunder Predator. And this was your moment to punish this Battle Fury pickup from Minos. Instead, you give away 4 free kills. Your Sven is less farmed than the Jug. And your Sven lost one of his biggest advantages against Jug, which is the cleave. Jug naturally farms quite fast. He has good movement speed, a better BAT than average, nice damage, and a crit. Like, you really can't underestimate Jug's farming speed if he has a Battle Fury. The thing is here, Sven, you were trying to fight early, hoping to take advantage of Jug's Battle Fury, because you can fight alone with Mask of Madness and God's Strength. It's already good enough. But that was a blunder, because Minos farmed your heroes instead. You cannot underestimate the power of Omnislash. It's a much more, immediate power spike than the God's Strength is. Sacred, of course, has not moved from his lane, because why would he? But this time he didn't go for Medallion, so it's the right play. A lot of Beastmasters just play like this, it's like poor man's Broodmother. And you find Michel. I think with the TP here, Mr. Jeans, they can punish. Yeah, Primal Roar. Sacred's like, dude, let's kill this guy. Telekinesis, Primal Roar. He has the Flame Guard, should be able to survive. Sven is coming by, they stole the toss. We see the Soulbind, they actually join with the Jug. They kill Mr. Jeans in a matter of seconds. No Omni not just yet. 2 more seconds. They kill Wu. Minos has the Omni, use it immediately. And right as that Inkswell was going to explode, but Minos doesn't have enough damage to kill a single hero, and now it's their turn to actually commit suicide as they lose 3 heroes. They're 5 heroes in the end, thanks to the relocate. Only killing 2 enemy cores. So what, are you mirroring each other? One team dives the tower, or you do the same? Let's go. Thank you for the point, Triangle. So Slay now is at the front of the hero, not at the back of the hero. Okay, thank you for that. That's an thank you for that point. Sorry, Slide of Fist. Slide of Fist is what you're referring to. I did not know that. TIL. Yeah, that makes sense. That plus the fact that Battle Fury now works in like a cone more than it works in like a if you actually check it, I don't think it shows you. No, if you look at the cleave and how it works with Battle Fury, it actually works in much more. It's longer spacing, but it's like a cone, right? So it's not as wide. That's the word I'm looking for. Not as wide. That's why the Sleight of Fist doesn't really work effectively with Battle Fury, because it's relatively easy to evade the cleave. Omnislash is similar, actually. You can, if you're really good and you're trying to be out mechanicking the Juggernaut, you can evade the cleave, but that's not why you usually buy Juggernaut Battle Fury, right? It's more for the extra regen and mod, and of course the farming ability. That wasn't the best of team fights, but Thunder Predator is still not done. So it's not too bad. Sacred, nobody's giving them the memos like, hey Sacred, this is your dead lane. This is where they're ganking you all the time now. They're not actually going to the top lane. They haven't invaded your jungle, Sacred. You're farming really advanced, dude. Yeah. This is what happens. Primal Roar though, but hearing chains before you can roar him. Oh my goodness. Papita. No, just walk. Yeah, pretend like we didn't see that, Papita. Just walk through the arena like that was what you meant to do. It was a celebration arena of blood. And now Thunder Predator can actually counter-initiate. You know Primal Roar though. They're gonna fight because they do have better map control than bottom here. It's just Infamous keeps ganking in here, not that it really matters. They stop Wu at least. Minos came in here with the IO. One of the advantages that IO allows any carry to play like Spectre. As you can see, Wu or Minos is farming the top lane where they actually have a lot of control because of their defensive wards. And they go down bottom to invade the enemy jungle with these plays. So it's hard to say. Like, I would honestly argue that because Infamous is fighting in this bottom lane so much, this is actually their unsafer lane for Thunder Predator. But Thunder Predator is defending it as much as they are fighting it up top. We need some offensive boards from Infamous if you want to really open up the map for you. And the tier 1. Because right now the map is completely for Thunder Predator thanks to that tier 1 mid. Okay, that's a little nice play with the Inkswell. Matthew tries to get rid of it with the telekinesis, but unfortunately someone has to die here, and it's going to be Matthew. They're going for more though here. Minos sees the opportunity. Oh, Wu actually just walked out and didn't relocate here this time. Real style. Here's the Soulbind. Blade Fury to get away. They're both walking in unison. That's nice. Not getting confused. Oh, there's already Ags on Pakas plus level 15. The Yositer dispelled, but Leo Style has an Astral Step to get away. And Thunder Predator will only lose a single here, which is Matthew, which bought back just in case. Can't believe Rubik actually stole God's Strength. Time to go for the Axe as well. Oh, no, never mind. I forgot they changed, of course. Yeah, you don't longer have that God's Strength that helps teammates. I don't think Rubik God's Strength is useful at all, but, you know, you start in the beginning of the team fight, and it's like, yeah, sure, steal something else is much more useful. Like, activate it now, you steal something better. Oh, you don't even steal something better, you didn't activate it. Just go for the arena instead. Papita used his own. There's the Omnislash. Papita dies first, Axel dies second, and that's Rubik's arena, and Paka's like, wait, what? A second arena? But he's not going to be stuck inside because he has the Stormhammer to get away. However, even if you get away, Minos will chase you to the ends of Earth to make sure he murders you. He has the Manta style and he's out farming the Sven. And like I mentioned, you can't really underestimate that Omnislash. Here, the mistake, of course, of Infamous is that, hey, you don't have God's Strength. Rubik had God's Strength. You didn't have God's Strength there. There's no way you are going to win an engagement like that. Thunder Predator is playing a bit more effectively with the cooldowns here. It's time for them to take down a bottom tower. Backdoor protection is but a suggestion for this team. And Sacred going for the most traditional build here on the Beastmaster. Necronomicon straight into flats. It's the classic Zoo build. It's the I wanted to play Broodmother guys, but okay, I'll play Beastmaster instead. Dude, that's not how Tether... Wu tethers to me. I was like, hey, can you ITP with you? Nope, it's a one-way ticket, dude. It's just with a relocate. I'm joking. I know he doesn't think that, obviously. Soon to have a Blink Dagger, that gives you a more surprise factor. I honestly think that the choice of Yule Scepter this game is questionable because it does not work on a Jug. He always should be able to get the spin when you Yule Scepter him because it's a 0 cast point ability, and usually you get 1 tick after the Yule Scepter in the server to activate BKB, activate Rage, activate Blade Fury. That's why the combo is not impeccable. However, I am actually not sure how that interaction works when you spear like right in the middle of it, you know, like when the end of the spear, for example, or whatever hits them. I'm not sure, because I have seen some arrows actually hit because of the ticks of the server, and you're not clicking that Q fast enough or so. Actually, I don't know what the legacy key is. Is what, B? Maybe. Pakaz? Pakaz, telekinesis. Oh, they still have the arena. Pakaz like, God, this thing again. Papita, you need to learn from this Rubik. He's doing better arenas than you. He goes in for the Rubik, has to kill Matthew, but Matthew, he's such a pesky, annoying presence that he forces Pakaz to lose all sense of reason and go against him. Mr. Jeans also falls in the backline thanks to Sacred Sue. And Papita tries to TP. They have no way of canceling it. Not that it matters, though. Now we're going to go for the Roshan. Which I guess Jug, and we're seeing it right now, is... I'm going to explain this interaction, though I know some people already know about it, but Jug has a lesser BAT, right? That stands for base attack time. And there's a complicated formula to calculate how attack speed affects each hero, but essentially, less BAT means more attack speed equals good. Every point of attack speed that he gets gives him more attack speed than an average here. Because the average is like 1.7, I believe, on BAT, and I think his Jug is like 1.45 or 1.5. So, because of this, getting a lot of attack speed buffs here on the Juggernaut works really well. Not only does it synergize with his BAT, but it also synergizes with his Omni Slash. And we have Inner Beast and Overcharge. So that was part of my guess why Thunder Predator decided to go for this hero. And now we're seeing it in action. He has so much DPS just based on the attack speed that his team is granting him. And they don't even need to buff him, right? But as the Overcharge, the aura is just going to be there for everyone. And even then, the Overcharge is a relatively low cooldown. It's not like Alacrity where you have a moment where you can fight and the enemy team can just wait it out. You really cannot wait out Overcharge effectively. We're seeing how fast Midas attacks. They take the Alpha in Tier 2. Quite important if you want to invade the enemy triangle. You haven't taken the mid Tier 2, which also opens to the triangle, but it doesn't really matter here. Smoke. Oh, this is the ultimate Peruvian smoke, where you smoke behind to get a little bit of extra movement speed, and you want to surprise them with a fake back. In Peru, smokes are made only to be aggressive. In Peru, I hear that you go outside on the street, you know, where people usually smoke, and they smoke in your face. That's what they do. I don't know. Tradition, I guess. Egorko told me about this. And he's God, so he must know. Oh, I hear it. Omni Slash? What? Oh, that was a Swift Slash. Okay. But that Swift Slash was the most Minos thing I ever seen in my life. Yeah, I forgot about Minos. He has to play Fury away. He did have Swift Slash, there was absolutely no need to use it. And he actually gets back home. He wasted the Aegis completely. Now that's a Swift Slash into the Omni Slash, going for Papita. Bulwark helping a bit. The Omni Slash mitigating a lot of the damage. He's finally done with that. And Minos just needs to get away. Stormhammer plus a hit from the Sven. So much damage. Minos can't tank it. The toss keeps him in place. Minos will fall. And the Avalanche will ensure that Leosta also cannot dissimulate himself to safety. And he'll also die together with Wu, the final kill of this engagement. What the... Why, Minos? Why? I don't... Oh, sorry, guys. We have the wrong title on. I agree. I apologize. I'm doing all the production as well. And the solo casting sometimes... I will change that in a second. Hopefully the title was changed. I don't understand what possessed you. Like, it was literally like, guys, I got Ags. I'm gonna Swift Slash them. And it's like, dude, you don't need to do this. You were... Swift Slash actually has a much bigger range than Omni Slash, by the way. People don't really pay attention to this, but Swift Slash is usually also used to move, right? And like initiate. But by wasting a Swift Slash and wasting your Aegis, which was your biggest advantage over the Sven, you gave him so much of a free game there. Completely unnecessarily. It's one of those plays where you just question, is Minos just being Minos? What goes on through his head? In Peru, they say he goes emo mode, right? Se pone emo. And he just wants to die. And honestly, sometimes I don't disagree with that. Because I don't understand the logic behind that. He got way too cocky and way too aggressive there. And now you have to wait for the next Roshan to actually pierce high ground. Because piercing high ground against Sven is quite difficult, as we saw here. He still deals a lot of damage. Traditionally, Sven was always a counter to Juggernaut because you burst him in the Blade Fury. So it's not a good way to leave. Sacred in trouble. They bring him back. That's a good arena. They kill Sacred and Matthew in a matter of seconds. Luckily, Leo Style has a BKB. Midas comes in. He's been silenced. Has to Blade Fury himself to safety. The Soul Bite, though, screws over Leo Style, and he can't assimilate because the Soul Bite, Midas. Leo Style will then fall. He has the Omni Slash. Goes for Michel. That's a fair amount of damage. With Swift Slash, he finishes the kill, but he himself will die.
You look stunned. A strict no-kill policy.
I'm sorry about that, but that... Minos, come on, dude. Alright, you walk back with a soul bind. I know, it's like, aha, I'm not tethered to anyone, but you can get retethered. And then, you retether to one hero that has a lot of mobility and depends on the simulate to escape the last hit, which is what clearly what Leo Style was doing. But because he got tethered, he couldn't assimilate. You could have just run the other direction or killed yourself for all I care, dude. You didn't have to kill your teammate with you. Okay, Infamous has a strong fighting chance now. They just took 2 team fights. They're doing really well because of it. Assault Karas is a fantastic hero on Sven. And that's going to mitigate a lot of the Juggernaut damage. Remember, he's just physical area damage. Even Cleave right now doesn't ignore armor, so Assault Karas is great against any hero that cleaves. And since he has Swift Slash and Omni Slash, it's a great way to deal with it. Alacrity has a low CD, you're right, but Alacrity also has easy downtime because it's usually used. It's really easy to play around it, whereas harder to play around Overcharge because you don't have to force the Overcharge as early. That was my point, essentially. The downtime is more or less the same for those 2 abilities, but depending on what the Invoker has to do, if you initiate when Alacrity is unavailable, Invoker has to do other spells, right? So you can't constantly have Alacrity ready. And so now you depend on the Invoke cooldown, you depend on the Invoke, that's why my point is. There's more the downtime rather than the cooldown. Whereas the Overcharge, since the Eye always has it available, and you don't even need to use it to push, it's much easier to use it as a defensive ability. Nice dissimulate here by Leo Style, Telekinesis. Bring back Pagas. But you need to do a miracle here to actually get back into this game, because the Sven has matched, he's equal now with a Juggernaut. He deals more damage, he has a lot more burst damage. Juggernaut with a Basher. That will help a lot against the Sven. Basher is one of the best items you can get when you want to improve your core-to-core matchup. Like I mentioned, Sven doesn't struggle too much against Jug, so the Basher will help. Basher and Scotty are the 2 items that really deal with a core-to-core matchup well. Though in this game, the MKB is a really smart idea, because you get mixed damage with the MKB, and you can deal with the AC that you see Sven now clearly going for. Like, you see a Hyperstone is clearly AC, so you need to get some mixed damage on this hero before he becomes completely obsolete due to the insane amount of armor Sven will have. Because you'll have to deal with Warcry, and you'll have to deal with AC. The top lane, Mr. Jeans is just pushing, I suppose. As in middle, Minos is doing the same. Usually you don't get to see these kind of plays, but it's gonna happen. Oh no, I see an arena. I'm gonna stop Minos, they don't do it in time. Nice Yule Scepter. As they go further, Mr. Jeans, wait, nice Yule Scepter? No, he Yules himself. He was trying to Yules the IO to stop him, but he took too long and he Yules himself. They kill Mr. Jeans because of this relocate gank, but now they're coming home and they actually bring Minos with them. Obviously they were waiting for them, and now Minos is in trouble, but everyone here is coming. Maybe this is the best bait? This next level bait? Could it be? He still has Omni. Okay, Minos, he's gonna use the Omni here. No, Swift Slash stand into the Omni Slash to get another Swift Slash off. He does kill Axel here in the process. Minos still alive, but the Stormhammer will finish him off. So he baited himself. Matthew, in a similar position, gets speared to the wall, or to the tree, and will also fall. The 2 remaining cores here from Thunder just walking away.
This reward transcends expectation.
Pakaz now quite confident with how the game is going because they don't really have a way to easily kill him. As we can see, the Omnislash is starting to lose the power. Nowadays, the Omnislash is made for a really good late game item, but it's more like Jug is actually very similar to how Darkseer used to be played. Remember when people used to say like Darkseer's great in the early game and then he's great in late game, but in the middle game is when he kind of sucks sometimes. It's kind of like that. It's a bit of a roller coaster with Jug too. The more items you get, the more valuable Omnislash becomes, but there is a point, with very similar to Gyrocopter as well, where you just lack the damage to take advantage of this ultimate, and you depend so much on this ultimate. But the issue with Jug in the Hyper Late is that you have an item called Lotus Orb, which Papita is of course building, to counter your Omnislash and your Swift Slash. Go for the Tiny. Michel dies. Leo Styles also get caught in the backlines though. And in comes Fen, not really afraid. Why are these guys alone? Jug is not even with them. They can't fight this Roshan by any means. Sacred is also going to die here. He's been rooted and now destroyed. Leo Style still coming in. He bought back for this. Leo, dissimulate. Well, doesn't get caught. But guys, there's the Swift Slash first with a Basher. Doesn't deal any damage like I mentioned earlier. You really need those items. The Soulbind actually screwed them over. Beautiful Yulster by Papita to keep them in place. Minos will die with his partner Wu. And Leo just needs to survive, but his BKB is about to expire. There we go. Searing Chain sets up for the skill, and he will also die here. Sacred, back to the graveyard. As Thunder Predator loses 4 heroes, sorry. Well, technically it was 6, I believe, because both Sacred and Leo Style bought back, so in the totality of that engagement, they lose 6 heroes, and Infamous doesn't seem to care. Now Infamous should be able to take this tower mid. They could go for Roshan, but it is really smart. They know that they just lost 2 buybacks. It's much better to go for the unsafe objectives first, and then once they buy back, or once they come back into the game, you go for the safe ones like Roshan. Because it's not like a Thunder Predator can fight you, even when you're going down to the Roshan pit, right? Even if they're all alive. But guys will have God Strength by then, so it should be fine. I'd be surprised if they go for tier 4. So it should be 1 or maybe 2 lanes of Rax. No, they want to secure the Roshan first. Okay. They're just playing extra safe. You could play a bit more efficiently and try to go for 2 lanes of Rax, but against a Jug, and particularly against Beastmaster and Void Spirit, it is a bit unsafe, and we've already seen what being unsafe does. Minos. So it's easier to just go for the Roshan and secure the game. Roshan will fall. That's going to be Aegis going for Mr. Jean with the cheese as well. Mr. Jean, sorry, with the cheese as well going to the Mars. Now he has Lotus, by the way, so this Jug's threat is considerably less. Because you can lose Lotus in 2 different ways. If you're a really skilled team, and I've seen this many times, especially if there's no ping difference like it is here because they're both playing in server Peru and they're both from Peru, you can use the, except for maybe Michel, you can use the Lotus right as the Omnislash comes out to completely cancel the Jug. I remember seeing this in one game. I forgot who it was that was using it, but it was against RTZ, and RTZ GG'd out right after. He was playing in EG. It was against EG, obviously. And RTZ was playing Jug, and he GG'd out right after 2 Omnislashes got reflected. Alternatively, the much safer way of playing this is putting the Lotus on your carry and allowing him to push, making sure the Omnislash cannot come out on him. And then you force Jug to go for something special like a blink or whatever to save himself. Oh, they catch him with a silence. Toss. They have enough damage. Maybe not. The silence is not going to last forever. The root neither. They need to kill him. Yeah, Pakaz actually had all the time in the world to murder him. As Leo Style is forced to BKB, he does have a nice little Yost to get away, but Minos is dead. And this Jug is really falling behind in terms of net worth. No longer able to compete with Sven. As they TP to the top outpost just to catch him. That's really good. That's a really good play. Arena into the spear. Oh, the counter Yules, but they do have Searing Chains. They were hoping for that as this sets up for the Searing Chains and allows them to get the kill. Mr. Jeans went for the full physical damage build with Solar Crest and Desolator, so there's no way you're surviving. And they also push towers relatively quickly. It's a nice build for pushing as well. Pakaz, like, Pakaz, you gotta break the tier 2 first. Oh, he's destroying the... What? Okay, I guess they don't want to go Mega Creeps? What are they doing, Pakaz? Okay. Alright, you push the lane, now you take the tower. The order was a bit weird, but they do it eventually. It's just Pakaz just looked like a lost puppy there. Where am I going? Am I farming right now? Take the tower in the bottom lane, that's what you're looking for. Good. Avalanche. No toss though, because he was next to creep, so he was a bit afraid of just tossing a creep back instead and wasting the ability. Michel tosses an Economicon creep to Sacred. Here you go, take it back. Put it back in your book. But guys, doesn't have God's Strength. This could be an opportunity for Thunder Predator to fight. But I don't know if you have the damage right now. I don't know if God's Strength even matters. You don't really have the damage. Okay, this game is being again elongated because they're a bit afraid of losing the lead they got, because one bad engagement of course screwed them over. We're seeing Minos trying to go for Nullifier. That will add a bit of damage and it will really help us match up, particularly against certain heroes like, I don't know who had Ghost Scepter. Yeah, it was Ghost Scepter Michel. That's pretty great, but it's not going to help you too much against this Sven. And who kills this Sven? Seriously, like for now, Leo Stahl has been entertaining this Sven, and that's really nice, but you don't want to entertain him, you want to murder him. Like, you just put guys chasing after Void Spirit like it's a cat after a laser pointer. But you need to skin that cat, dude. You can't just use the laser pointer constantly, because the Void Spirit, he's eventually going to die when he runs out of BKB. You already have the level 25. He does go for the Stormhammer stun duration. I like it this game. I mean, sometimes the God Strength is better. A lot of pros like the God Strength because raw damage is nicer. But this game, you're kind of fulfilling the role of Initiator in the late game, so it's very useful to have the extra Stormhammer duration. Yeah, kill Necronomicon Creep doesn't do anything to him. There's the Swift Slash. Swift Slash into spin. They soul bind him. What are you going to be bound to? A toss, breaks the soul bind. They put him through the arena. This time it's going to work. Leo Style's going to die because, of course, he gets bound to Minos again. Minos without him for 80 seconds, without Leo Style for 80 seconds as well. They're going to call the GG, as they also say XD. Alright, Infamous, you played this game pretty well, but I'm not gonna lie, that was a bit of a throw. Minos kind of gave you that game. Minos gave you that game. Infamous could have literally not done anything for the last 10 minutes in the game, and they would have won just by osmosis. Because at some point, Thunder Predator said, you know what's a really good idea? I'm going to take 2 fights. One, where I dive to tier 3s despite the fact that we're winning by a lot. And then second, I'm going to soul bind my Void Spirit multiple times in each fight, because that's what's good. I mean, like, seriously, they were at this point, it almost seemed like they were soul binding Minos because they knew he would always get next to Leo Style. And on one hand, I appreciate their love and friendship. It's really nice. They always want to hug each other. But with a soul bind, you're kind of screwing over your other hero. So, not the best performance by Thunder Predator. Like I said, they need to perform this game really well to win it. They didn't, and Infamous wins instead. Congratulations to Infamous, though. We'll see what happens in game number 2. As Infamous has a chance to take the 2-0 and get much needed points. Or Thunder Predator has a chance to redeem themselves. It was a really, really important kill. Really, really important game number 2. Like, you really have to redeem themselves. This game number 2 for Thunder, yeah, it gives you points, but it's more about the honor. Hope you enjoyed the game. Hope you enjoyed the cast and the production. Of course, my name has been Mr. Aval Plus. If you enjoyed my cast personally, you can always check me out on Twitter at Mr. Aval Plus, or just follow the links in the Twitch chat. And if you follow this ePulse Gaming channel, you also see whenever we are live with this very tournament. It's been a pleasure casting for you guys. We're gonna have one more game for today before we go away. Hope you enjoyed, and we'll come back in like 5 minutes for the last game of the day.
Hello, hello, and welcome to The Voice of the Realm. We are here for the last match of the day in your nightly, or now daily for me, radio podcast that brings you the best NASA Dota that we can muster. And the best we can muster right now is Minos throwing. The best we can muster right now is Thunder Predator versus Infamous. This is game number 2. Infamous miraculously comes back in game number 1. And I actually have a pleasant surprise today because I am not going to be completely alone. You see, there's a little thing that people don't know, but in Spain, when someone's in danger, whenever they are really tired or they got to do too much work, all the other Spanish people in the world, they have a little sensor in their brains, right? It just tingles, and they come to the rescue. That's why we always aid each other. Specifically, it happens when we have too much work. That's how our parliament kind of works. And so we have a Spaniard here, actually the best Dota playing Spaniard in the world. His name is Flapjack Dota, and he is also a pro player. And he's going to come here to share some of his great analysis and insight of the NASA region with all of you folks. So, without further ado, I'll present to you Mr. Flapjack. How are you doing, Flapjack?
Hi, I just wanna ask something first. What is that voice like? Girl voice? I don't know. Like, it's look like you're like trying to say something like nice, or I don't know. It's look pretty weird.
It's my radio voice, okay? Do not flame on my radio voice. Flapjack.
No, that's a radio voice. I don't know. Sorry. I wanna say something about what you said before about the best Spanish player. You know, the reason because I am the only one playing Dota professionally in Spain is because there is no Dota in Spain at all.
true.
Because all players are like either studying or getting on a in real life job.
Yep.
So there is no like 100% people interested in like playing professional Dota. So most Dota players in Spain retired like 2 years ago, maybe one and a half year ago.
Yeah, but you don't have to
So-
tell them that. You're the best. That's what matters, dude. You're the best.
Yeah, I know. I just wanna like clarify that. But, yeah,
Look at this
that's-
humility. This is not a true Dota pro player. Anyway, we have a draft in front of us, dude. What are you thinking about this one? Actually, can you tell me your thoughts on the last game?
Dude, I didn't saw the last game, so I was eating because I had to cast the entire day in Spanish, and I was like very tired. I had to order some food, trying to like relax and clear my
I
brain.
bet you didn't watch the last game. Yeah, you're totally right. Okay.
Uh,
Then tell me what you see. What do you see in the draft? Here.
I saw you molding about Minos, but I didn't saw the game.
Tiny, Leshrac, and Enchanters picked up by Thunder. We go for the Undying Nature's Prophet for Infamous. Strong start by Infamous when it comes to the lanes. Undying Nature's Prophet already. And you combine this with a Clockwork here. So clearly Nature's Prophet for Papita. As I don't think Mr. Jeans plays as much as Faker used to.
I mean, I really like the opener from Infamous until I saw the Furion. What is this Furion idea? I don't get it. Are they gonna like put it in the 5 position? But there is an Undying already.
Yep.
Because I saw Infamous before playing the Furion, the first picks, but they always flex it. Either they go like Mr. Genius Furion or maybe Papita playing the Nature Prophet. On this case, Axel as well can play on the post 5 position. But they have Undying. So this is like they're gonna show the lane, how is it going. Maybe they could pick Spectre. Oh, Spectre is going. Oh, that makes sense. But you know, if they like put this Furion in the core position, it's always gonna be counter because they pick this Leshrac after that, or either this Timbersaw. Like they are really good picks against Furion. So I don't really know what's the idea on Infamous behind picking this Furion in the second phase.
Yeah, especially when, as you mentioned, all the other global heroes like Spectre or Ayo are out of the pool, so you can't really take advantage of that global lineup ability. So I agree with you, but it is a comfort pick sometimes for Infamous. As Thunder Predator, they pick up the Timbersaw, you mentioned. You have already a couple of good heroes against Nature's Prophet. Oh, okay. I wasn't going to say that because I didn't think they were going to pick a Zeus, but I guess they are really coming into the global lineup this game. What carry
I
can
was
be
gonna
global?
say I was gonna say that they need to pick something to deal with the Timbersaw because they cannot put Furion in the mid position. They're gonna either go the Timbersaw mid or the Leshrac carry. I don't know. They have like so many ideas to that put the draft on Darkness Predator compared to what Infamous can do in the game. So this Zeus pick is like, okay, you either go to Lesh or the Timber Saw mid. Okay, Zeus is gonna do fine this lane, but I don't know. Maybe Leshrac Tiny is gonna like save the game because this Tiny can make rotation in the mid lane, and Leshrac is gonna have a good lane, either if you like it or not. And Timbersaw can maybe play in the safe lane against the Nature Prophet, and maybe another hero in the offlane position. I don't know. Like this is so many open for Thunder Predator, and they have the last pick as well.
Yep, that's true. And the last pick is for Mino, so they better be a valuable pick. I actually just want the Sven. I actually don't even care if Sven is a good hero. Just give him the Sven, please, because he can't die on that. Because he's a strong hero, like literally a strength hero, very tanky, difficult to kill. Also, Sven is actually kind of decent against Zeus, very good against Prophet in lane. So I actually would like the Sven on Thunder. I'd be surprised if they didn't ban it here.
Maybe because it's gonna. I was thinking maybe they can kite the Sven. That's why they are afraid of picking it. Because Undying is like really good on the Sven. Sven can get on top of the tombstone. It's like really annoying to break in the fights. Another hero can break the tombstone here. Like if you see the Thunder Predator hero pool, I mean Enchantress is like very annoying to go in the front. Timbersaw is most often disarmed because of the Chakram ultimate. Leshrac and Tiny going in front, breaking the tombstone is like really annoying. So I don't see like is Bane getting picked up here by Thunder Predator. It's gonna be like very annoyed, but it depends. You know, maybe if Infamous picks something that can see the Minos saying, okay, give me a Sven. Yeah, it's gonna be really good here. Maybe they can get it, but I don't see picking it.
What carries are you seeing here for Infamous? What do you think they're gonna pick up as the carry?
Maybe something to jump, but they're gonna get banned because they banned the anti-mesh PA, and they really need this jumpy hero to get in the backline. Mostly to get the Zeus because they have nothing to catch the Zeus. Maybe Tiny, but it's gonna be like a pretty late timing to get in top of the Zeus.
Yeah, but the carry for Infamous, though, I'm asking now, like what their next pick is going to be. You need a Pakaz hero right now. I don't think it's gonna be just Prophet, right? I mean.
You were saying about the Pakaz hero?
Yeah, Pakaz hero.
Really good Pakaz hero. I mean, this is a really good Morphling game, but yeah, it got banned.
Yeah, Juggernaut, okay. Juggernaut seems fine. Just one of those like, yeah, okay, I picked the carry kind of situations. He does everything a carry can do. He can kind of push, he can go invulnerable and magic immune. He's decent. Pakaz a bit more consistent in that sense, and Thunder Predator immediately pick up the Sven. I'm telling you, I mean, the Juggernaut made it easier because Sven versus Juggernaut is a good match for Sven, but I don't think the Sven is a bad hero here. Partially because if you go for the Ags, it's kind of hard to kite him. Oh! And
He went for the Sven finally.
Oh, good choice.
Okay. Oh, this is an offlane Undying. I'm a very big fan of it.
Yeah,
I really like the hero. As I said before, they're gonna put the Furion on the offlane position because it's gonna be like a free farm for Sven.
Yep.
So this Undying flex is like very big smart. Because I saw in pop games like NA Dota, you can see everything here. I saw Undying mid, Eternal Enemy playing Undying the safe lane position. But
actually, in Chinese Dota, they did this too. Chalice ran that, and Newbie also did that as well. Undying carry.
yeah, I think this lane is like pretty good for him because you know it's just Undying against a strength hero matchup, and you have the setup by Clockwork, so it's gonna be pretty annoying. But I don't know. It really depends on Thunder Predator how they play the map. You know, they have the Leshrac Tiny to get on top of Zeus in an early matchup, and they have the Timbersaw that it should be supposed to have maybe some pressure, but they have to deal with the Zeus somehow. I don't know. This matchup between Juggernaut and Sven, I really think Juggernaut has the advantage here because you know he always can get a Abyssal Blade, maybe Swift Flash and Omnilash later on. But looking at the last game, I'm not pretty sure about that.
Okay, guys. So we have a game, we have a cast, we have an analyst by the name of Flapjack, but a follow from you is the one thing we lack. So we go to a quick ad and we go with game number 2 of this series.
pitón a tu casa o algo.
Hello guys and welcome back. It's Thunder Player vs Infamous game number 2. It's going to be an exciting one. This time they gave Minos one of his best, I think the best hero. Okay, I don't want to translate that, so we're just going to ignore that. Not the best phrase. Peruvians are not aware of this. A lot of our English-speaking audience will understand that.
Wait, what is Mr. Yin saying? This is a song, right? This is a rap song or something.
I think so. He's saying, smoke from my
Yeah.
brain, smoke from my brain.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense in Spanish as well, unless he's like hike or something, but I don't know.
It actually
It's,
makes
like,
more
pretty
sense
weird.
in English than it does in Spanish. Humo de mi cerebro
Yeah.
makes no sense whatsoever.
I mean, I just want to say this is a late game. Like, I mean, here in Peru it's like really late on the hour, so they are like maybe some tired. That's why we see it's this kind of auto thing. It's really weird.
It's odd, but you know, it's late timings. Of course, we actually are quite delayed today. I think we're delayed. Actually, Seek and Strike just came out of his room. He saw me still casting. He's like, "What are you doing still up?" He didn't say that. He just gestured with his face, and you could tell. Even Seek and Strike is worried about me, and that's bad, dude. He really does not care about me whatsoever. All right, let's look at these lanes now. What do you think of the Undying Offlane? You really like this idea, but I want you to expand on it a bit more. Why is it so strong here?
I mean, I think here is because, as I said before, you have the Undying versus Strength Hero matchup.
Yep.
But later on, if you get some levels, you can get like a lot of damage on the Soul Rip and the Tombstone. Because this Undying Hero, the reason because it's like a meta hero and really strong, you get a lot of damage on the Soul Rip and the ultimate as well.
Yep.
But then you have team fight with the Tombstone. If anyone on the game can break the Tombstone, you have like a lot of slow vision as well. It's like pretty annoying to fight against it. So I think it's gonna be like doing really good against Sven. As I said before, Sven cannot get on top of the Tombstone. It's like really annoying to jump into it. Yep. So I'm not pretty sure about the build though. So maybe he's gonna get an Orn or something. I'm not pretty sure about the Undying build. I haven't seen like Undying before. I don't know if like Arrows is like good of him. I don't know, because he has the setup, you know. He has the Clover to like set up some kills.
Yep.
But I think it's not enough in the game.
It's an interesting idea. I mean, obviously when he was played carry, at least in China, they played him with the Ags build. That's no surprise there. One of the stronger, actually, surprisingly good Ags if you're playing a core Undying. But that was back when Flesh Golem actually amplified your strength. Right? Oh, never mind, it still does. Sorry. It used to just amplify your strength. And not really deal the damage. So
I mean,
yeah,
they get like tanky items or what?
Yeah, they usually. I mean, that Undying I saw actually went for Armlet into Echo Saber into Ags.
What?
Yeah. That was Undying carry though. I didn't see the Undying in the offlane. I've seen the Undying in the offlane morely go for the aura items. You know, you go for the pipe. You try to tank up for your team. Some go for Greaves depending on the game. These kind of situations, right? Not so much the high impact Undying that I saw in China, but that was specifically because Newbie played as a carry. I remember that game very well. It was a very hype game.
Let's see how it goes. I haven't seen Papita playing this Undying offlane before, so it's like pretty new for me. Even in Pops, I haven't seen Papita playing this.
He has done it once before. I remember casting one game of him. It was just like a typical pipe aura game, right? Nothing too special about the Undying.
I mean, the thing annoyance here is like you're gonna face an Enchantress. So as far as we know, Enchantress is like very annoying hero to deal in the lane because he always come up with a big creep. You cannot do anything against the creep. Either the Clover on the end cannot deal with the creep. So maybe that's gonna save Minos in the early game. Because I see like maybe some level 3 or level 4 Undying going into Sven with the Cogs, maybe the Battery Assault. They can get on top of the Sven. Enchantress cannot do anything against that, but maybe with the big creep, he's gonna like tank a lot of damage. They can break the Tombstone as well if Enchantress does like goes AFK and hit the Tombs. But I don't know, it's like pretty weird game because the only setup here the Infamous has is the Clover, but he needs level 6. Seals cannot do the job. They don't have like a spirit hero often to see in the mid position compared to what Thunder Predator can do in the game. You know, they have Ledge and Tiny.
Yeah, and even later a bit the Sven as well with the Stormhammer, very useful for like an extra stun. You're right, Infamous is lacking that kind of lockdown. In fact, this reminds me of Infamous when they used to play with Timado. They used to love stunless lineups, and they used to play like Bloodseeker carry, run at you lineup kind of situation. Except that this game, if you play like that, you rely a lot on getting the best lane in the world. And mid lane, that's not really accomplishing. And that Mr. Jeans is struggling. Leo Style wants to get the kill. Last hit will do the trick. No! The Salve Mr. Jeans saves him, and Matthew will fall to Michel together with Leo. Okay, well played. Mr. Jeans baiting them. Two youths happy in the chat, dude. He might not play Zeus, but this guy is dominating on him.
I think the entire idea of playing Tiny and Lesh is completely broken right now because this TP, defensive TP by Michael and the the Furion TP is like really good.
Yeah.
You don't want to like let Infamous has this sales on the free farm because he's having a good lane right now by this double kill, so it's gonna make like pretty big of him. I think Michael is gonna die as well. Yeah, he's dead. I mean, it doesn't matter. You need to get kills on the Zeus. When you pick this Lesh rack on the Tiny, you need to get on top of Zeus somehow, but it's not working.
Yep, I agree. The Tiny has to rotate earlier, and Mr. Jeans have also had really good positioning in this game. Also, Leo Style has pushed this lane a bit by accident when he's doing the Lightning Storm last hitting, and that has not really helped out getting kills here. So Matthew hasn't really had the early game impact that you were hoping for. Instead, Leo Style will die to Mr. Jeans just with Thunder God's Wrath. He just went a bit too low. As we're looking up in the top lane, Pakas harassing Sacred. Nah, he doesn't seem interested. He's just going to farm more.
Wait, this is a solo killer, Mr. Jeans? He's all-in.
Yeah, I didn't even see, like, he literally just was low a bit, Arc Lighting, Thunder God's Wrath, and he died. That was just that simple.
I mean, this NA build of Zeus, maxing the Q and then going no points on the W is like really strong. I mean, it's like pretty dumb, but it's strong as well. I don't know.
No, it
They
is
cannot do anything right
incredibly
now.
dumb. It's so stupid. Like,
Yeah, it's so
the whole
stupid.
point of this is literally just to farm.
I don't know. I mean, he got a kill. He's winning the lane. Matthew is gonna try to get a kill here, but he needs the ledge rack. You know, if he doesn't have the setup, it's like really weird to jump. But bottom lane, they're gonna jump into it. Papita has a lot of damage, and DK as well. He has 20 strength. Right, he's unkillable right now.
Yep.
I really like how they're playing around the course. I mean, Infamous.
Yeah, Infamous going for, oh sorry, Thunder Predator going for Mr. Jeans. They use this combo of the Leshrac effectively finally. And this is what you never do against a Leshrac. The moment you leave the safety of your lane is when Diabolic it will be fully for you. And it's like a a physical damage Omni slash spell essentially. You have to be really careful with your positioning. And Zeus is cannon fodder the moment he's not near the creeps this game.
The only good thing about Thunder Predator can do in the games is like they still have Lesh, you know? Talking about Lesh, this is gonna kill Michael. Oh, he doesn't have mana, huh? I mean, they have Lesh, so it means they can push like tower fastly compared to what Infamous can do in the game, you know? They have Undying, they have this lane annoying thing, but they cannot push maybe towers. They need maybe Axel to TP, but it's not gonna be enough. Like, Juggernaut doesn't want to make some error rotations. Maybe with the Zeus can deal with towers anyways. But they have Timbers on Lesh, Thunder Predator, so they can get some tier 1 fasters to what Infamous can do in the game. So if you get these towers faster, you can get like some map control.
That's true.
And
regain the game like that just by farming on the Sven naturally, right? Because Jug still doesn't have his Battle Fury. So you technically should farm faster than Jug in the first couple minutes. We'll see though, because right now Leo's actually being threatened. In fact, it's them who's actually threatening the middle lane here. Look, Michel's already here. We see Axel. He was looking for the TP. Thunder God's Wrath to get vision. Leo, you have nowhere to run. They have a Sprout for you. Axel is here. And Axel, for once, is going to be delivering death as opposed to, you know, gathering it. And the Tombstone's even been used. Papita playing super aggressively. Woo, in trouble. We have the Soul Rip. They kill Boon in a matter of seconds. Yeah, that toss doesn't really help out. Sacred finally joins the fray, but Mr. Jeans, he's going to constantly put damage with that Arc Lightning. Sacred's close to dying. They need one more decay. They don't even actually use it. It's just the Arc Lightning alone. This build is really stupid, I'm not going to admit with you. And now they can push the tower a bit thanks to Axel. There's another TP here come from Leo. They know they can counter kill this. Nice Trint. That's going to reveal where Leo is, and they go for the combo here with the Tiny. Little small kill of Michel, but not good enough.
I just want to say that's a nice rotation by Infamous. They play the 8-minute mark to like bait some Lesh, maybe going into a room, but Zeus got it as well. And you know, with the Papita TP, this offlane TP on the tier 1 to like make some plays in the middle lane is like so high skill. Like you cannot pressure this bank here. Like this guy is gonna like push the lane with the cliff and then go into the jungle. So what's the best thing you can do on the offlane hero? I mean, talking about the Undying. Then TP mid and make some plays.
Yeah.
And they did it. They killed the Ledge, and every hero that goes here, either the Timbersaw or maybe the Tiny or the Enchantress, is gonna die. And they died. So it's gonna... Oh.
Yeah,
It's
sorry.
a solo kill. Michael went for the scout and he died to the Omni Flash. Alright.
Well, it's a good use of the Omen Slash, right? Because you're only farming in the early game. You don't really want to threaten anything, so you might as well use it on the support that's coming to gank you. And look at the build of Pita. He's going for Lotus Orb first item. Actually, a really interesting choice here. What do you think of that?
Sorry, which build?
Papita is going drums into Lotus Orb now.
Huh. I mean, what's the Lotus Orb for? Maybe just
The
for the
Sven?
Sven style,
I think
or
so.
the... it's like very weird.
It's interesting. I mean, the armor is good against the Sven, right? I can understand why you want the mana region in general, because you want for face boots.
Isn't like Pipe good here against the Ledge, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know, because usually when you have this much spread damage, Pipe like is very effective at stopping 400 each, but you know, Lesh just has to stand there for a while, right? So sometimes Pipe is a bit better with like a strong single target damage, so you can't burst someone down. I think that's the idea behind Lotus, because you also have Diabolic Edict maxed here. Oh, finds Mr. Jeans. This would be a really good kill. Nice. He waited till the creeps were all dead. He kills the last creep. Diabolic Edict destroys Mr. Jeans. Well played. And that delays his Trial Boots even more, Mr. Jeans, who went for a really greedy build. Trial Boots sometimes calls the second Midas.
And they got the tower as well. They're I don't know. I think like Infamous dropped the advantage here by not playing around the Zeus, maybe, because if they go the Zeus in the backline and the teamfight in the front, you know, this Glower in the front, Undying in the front, they should be able to kill everyone in the map. But I don't know, they're letting Leo style going around, killing people. That shouldn't happen by Infamous. Top lane, Sakura is trying to die, but I think it's gonna be enough. And there's the damage.
It's Wu that dies for sure. Sakret might die as well. He has the magic stick, so he has enough for one more Timber Chain. The Battle Cell might stop this. Matthew's nearby. He wants to prevent this. Papita just in the middle of this. Sets up the Tombstone. This will see the rest of the team. Papita suffering a fair amount of damage for now, lasting it though as Sakret dies. And Papita cannot be stopped. This offlane Undying is gone right now. Triple kill for Mr. Jeans, but that's really all Papita's doing. That Tombstone is so powerful.
That's what I'm talking about. If they go in the front and they let the Zeus cast spells on the backline and no one's killed the Zeus, it's gonna be like a really big trouble for Thunder Predator. And that's why they're like trying to get something in the draft to jump in the Zeus. But I don't think Sven is enough, because Sven needs to like get BKB and Axe is like pretty late to get in the Zeus. But here in the early game, it's like really annoying to play, because the only way you can deal with the Zeus maybe is in the early game, but this intention of trying to shut down his lane is like not enough. He got a really good game, he got a pretty good timing on the travel, and now Mr. James is gonna do like everything he wants in the game, because they have the strat, you know, they have the front line, the damage in the back line, they have this Juggernaut going from the Battle Fury and farming the game, so they have the late game as well. So I think Thunder Predator is choking here somehow. They need to do something in the map.
They're being run down, and they're not capable of responding to the aggression that Infamous is putting out. So this is their answer. They're going to go for the top tier 1. The safest tier 1 to take. Relatively easy should be. We'll see if that's actually possible. As Michel walks in. Matthew, the target. Michel, they toss him. Oh, that toss actually screwed over Sacred. Alright, Tombstone has been dropped as well. Michel is just wasting so much time here. Look at this little robot, followed by the big robot. But it seems like Sacred just cannot catch up to Michel. They use the Almond Slash on him, and they even stop his Timber Chain with that Lightning Bolt. Sacred, you're dead.
I mean, I know they have to do something, but
that
you
is
are
not
like
it.
letting Infamous baiting this tower.
Yes.
Because Infamous is like looking these towers like some kind of, alright, they're gonna walk up here, they're gonna die again. Everyone TP and kill them. Thunder Predator needs to smoke into the jungle and maybe kill someone farming. Maybe the Zeus, maybe Lightning, I don't know. But kill someone. Don't do this kind of trying to push thing and then everyone dying. Because they're like thinking, okay, they have Timbersaw, he has a hood. Oh, and he has a clock, not a hood, sorry. And maybe the Ledge with the damage. But they have nothing to fight them. I don't know, it's like pretty weird to them to fight like this.
I agree. It's like, oh, Timbersaw should be strong right now, right? But Undying, I would argue, might be one of the fastest offlaners in the game. If you have, I mean, it's a very uncommon one. But there's no way you're beating him with a Timbersaw. Matthew, Initiation, Thunder God's Wrath. Matthew survives this for now, but Sacred's actually suffering a lot as Minos is forced to join the fight. The Tombstone's annoying. Then this time they might actually kill Papita. It's impossible. He heals the Tombstone as opposed to himself. Papita, you can't be that selfless, dude. Minos will fall though to Mr. Jeans as Sacred chases after him. Michel needs to help out his Scary, or his mid laner, sorry. And Mr. Jeans gets a bit more mana. Beautiful cogs. Sacred is going to be stopped, and Michel just TP'd it. They're chasing after him. He wants to create more space here. And he is actually doing that, but he's going to die to the Timber Saw. Finally, Sacred gets his revenge. However, because of all this wasted time, they actually get the tower, and they still killed the enemy carry. Like, yeah, Papita seems really powerful, but he's just an offlaner. You murdered the Sven. Pagaz could get away with murder in these team fights.
And they got the tower as well. This is a really cool trade for Infamous. They killed Sven and they got the tower. And what did you get in return? An offlane kill and a sub pick. It doesn't work like this. So I think Predator lost their timing to do things because they had an idea to like play this Tiny on helping the Lesh on the lane, but Lesh died like 4 times already. He's having no game right now. The second thing is like they thought Timbersaw is gonna apply some pressure on the lanes, but he isn't doing this. Maybe because Infamous got this pretty good lane thing. And now they TP top as well, but Zeus is gonna die because they have no...
Unless the
nothing
hook
to
shot
help.
stops him. Never mind, Mr. Jeans is not dead. Look at his quick footwork. Thanks to the travel boots, he's alive. And of course, thanks to Michel's almost sacrifice there. Sacred trying to get away. Nope, they had the lightning bolt for that. They still have a sprout in 3 seconds. Michel is his target. Sacred can only kill 1 person. It's contra Michel, but not even that. Sacred, what does it feel to live your whole life worthless, meaningless, doing nothing in this top lane but dying and feeding?
Dude, they keep doing the same thing over and over and over. Like they don't learn. They know they're gonna.
They don't know what to
keep
do. They're so
feeding
desperate.
in this tower. Yeah, I know. They need to. As I said before, they need to do the smoke and go into the jungle. Maybe kill someone outside the division, or maybe let Lesh play in the. I don't know. Like this is so favorite for Infamous, just for the map control. As you see the towers, they can TP top or they can TP bot and kill everyone who's gonna show because they have the catch. You know, they have Furion that can port globally. They have the Clover. They have the Zeus with the ultimate. And they have the damage, you know, with the Undying and the Juggernaut. So it's like pretty annoying to Thunder Predator to deal with this. Because they have no space to farm right here. Like this Sven maybe need to get the axe. I'm not sure who's gonna do in the game anyways.
We'll see, because Sven right now, he's, as you said, going for the Ags, hoping that that's going to help him out. So no, he can't be kited. Axel, you madman. He has Blade Mail though. Yep, you can't fight against him. 2 spread damage heroes against a Blade Mail user. That's perfectly fine. Jeans, by the way, is only, talk about Ags, he's only 1,000 gold away from his own. That's going to be even more ganking potential and constant pressure by them. And by the time that Sven gets these Ags, we'll also have Lotus Orb ready on Papita this game.
But isn't like the 2 spells that go in the silver target is just the enchant, the enchantress, and the stun, the Sven. Oh, Axel is gonna die, but
Yes,
I
and the,
think it
and the
matters
lightning
anyways.
storm from the Lesh. And the toss.
And the Linus,
Toss and
yeah.
lightning storm.
I'm not very sure about this Lotus Orb pickup.
I really
just
think it's
can
just for the
see-
Sven, man. I really think
Yeah,
it's just for the
it's
Sven.
gonna be for the Sven timing when he's gonna hit the axe, you know, because he's gonna jump on the Zeus, and you're gonna have this Lotus Orb ready, already in the game.
Yep.
So I think it's just for that, but I don't know. Yeah, it's a pretty good pickup.
No, I don't think it's that bad, especially because you have a couple Ags user this game, and Seek did teach me as interaction. If you have Ags and Lotus Orb, you will actually not get stunned by the Sven Ags, and you'll just stun him instead. There's a little bit of a weird interaction there. Because
Yeah,
obviously
it's gonna like ruin his timing, you know, with the Sven axe. Oh, this is a pretty good team fight for Infamous
Yes.
if this Juggernaut doesn't die.
Nice Lotus though. That prevents Sven from going in really reliably. The Lightning Storm actually screws them over. They kill Wu first. Michel needs to get away. Sacred again trying to kill Michel. Impossible. Minos just trying to find a kill. Action seems to be the target. And Minos is being slowed down.
Minos is gonna
Those
die.
zombies are really annoying. Thunder God's Wrath. Minos is finally dead. They actually commit the Omnis just for the Minos kill. They will lose Mr. Jeans, but the Tombstone is still up. Who's gonna hit it? Who's gonna destroy it? Papita is like the Night of the Living Dead over here. And Leo style won't be able to survive. As Papita is looking for another kill here. Perhaps Sacred. Gonna let him go. But guys instead concentrating on the tower. even despite that being a pretty decent fight, ends up being a pretty nice win for Infamous just because of the tombstone, as you said. Nobody can hit it.
Thunder Predator should have known this teamfight is gonna be over soon because they started teamfight with the tombstone in the high round and no is breaking it, and they lost the timing with the Sven axe.
Yep.
They were waiting for this timing for like the entire game and they lost it because Papita now has the Lotus Orb, so Sven is not gonna jump on anyone. But Sven didn't kill anyone as well, and he was hitting the slow with the zombies on Thompson. So this is like really good fight by Thunder Predator, and maybe it's gonna like cost the game. They need to do a smoke right now with the next ghost trains and still using this axe pickup because they're in like using the timing to do things on the map.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? They've been kind of like Infamous has been dancing, and Thunder Predator has been trying to match the rhythm as opposed to just trying to set up their own. Like Infamous goes, okay, clap, and then Thunder Predator goes, turn around, and then Thunder Predator plays exactly the game that Infamous wants them to play. And of course, if you play that kind of game, Infamous is going to win. There's a reason they drafted this. And now we have Ags on Mr. Jeans. We have a couple power spikes. Ags on Mr. Jeans. Ags soon to be built on this Juggernaut. And we're going to have Undying. I actually don't know what other items he builds this game. I don't even know if it's worth farming anymore on Papita, really.
I mean, I think Undying is gonna need an item to just keep alive in the game, and he put some auto attacks on the ultimate because the damage amplification is like really big.
Yep.
Like most subs on Dying maybe goes like for play in the backline. You know, the individual play or just heal on people and put some tombstone, maybe some glimmer capes. But if you go for the Undying core build, you need to hit people with the flesh golem because the amplification damage is like very underrated.
Exactly. You need to stay next to them, right? So obviously items that can help you survive are pretty useful.
They wanna
Oh.
catch Leo style here.
They do catch Leo style using that Thunder God's Wrath for vision. Nimbus will end up killing him. There's no way Leo survives. Essence Ring, not good enough. And they even use the Wrath of Nature there. The Aegis, though, goes with the way of Thunder Predator. Will they lose it immediately? Can they catch up to them? Tombstone to slow them down. Clawcork has no hookshot, though. Unfortunately, there is a Force Staff on him. Sven has Axe.
They wanna
Choco
try to
shows.
chase here.
Bakaz getting close. He just wants to get the Omni Slash off. He's so close. Check him to slow him down enough. He's like, fuck it, you die, Sacred. And Sacred will fall. They can't
They're
get to the
going into
Aegis.
base?
Are you serious? Yeah, I guess so. This is not the best of plays, though. Remember, I feel like I'm getting deja vu. Bakaz, don't you dare Omni Slash them. Walk away. Thank you.
That was like really close to like chase them and kill them all.
Yeah,
and that should have been like really good for them because they killed the hostile first, then the tiny, and they also got the double kill, with the edges. But let's say Thunder Predator just win some time here because Minos is just gonna be alive for like maybe in the next 5 minutes, getting another item, so they can deal with the infamous draft. But as I said before, they need something to deal with the Undying, the Tombstone, the fights. Because no one is like hitting the Tombstone. They are like letting this Tombstone spamming some zombies and like breaking the fights. Talking about zombies,
Leo?
is going jump on the
What
left.
was that hookshot? How did that hit? What? All right. I think he did hit Leo style, but it seemed like that hookshot just passed right through it. But okay, Leo style will fall. Axel coming in, hoping for the sprout, but Matthew has a blink dagger, so he'll be fine. Regardless, though, this is an opportunity to push the tower without Leo.
Alright. They keep playing aggressively.
Yeah.
They don't care about the edges anyways. I think this is like really good for them because even with the edges on the double life on the Sven, it doesn't matter. Like, they cannot fight us the entire infamous draft. They have a lot of damage and take 5 the Undying of the Zeus, and they have nothing to catch the Zeus. If Papita pay attention of like who's gonna jump at the Sven, he can just Lotus Orb people. And save them, and then kill the Sven because this Sven has no BQ.
Nope. Sacred. Let's see. There's the Omni Slash. No, sorry. Swift Slash first. Now where's the Omni? Not used just yet. Thunder God's Wrath to get vision. Sven does get a kill on Axel, but your 2 supports are dead, Minos. He's gonna come back, hoping to kill Papita, but
That's
Jug is
not
dealing
big,
more
dude.
damage than him. We don't have Omni though. 50 more seconds, so Slash is soon going to happen. That Lotus Orb doesn't allow Minos to go for him. Instead, it's time to go for Mr. Jeans. Much more valuable. There's a Swift Slash. Pakaz, 8 more seconds for the Omni. They have it ready for when Sven comes back. There's no God Strangling comes back either. Do they have enough damage? Bakaz is trying to create some space. There we go. Omni's ready, but you're not going to kill Matthew with it. They're going to go for Sacred instead. Leo Style is falling alone here. As they Blade Fury to run the damage. Bakaz, you need to Omni just in time. Do they have enough? So Soul Rip heals him, and the Omni's finally unleashed. Swiss slash Anami gets rid of Sven and Tiny like they're made out of paper. And Wu is the only surviving member of this team fight. Bacchus.
That was really close to like the failure. Like
That's so ripped, dude.
Yeah, if Bacchus died there, that could have been like pretty good for Thunder Predator and very big for Minos.
Yeah.
Because Minos used everything to kill the Zeus. They got the Zeus kill, so like that's like a really good start. They got the Tombstone because they have no high ground to put the Tombstone in. Maybe the cliff and in the bottom side, but they're like very far from it. And I don't know, that's the only opportunity Thunder Predator has to like fight them back to the Infamous. But they didn't get the Juggernaut kill, he got the Omni Slash and the Sven kill, and now it's like pretty hard for them to like, recover this. They're gonna chase here. They saw Juggernaut tipping back and Undying is here. It doesn't matter if they get Papito kill.
No, it doesn't really matter, but they're still gonna try to save him though. He's playing around the Nimbus. He
look,
might actually
this
get a
is
counter
alive.
kill. Axel is here with a blade mail. Leo Style is stuck inside this Nimbus area. He can't get away. He's going to die in Sacred. He's being mauled by zombies and by the God of Thunder as he goes to the lane. Tries to go to the high ground. It's not going to work. Infamous. They're not even letting their zombie man die. There's a reason why he's called the Undying. Thunder God's Wrath reveals Minos. Also might kill Wu. We have Swift Slash here from Minos. Not the ideal situation though. They need the Omni. They go immediately for Mr. Jeans. And Mr. Jeans gets disintegrated. Minos is the man who's trying to carry this game forward. And he might almost go Bacchus. Bacchus is capable of running away. Swift Slash still available. Papita trying to kite him here. Axel goes, hit me. I have plate mail. But instead, Minos is trying to go for Papita. And finally, the Swift Slash brings the monster down.
No, Sven has nothing to break the Sprout. They could have get the Sprout earlier, and he cannot do anything on the fights. I know, Mr. James were like, oh, Sven is like, use Ghost Turn next to me, and just gonna try to bait him, but his Blink Dagger was on cooldown. So, Sven got the kill anyways on Mr. James. But it doesn't matter anyways, like, the teamfight is like pretty strong. They have a lot of network. Looking by this Papita killing 3 people heals only with Michael and the Furion TP, it's like trying to tell me that they're gonna win the fight anyways, even if Mr. Jens is there or not. So I don't know how Thunder Predator can get these fights. They need to deal with not only with Zeus now, but they need to solve with the Tombstone and the Pacos as well, because Pacos is pretty big right now.
I like that you call him the Bacchus. You're really giving him some real. He's a threat. He's a monster. He's the Bacchus. He's not just Bacchus this game, because really he's the one that's gonna bring them back into this game. Sorry, he's the one that's making sure that Sven cannot come back into this game, is what I meant to say. As Minos is pretty much able, he's capable of killing pretty much everyone except for the Juggernaut. And partially Undying, right? It's Undying and Juggernaut dancing circles around the Sven that's making this difficult. We have Scotty though on Bacchus, which is going to make that even easier.
So what's the nice timing for Thunder Predator to fight them back to Infamous?
There's an Assault Harass on Sven.
I mean,
I don't think that's good enough.
He needs BKB anyways, because they saw Minos jumping in and they always kite him. They cast spells on him, maybe some stuns on Clover with the Vessel and the Cox. He's like trying to apply pressure on Minos even if he jumps. I know the curious thing, he can like tank maybe the Omni Slash damage, but it's not gonna be enough to them. He needs the BKB anyways.
Hook shot, Swift Slash. They go for the Timber Saw. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Okay, Sacred. Sure, dude. I don't know if he thinks he's still tanky, but he really isn't this game. Axel has as much farm as the Timber Saw at this point. You are a support Timber Saw. Whether you like it or not. Mr. Jeans looking for the kill here. Nope, he missed. He does not guess correctly. Honestly, that's kind of worth the Thunder God's Wrath. If you kill Leo there, that would have been really valuable. Well, okay. Oh, he just kills him and they just kill him here.
He just disappeared, the Lesh. They have nothing to save. Yo, Lesh has this Blink Dagger build. I think he needs BKB anyways. Like, somehow he needs BKB. He went for the Blink Kaya build. Like, I know the idea. You need to catch Mr. Jeans. But even if you jump into Mr. Jeans, you're gonna die. And the second after. He's gonna like hookshot you. Maybe Undying is gonna like cast some spells on you. And you're gonna be like pretty dead after that. But yeah, pretty good game by Infamous. They played the lanes correctly. They also had this idea of Papita rotating into... He played like some kind of post for hero. Like going into the lanes, applying some pressure.
Yeah.
And that's like really smart by him.
I mean, he destroyed the Sven in lane, got that early game peak, and then as you mentioned, just played really aggressively. He understood that this game is not Papita who's meant to farm per se. There's no use in using that on an Undying. And now we can see he's going for Heaven's Halberds next item. Actually really smart, a way to deal with this Sven. Papita was like, I have one mission this game, and that mission is to make Minos cry. So he went for Lotus Orb and Heaven's Halberd, and Minos has been quite cancelled by all the itemization from Papita now.
They still have a chance if maybe Minos get a BKB. No, he's not gonna get a BKB. He's Minos, always. He's gonna get a Daedalus, so he can get more damage. I don't know, dude. I know the BKB reason is because he's gonna like face a Juggernaut anyways. He has the Scally, he has the Swift Flash and the Omni Flash. It's gonna be like pretty annoying for him even if he goes BKB. But I don't know. They have nothing to do with the Zeus anyways.
Okay.
And they're gonna kill Leostar here? No, he's not dead.
But Axel was close though. We had the Blade Mill. Axel has he has perfected his style, right? Axel likes to die, so he just walks in with Blade Mill and goes, "Take my life away, please." And then hopefully I can kill Leshrac in the process. And Papita just keeps him healthy with the Soul Rips.
Alright, maybe... I think Sven, if they see the Sven here, maybe we can kill him. Axel didn't react enough. He has Glimmerken, finally... Alright, you're pretty dead, Minos, right? Theos is going into him.
Axel, what the
Michael
fuck?
is not tipping. Oh no, he has Lotus Orb.
Why did he sprout himself, dude? What was
He
the
has Kelly
point?
Blade anyways. There is some...
Oh, Minos? Minos? Careful, that was a God Strength completely wasted, and they saw that, and this was Thunder God's Wrath. Now they know where everyone else is. Timber's just gonna walk in, but I don't think you can fight this. Pakasa's Omni Slash Sanctuary Sacred. They silence him, they close him in, they need to take the Roshan in time. Axel comes back in, they can see Bob back. That's why he wanted to die, right? So he can come by back immediately. We have Aegis now on Pakas. As Michel will die to that Split Earth.
Use Ghost Trance though. They still have go into... they can go into them. They
Yeah.
can chase here, right?
They have Omni Slash and they don't have God Strength, they're totally right. Leostar almost dies alone there.
Oh...
That Swift Slash didn't quite get them there in time. They didn't really realize he was TPing there. That was a very, very hasty TP as well. We have Basher, by the way, on the Juggernaut when he comes back. So
They
we're
don't
just
need to like wait anything. They just can go and hit the rocks.
Yeah, look,
anyways.
Pakas
They have the
houses.
edges.
Pakas is
He
like
cannot
telling
die
his team
twice.
now. He's like, hey guys, we can hit the rack.
Because normally you could like maybe close the map, you know, and farm and wait for maybe the Visa Blade, but I don't. I mean, who cares anyways? No one's gonna kill the Juggernaut twice.
Exactly.
Not even once. I mean, look at him. He's gonna like die if this Leo style. He's gonna die, right?
Oh, no,
kill
no.
him.
He doesn't have the range for the Omni Slash, but Leo is close to dying there. No Thunder God's Wrath to punish him. Nimbus was already used, but it doesn't really matter if you kill him. All you want is a tower right now. Sven is like, alright guys, we just need to hold for 30 more seconds. Can we do it? Sacred. You're not a clockwork, dude. You can't timber chain to people. Minos fights Pakas head on. Perhaps not the best of choices. They're actually retreating. Oh wow, they're respecting Thunder Brother. I think.
No, maybe because Michael isn't there. They saw good Dota, though. Maybe they're gonna try to kill him. Oh,
Pakas still wants to fight. They might take his first life away. He didn't spin in time. Now he spins. He has Scotty, and he also went for the health talent, so he has a fair amount of tankiness. He still has the Omni, which we can use here. Nice Lotus there to save him, and now the counter initiates with the Omni Slash. A bit wasted though, but Leostar will still die as they finish off Minos, and that should probably mean the GG. They even catch out poor Matthew. Seiko will be the next hero, but the GG is already called by Thunder. Infamous are gonna take this 2-0.
they jump into a Juggernaut with the Aegis. I don't know what did expect in the game, but as far as we can see, Infamous played better the early game, maybe the mid game, baiting this top tier 1 tower. Because, as I said before, Thunder Predator needs to do something with the heroes, you know? They have this Enchantress pick, they have the Timbersaw pick, they need to apply some pressure, and they have the Ledge. But maybe the mid-rotation with the Tiny and the Ledge, when the Zeus got the double kill, didn't work as well. So this Ledge has no game to play with, they couldn't apply any pressure in the game. And then Infamous played well. I mean, this kind of thing of tipping into lanes and defend the towers,
Yeah.
it's like pretty game winning for them.
Yep, they understood that their power spikes this game were early, and that's how you play these kind of drafts. Like a lot of people, when we cast Infamous, because I've seen this before, they'll go, oh, haha, no stuns, easy win. Not really, right? It depends on how you play your lineup. And if you have this early game power spike and you can appropriately use it, it's a very, very powerful lineup to have. In Dota, the difficulty of these lineups is that if you play these lineups, you make 1 or 2 small mistakes, it's very easy for Thunder Predator to come back. But in this game, not the case, because they honestly made very few mistakes. It was actually Thunder Predator who was kind of starting to make a lot of mistakes. Seems like they got very desperate there towards the mid game. But that said, guys, this has been the last match of today. In fact, we're done. We're absolutely done. After 8 hours of casting, guys, a bit, straight up 8 hours of casting, we will complete one of the last days in the group stages. But we are not done with this tournament, of course. So if you guys want to tune in tomorrow, the best way to do so is just following us on Twitch. Of course, if you follow us on Twitch, we'll always be told when we're live. And if you're watching on other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, or Trovo, feel free to do the same, as we will also tell you when we're live there. It functions exactly the same. However, if you're just interested in following the matches and you don't want to follow us just yet because you're unconvinced, you don't like the production, you like the casting, feel free to send me a message. I'm here to listen to your complaints and try to improve based on the feedback we receive, either on the production side or on the casting side, try to deliver the best NASA Dota experience we can muster. Tomorrow, we're going to start at the same time as always, 3 p.m. EST, 3 de la tarde hora Peru, which is 9 p.m. if you live in Europe, CST, no Germany, Spain, whatever. 8 p.m. if you're from the UK, 10 p.m. if you're from Russia, or 4 a.m. if you're like me and you live in Malaysia or in the Singapore area. For whatever reason you want to catch NASA Dota. We'll start the day with 4 Zoomer versus Omega, a very hype matchup. Then 4 Fun versus Midas, Brazil versus Unknown, and we'll end the day with Infinity versus Eco Boys. Hope you enjoyed the cast, guys. My name has been Mr. Owl Plus here, joining you with an exclusive cast from Flapjack, his first ever cast in the English language. Give a hand to him. If you want to follow him on Twitter and follow his pro gaming career, I recommend you do. He has really hot takes on emo memes. So it's Flapjack at Flapjack Dota on Twitter. Anything else you want to say, Flap, before we say goodbye?
Man, I just want to say my English is like very rusty. I spend the entire day talking in Spanish, and I don't know. Sometimes when I trying to talk in English, I like choked out. I don't know what to say.
It's okay.
Because I always fix this by, I don't know, saying any word in Spanish. It's like I need to like get used to speak more freely in English. That's my bad, sorry.
Do not worry about that, Flap. You also delivered a great analysis that is kind of rare to see, because unfortunately, not all pro players want to cast all the time, and it's very nice to get someone that is in the NASA region to deliver that kind of analysis. So thank you for coming by and thank you for helping me. I did not want to cast the last game alone, so I appreciate that very much. Infamous will take the 2-0. And that will be it for today. We'll leave the score on the screen, so if anyone that missed the game, just tell them to look at the screen. I know people watch after the game and go, score, score. Just look at the fucking screen, dude. Okay, that's it, guys. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you guys tomorrow with more Dota 2 of the NASA region. See you guys